transmigrated into the body of 3-year-old LuBu, starting with a high fever and near death, luckily obtaining the all things enhancement system. Enhances himself, his generals, and his weapons, with a fixed 10% increase. A child's body hides the heart of a mighty ruler, secretly strengthening Wong Yu, controlling Jyn Shua, amassing wealth with soap, paving the way with fine wine, and gathering intelligence from all over the world at the drunken immortal pavilion. Watch as this puppet prince manipulates the game behind the scenes, using enhancement points to forge an iron-fisted empire. Chapter 1. Time travel. Cold, bone-chillingly cold LuBu felt as if he had been thrown into an ice cave, surrounded by dark, stagnant water. He tried desperately to climb out, but his limbs were weak and powerless. A chill ran through his bones, and he shivered in waves, his teeth chattering softly. It's so cold. Is the air conditioner off? He thought groggily, instinctively reaching for the blanket, but he only managed to lift his hand a little before it fell limply back down. It didn't feel like his own hand at all. It was heavy and soft, like 2 noodles soaked in water. Wrong. He jolted awake and tried to open his eyes. My heavy eyelids felt like they were glued on, and it took a lot of effort to barely open them. A crack. A dim light filtered in, and what he saw was not the familiar ceiling of his university dormitory. What was that? It looked like dark red wooden beams? And there was a faint, indescribable fragrance lingering around his nose, like a mixture of some kind of wood and herbs. Where is this? Panic was like ice water, instantly dousing his entire body and making him temporarily forget the cold. He rolled his eyes, struggling to take in his surroundings. His vision was blurry, he could only make out a general outline. He lay on a large bed covered with soft silk bedding, but even that couldn't ward off the chill emanating from within him. The bed curtains were pale yellow, embroidered with exquisite patterns. By the faint light filtering through the window paper, he saw what appeared to be 2 blurry figures kneeling beside the bed, dressed in ancient clothes, their heads bowed, not daring to move. Palace maid? Eunuch? The absurd thought had barely formed when an even stronger wave of dizziness and coldness overwhelmed him. He felt like a candle slowly going out, his life force draining away bit by bit from his fingertips and the soles of his feet. No. I can't sleep. His survival instinct made him struggle, but his body was too weak, even moving a finger was difficult. His consciousness began to blur again, and darkness enveloped him once more. I don't know how much time passed, it might have been a moment, or it might have been several hours. A violent jolt pulled him back from the brink of unconsciousness. At the same time, a high-pitched, tearful voice rang in his ears, as if coming through a layer of water. Your Highness. Your Highness, please wake up. Please don't frighten me. Your Highness? LuBu strained to focus his vision and saw a young palace maid dressed in a light blue palace gown, her hair styled in 2 buns, kneeling before the bed. Her face was deathly pale, and she looked at him with teary eyes. She reached out her hand, as if wanting to touch his forehead, but hesitated, her hand hovering in mid-air, trembling slightly. So cold. He finally managed to squeeze out 2 hoarse, broken syllables from his throat, his voice so soft that he could barely hear it himself. Cold? His Highness says he's cold. The little palace maid, as if she had heard an imperial decree, hurriedly turned around and shouted to another little eunuch, Quick! Quickly add another silk quilt. Charcoal brazier. Make the charcoal brazier burn brighter. A slight commotion was felt, and another soft blanket was pulled up, slightly dispelling the surface chill, but the coldness inside the body still stubbornly lingered. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached from afar. Biener. How is my Biener? A woman's voice, trembling with sobs, filled with anxiety and worry, came through the phone. LuBu saw a beautiful woman in palace attire being escorted in quickly. She was about 20 years old and had a pretty face, but her eyes were red and her hair was a little disheveled. She was his birth mother, Consort He. As soon as Consort He entered, she rushed to the bedside and reached out to touch his forehead. When her cool fingers touched LuBu's burning forehead, she recoiled as if burned, her face instantly turning even more pale. Oh my God! Why is it still so hot? Her voice trembled with despair. The Imperial Physician. Where is the Imperial Physician? Reporting to Your Highness, the Imperial Physician just left. He said he prescribed a medicine to make His Highness sweat and he'll be fine. An old nanny beside her answered tremblingly. Sweating it out is all it takes? It's been a whole day and night, where's the sweat? Where is it? Consort He was both anxious and furious, her voice rising, "If anything happens to Biener, I'll make you all pay with your lives." The air in the room froze instantly. All the palace maids and eunuchs knelt down in a flurry, kowtowing repeatedly, not daring to even breathe loudly. LuBu lay there, listening to his mother's cries and the palace servants' pleas for mercy, his heart filled with coldness and confusion. Biener? He Guaran, a terrifying thought surfaced in his almost feverish mind. Could it be that I become LuBu, the short-lived eldest prince of the late Eastern Han dynasty? Historically, LuBu did indeed appear to have been sickly in his childhood, and was later deposed and killed by Dong Zhuo. The thought of this ending filled him with immense fear and resentment. He had finally graduated from university, and his wonderful life was just beginning, when he was transported to this chaotic era on the verge of collapse, becoming a 3-year-old child on the verge of death? No! I can't die. A powerful will to survive compelled him to muster his last ounce of mental strength, silently screaming in his heart, "Help! Someone, please save me! System! Grandpa! Anything, please! Come out here!" As if responding to the roar of his soul, in that very instant, buzz, a faint blue light screen, visible only to him, suddenly appeared directly in front of his line of sight. The light screen was very simple, even somewhat rudimentary. At the top was a single line of text, "Enhancement System." Below were only 2 lines of information: current enhancement points. 10 enhancement points are automatically distributed every day at midnight. LuBu's heart skipped a beat. It's here. A perk for time travelers. Although it looks a bit rudimentary? There's not even an instruction manual, he tried silently repeating in his mind. System? The light curtain remained unchanged. Check. He subconsciously focused his gaze on his own body. The content on the light screen refreshes instantly. Viewed by LuBu. Identity: Crown Prince of the Han Dynasty. Age: 3 years old. Status: extremely weak, seriously ill. Strength: 3, weak child. Intelligence: 72, wisdom from another world. Stamina: 0.8/5, endangered. Commander: 35, has commanded group operations before. Politics: 45, from a modern man's perspective. Charm: 75, she's lovely, but in terrible condition. Loyalty: meaningless to oneself. Enhancement level, +0. Combat power, 0.9. Actual combat power is lower than displayed strength due to severe impact from stamina. Looking at this string of data, especially the glaring stamina, 0.8/5, endangered, and combat power, 0.9, LuBu felt a chill run down his spine. With those stats, even a stray dog could easily kill him, but he noticed there seemed to be more options below the light screen. He focused his attention on it, and saw enhance and nothing? Just one enhance option. He tried selecting enhance. The light screen changed again. Target: LuBu. Current enhancement level, +0. Upgrading to +1 requires 1 upgrade point. Currently available enhancement points: 10 enhance? Yes, no, it can strengthen you. Costs 1 point. LuBu acted almost without hesitation. With his life hanging in the balance, why waste any enhancement points? Yes. Strengthen, he shouted in his mind. It was as if a faint but real warm current had flowed into his cold and weak body out of nowhere. This warm current quickly spread throughout his limbs and bones, and wherever it passed, the bone-chilling cold was dispelled a little, and his heavy body seemed to lighten slightly. At the same time, the data on the blue light screen in front of him changed. Viewed by LuBu. Identity: Crown Prince of the Han Dynasty. Age: 3 years old. Status: weak, recovering from a serious illness. Strength: 3.3, +0.3. Intelligence: 79.2, +7.2. Stamina: 0.88/5.5, +0.08/0.5. Recovering, Commander: 38.5, +3.5. Politics: 49.5, +4.5. Charm: 82.5, +7.5. Loyalty, enhancement level, +1. Combat strength, 1.0, slightly improved. All attributes now have a +X added after them, indicating a 10% increase. Stamina increased from 0.8 to 0.88, and the cap increased from 5 to 5.5. Although the absolute increases are small, especially stamina, which only increased by 0.08, the tangible feeling of physical improvement is undeniable. Most importantly, the condition changed from extremely weak, seriously ill to weak, recovering from a serious illness. LuBu couldn't help but let out a soft groan, this time not because of discomfort, but because of the comfort brought by the warming of his body. But this groan broke Consort He's heart. Biener, how are you? Don't scare your mother. Consort, he cried, tears streaming down her face, as she tightly held his still slightly feverish little hand. Looking at her anxious face and feeling her genuine worry, LuBu felt a pang of sadness as the instinctive emotions of a 3-year-old child mingled with the rationality of a modern young man. He opened his mouth, and with all his might, managed to utter a sound a little clearer than before, "Mother." "I'm a little better." Consort, he was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Before, her son would only unconsciously say he was cold, but now he can recognize her and even say, "I feel a little better." "That's wonderful. Thank God. Thank our ancestors." Consort, he cried tears of joy and hurriedly called to those around her, "Quick! Go and report to His Majesty that Biener is better. Bring the imperial physician again." The palace was thrown into chaos once again. No one knew that just now, the body of this 3-year-old child had been replaced by a soul from the future, and with the help of a mysterious system, it had managed to take a half step back from the brink of death. LuBu lay in his mother's arms, feeling the warmth and strength, and looked at the blue light screen that only he could see, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, during the chaotic Three Kingdoms. Period. LuBu, have arrived. He stared at the 9 remaining enhancement points on the screen, his mind racing. This system seems interesting. A fixed 10% boost? With my current weak foundation, enhancing myself would be a waste. I need to think carefully about how to use these points to maximize their effect. Outside the window, the early spring wind of 179 still carried a chill. But LuBu knew that his life, or rather, this era, had quietly turned onto an unknown fork in the road because of his arrival in the system in his mind. Chapter 2, Shadow March 2, 179, Early Spring. LuBu was awakened by a dry and painful sensation in his throat, as if he had a handful of sand stuck in it. He groggily opened his eyes and saw the same unfamiliar bed curtains embroidered with strange birds and beasts. He was stunned for several seconds before he realized where he was. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, in the imperial palace, inside the body of a 3-year-old prince, LuBu. "Water." He hummed hoarsely, his voice barely audible. There was immediate movement by the bedside. A young palace maid, dressed in a light green palace gown and looking only 12 or 13 years old, hurriedly stood up, carefully brought over a warm jade cup, and brought it to his lips. "Your Highness, the water is here. Please drink slowly." The warm water soothed his dry, sore throat, and LuBu felt much better. He leaned against the pillow and quietly looked around. The room was quiet. Apart from the young palace maid in green, a small eunuch stood at his sides in the distance, barely daring to breathe. Sunlight streamed through the carved wooden window, revealing fine dust particles floating in the air. There was a faint medicinal scent mixed with a pleasant aroma, like sandalwood. He moved his hands and feet slightly, but they were still weak and limp. However, compared to yesterday's feeling of almost dying and being chilled to the bone, it was much, much better. At least, his mind was clear. With a thought, the blue light screen that only he could see immediately appeared before his eyes. Enhancement system. Current enhancement points, 19. 10 enhancement points are automatically distributed every day at midnight, 7 p.m. LuBu silently calculated in his mind. Yesterday he used up 1 point to strengthen himself, leaving 9 points, and now he has 10 points more. That's right. It seems that this system is very punctual, paying salary on time every day. His gaze fell on his own attribute panel viewed by LuBu. Status: weak, recovering from a serious illness. Strength: 3.3, intelligence: 79.2, stamina: 1.6 out of 5.5, slowly recovering. Commander: 38.5, politics: 49.5, charm: 82.5, enhancement level. +1 combat strength, 1.1. His stamina had recovered from 0.88 yesterday to 1.6, so it seemed his body was working hard to heal. But looking at his pitiful 3.3 strength, LuBu's face scrunched up like a bun. Upgrading once only increases strength by 0.3, what a waste, he complained inwardly. I'm just a noob right now, my foundation is too weak, upgrading myself is too inefficient. I should use these precious upgrade points elsewhere. But where would we use it? His eyes darted around the room, searching for a target. The wood of this large bed looks expensive. Could it be reinforced to become an iron bed? No need, the bronze crane lampstand next to it is quite large. Would it be brighter if it were reinforced? But it doesn't seem to make much difference. The empty medicine bowl held by the palace maid was just an ordinary ceramic bowl. Even if it were reinforced, it probably wouldn't be as easy to break. LuBu was a little worried. The system didn't have any instructions, he had to figure it out himself. What if he accidentally upgraded something useless? Wouldn't that be a complete waste of points? Just then, a soft footstep sound came, carrying a familiar fragrance. It was that beautiful woman from yesterday, his mother, Consort He. Today, Consort He was wearing a lotus root colored dress, her hair was combed neatly and shiny, and she wore several sparkling hairpins. She had a smile on her face, but there were dark circles under her eyes, indicating that she hadn't slept well the night before. Diener, how are you feeling today? She sat down on the edge of the bed, reached out and touched LuBu's forehead, then touched her own, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Thank God, the fever is gone. My son really scared your mother to death. Mother, I'm all right. LuBu tried to make his voice clearer and even forced what he thought was a very obedient smile. Consort He was indeed moved by that smile, her eyes reddening slightly as she pulled him into her arms. It's all right, it's all right. Hearing her hug him, LuBu felt a little strange. He had no parents in his past life and rarely felt held like this. But he also knew clearly in his mind that this woman would one day become the powerful Empress He. He had to be careful. Are you hungry? Your mother has had some porridge prepared for you. Consort He released him and took a small white jade bowl from the tray carried by the maid behind her. Inside was a well-cooked porridge of minced meat. She picked up a small silver spoon, gently blew on it to cool it, and brought it to LuBu's lips. The porridge tasted delicious, smooth and soft. LuBu ate obediently, but his mind was already wandering. His gaze involuntarily fell on a gold hairpin in Consort He's hair. The hairpin gleamed with gold, and at its tip was a small, slightly dark red bead. This thing looks pretty valuable. What would happen if I upgraded it? This thought was like a little hook, making him feel itchy inside. As he opened his mouth to receive the porridge his mother fed him, he quietly concentrated and silently recited to the gold hairpin, check. The screen flashed, and the information changed to view. Gold inlaid agate hairpin grade, excellent, palace craftsmanship, material, gold, low quality red agate value, high characteristics, none enhancement level, +0. It really works. LuBu was overjoyed. Then, what about strengthening it? He focused his mind on the hairpin, silently chanting with a hint of nervousness, strengthen. The light screen changed again. Target, a hairpin inlaid with agate in pure gold. Current enhancement level, +0. Upgrading to +1 requires 1 upgrade point. Currently available upgrade points, 19. Enhance? Yes, no, just 1 point. It's the same as strengthening yourself. Should he do it or not? LuBu hesitated for only a second. The experiment was paramount. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. He mentally chose yes and nothing happened. There was no light, no sound. Consort He was still focused on feeding him porridge, seemingly unaware of anything unusual, but LuBu's eyes widened. He clearly saw that the red bead at the tip of the gold hairpin seemed a little more vibrant in color. It had been somewhat dull before, but now it looked a bit brighter. He quickly checked again. View, gold inlaid agate hairpin grade, excellent, palace craftsmanship, material, gold, ordinary red agate, enhanced color, reduced flaws, value, significantly enhanced characteristics, none enhancement level, +1 success. The material has changed from inferior to ordinary, and the value has increased significantly from relatively high. Although it didn't turn into some kind of magical artifact, it proved his guess was correct. The system really can affect items. And the effect is real. Diener, why are you staring at your mother's headdress? Consort He noticed her son's gaze, smiled, and touched the hairpin. Do you like this? When you grow up, I'll give you something even better. Liang. LuBu pretended to be confused, pointed to the hairpin, and then lowered his head to continue drinking his porridge, but his heart was pounding with excitement. It works. This system is incredibly useful. It can even improve a broken hairpin, so what if it found a sword or a suit of armor? Could it turn into a divine weapon? He remembered that the system seemed to have a function to view characters. Could it also enhance others? For example, make someone stronger or smarter? Most importantly, what about loyalty? LuBu secretly glanced at the green-clad palace made by the bedside and silently thought, check. View, palace maid, Chuntao position, maidservant in the prince's bedchamber. Loyalty, 65%, respectful of his princely status, obedient and law-abiding, strength, 14 intelligence, 38 stamina, 5 commanders, 2 politics, 3 charm, 55 enhancement level, +0. It's actually quite good. Her loyalty is 65%, which is considered satisfactory, but far from being die-hard loyal. If we could increase her loyalty, LuBu felt as if a golden road was unfolding before him. However, he immediately suppressed this tempting thought. He had too few enhancement points to waste. Besides, enhancing a living person might cause some trouble. That he glanced at the 18 enhancement points remaining on the screen and decided to stop there for today, saving the remaining points for later. After feeding him the porridge, Consorti chatted with him for a while, told him to take his medicine and rest, and then got up and left. The palace returned to silence. LuBu lay on the bed, looking at the canopy above him, his heart filled with hope and plans. First, you need to get your body back in good shape as soon as possible and strengthen your foundation. Secondly, we need to test the system gradually and thoroughly understand all its functions. Finally, find reliable people and valuable items, and use the system to quietly make them stronger. In this chaotic world, I, LuBu, may truly be able to carve out a place for myself. As he pondered this, the effects of the drug kicked in, and his eyelids began to droop. Before drifting off to sleep, he vaguely sensed that someone seemed to be standing motionless like a statue in the shadows of the corner of the room. Who is that? Is he a guard? When did he arrive? He was too tired to think about it and fell into a deep sleep. What he didn't know was that while he was staring blankly at the gold hairpin and secretly observing the little palace maid, a pair of sharp, hawk-like eyes in the shadows had seen all his subtle movements. Chapter 3 Protecting Wong Yu. Early morning, LuBu was awakened by a strong, bitter smell. He wrinkled his little nose and opened his eyes, seeing the little palace maid named Chun Tao standing carefully by the bedside, holding a dark, murky bowl of medicine. Steam was rising from the bowl, and the smell was enough to knock back all the little energy he had just regained. Your Highness, it's time for your medicine, Chun Tao said softly, a hint of timidity in her voice. Although the prince was still weak after waking up yesterday, his eyes seemed much clearer, making her no longer able to treat him like a helpless infant as before. LuBu looked at the bowl of soup, which was practically poison, and felt 100 times unwilling. But he knew that his body still needed these things to recuperate. He took a deep breath, preparing to grit his teeth, and accepted it. Just then, a brilliant idea flashed into his mind. Wait. This medicine, can it be enhanced? This thought gave him a sudden burst of energy. He immediately focused his mind and silently recited, while looking at the bowl of dark, murky medicine, check. A blue light curtain quietly appeared to view. Qi boosting and blood nourishing sucrate, common, Imperial Medical Bureau prescription, ingredients, astragalus membranaceus, angelica sinensis, Rehmannia glutinosa. Effectiveness, mild, replenishes qi and blood, accelerates physical recovery, characteristics, non-enhancement level, +0 note, extremely bitter. It really works. And it clearly shows effectiveness, weak. If we enhance the effect, will the medicine become stronger? Wouldn't that help me recover faster? Thinking of this, LuBu's heart raced. He glanced at his enhancement points. 1 point was used yesterday to test the hairpin, leaving 18 points. After a night, it should now be. He brought up the main interface enhancement system. Current enhancement points, 28. 10 enhancement points are automatically distributed every day at midnight. That's right. 28 points. You can give it a try. He suppressed his excitement, focused his mind on the bowl of medicinal soup, and silently chanted, strengthen. Target, Qi boosting and blood tonifying soup. Current enhancement level, +0. Upgrading to +1 requires 1 upgrade point. Currently available enhancement points, 28. Enhance? Yes, no, yes. LuBu replied without hesitation. It remained silent and still, devoid of any light. But the steam rising from the bowl of medicine seemed a little more concentrated, and the color appeared somewhat deeper. He quickly checked again. View, Qi boosting and blood nourishing soup grade, common, Imperial Medical Bureau prescription, ingredients, astragalus membranaceus, angelica sinensis, Rehmannia glutinosa. Efficacy, moderate, replenishes qi and blood, slightly accelerates physical recovery, characteristics, non-enhancement level, +1 note, extremely bitter. The drug's effectiveness has changed from weak to moderate. The description has also changed from accelerates physical recovery to slightly accelerates physical recovery, success. Although it's only a small upgrade, it proves that the system is equally effective with drugs. Your Highness? The medicine, it's getting cold. Chun Tao couldn't help but whisper a reminder when she saw the prince staring blankly at the medicine bowl. LuBu snapped out of his daze and looked at the bowl of enhanced medicine. Although it still smelled bitter, he felt a surge of anticipation. He took the bowl, held his breath, and gulped down the warm medicine in a few mouthfuls. It was so bitter. So bitter. His little face scrunched up in pain, and tears were welling up in his eyes. Chun Tao quickly handed over a small dish of candied fruit. LuBu stuffed a piece into his mouth, and the sweetness barely suppressed the nauseating bitterness. After taking the medicine, he leaned against the headboard, carefully sensing the changes in his body. It seems a warm, comforting feeling is starting to spread in my stomach, not as pronounced as when the system strengthened me yesterday, but it's persistent and slowly flowing towards my limbs. My arms and legs, which were a bit sore before, seem to have eased up a little. It works. While it's not as miraculous as a magic pill, it's definitely better than the original. LuBu was secretly delighted. From now on, getting sick or injured is like having a built-in buff that enhances the effects. In high spirits, he decided to get out of bed and move around a bit. Lying in bed all the time was making his bones feel weak. "Help me up and walk around," he said to Chun Tao. Chun Tao quickly stepped forward, carefully supporting his thin arm, and helped him slowly move to the bedside to put on his soft little boots. With his feet on the cold floor, LuBu felt his legs were still a little weak, but he could barely stand. With Chun Tao's help, he moved slowly, step by step, through the palace like a little duckling that had just learned to walk. His body was far too weak. He had barely walked one lap before he was panting heavily, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He stopped to rest, his gaze casually sweeping across every corner of the palace. Just then, his gaze froze to eye in the shadows near the inner side of the palace gate, almost blending into the dim light, stood a figure standing quietly. It was a man dressed in a dark gray, close-fitting outfit. He wasn't particularly tall, but he stood ramrod straight, like a javelin. He had his arms crossed and his head slightly lowered, so his face wasn't clearly visible, only a well-defined jawline was discernible. He stood there, motionless, his breathing barely audible, as if he were merely a decoration in the palace, but LuBu could sense that a faint, scrutinizing gaze had swept over him quickly. Who was this person? A guard? When did he arrive? I don't think I noticed him yesterday. A sense of vigilance and curiosity rose in LuBu's heart. He pretended to continue pacing, but actually quietly concentrated, silently chanting to the figure in the shadows, "Investigate." The screen flashed, and the message appeared viewed by Wong Yu. Identity: Court Swordsman, Prince's Guard. Loyalty, 70%, Duty Dictated, Slightly Curious, Strength, 89, Top Tier in the World, Intelligence, 68, Extensive Experience, Stamina, 90, Full of Energy, Command, 75, Can Train Elite Troops, Politics, 55, Not Good at Political Maneuvering, Charm, 70, Composed and Serene, Enhancement Level, +0 Combat Power, 96, Top Tier Sword Saint, Master Swordsman, Hiss. LuBu almost gasped, and quickly lowered his head to hide his shock. Wong Yu. It's actually Wong Yu, the legendary Imperial Tutor, the top swordsman of the late Han Dynasty. These stats are terrifying. Strength 89. Stamina 90. Combat power a whopping 96. Almost 100 times stronger than me, a piece of trash with a 0.9 rating, with a loyalty rate of 70%. He's at the supporter level, which means he's genuinely committed to his guard duties. A bold idea instantly popped into LuBu's mind. If we could turn him into a die-hard fan. His heart pounded as he stared at the initial strength of 89. If he strengthened it once, increasing it by 10%, that would be 97.9. Nearly 100 in combat power. That would be a monster-level existence in the entire Three Kingdoms period, wouldn't it? Moreover, the enhancement is a comprehensive upgrade. His intelligence, leadership, politics, and even loyalty will all increase. This cost-effectiveness is far superior to strengthening my weak foundation. LuBu felt his breathing quicken. He seemed to have seen a shortcut to quickly acquire top-tier combat power, but how do I do it? Am I supposed to just walk over, pat Wong Yu on the shoulder, and say, "Uncle, I'll give you a buff"? That's clearly not going to work. Enhancement requires focusing your mind on yourself or an item you possess. Wong Yu is a living, breathing person, not something you own. How can you enhance him? LuBu's little brain was working at a rapid pace. Does it require contact? Or does it require the other party's consent? The system description is too vague. It's a real ripoff. He suppressed the urge to test it immediately, knowing he had to be cautious. A master like Wong Yu must have incredibly sharp senses. Any unusual action could arouse his suspicion. If Wong Yu mistook him for some kind of monster, he'd be finished. Now is not the time. We must wait for an opportunity, a natural, inconspicuous one. He stole another glance at Wong Yu in the shadows. burying that longing deep in his heart. I'm tired, go back and lie down, LuBu said to Chen Tao, his voice carrying a deliberately feigned weariness. He was helped back to bed, covered with the blanket, closed his eyes, and pretended to rest. But his mind was racing with plans. There are 27 enhancement points remaining. Wang Yu's enhancement needs careful planning. The current goal is to first restore his health, while continuing to experiment with the system using inconspicuous items to thoroughly understand the rules. Good health is the foundation of everything. With good health, you can do more and have the opportunity to subdue formidable figures like Wong Yu. He felt the warm current from the medicine still flowing slowly through his body, nourishing his weakened meridians. The effects of the enhancement points were real. Just wait, LuBu told himself. I'll be patient and accumulate strength first. When my little butterfly wings are strong enough, I'll definitely be able to unleash a storm that changes my destiny. In a corner of the palace, Wang Yu remained as still as a stone statue. However, as the young prince secretly observed him, and then his face flashed with a variety of complex emotions, his index finger, which was clasped to his chest, twitched almost imperceptibly. This eldest prince seems somewhat interesting. Unlike an ordinary 3-year-old child, he possesses a calmness beyond his years and an indescribable sense of mystery. In the shadows, unseen by anyone, a very faint smile curved Wang Yu's lips. Perhaps this deep palace wouldn't be as boring as before. Chapter 4: Secretly Strengthening Wang Yu. On March 4, 179, the weather seemed a little warmer than the previous 2 days. LuBu felt his strength returning somewhat. When he woke up in the morning, he was even able to sit up on his own, without Chen Tao's strenuous assistance. The enhanced medicinal soup had indeed worked well. The warm feeling in his stomach lasted for a long time. He habitually glanced at the system first. Enhancement system current enhancement points 37. 10 enhancement points are automatically distributed every day at midnight. Yes, I used 1 point yesterday to check and strengthen the medicinal soup, leaving 27 points. Now I have 37 points, that's right. Looking at the steadily increasing points, LuBu felt a little more at ease. These were his future assets. As usual, he took his medicine and ate breakfast in the morning. Then, with Chen Tao's help, he walked slowly around the palace like a clumsy little penguin. He could feel that the figure in the shadows, Wang Yu, still stood there like a rock, and that faint gaze would occasionally fall on him. LuBu pretended not to notice, but in his mind he was calculating how to naturally approach Wang Yu and try to use his enhancement on him. Should he just run over and beg for his help? That would be too deliberate, and he would definitely be seen as a freak. He needed an opportunity, a reasonable one that wouldn't arouse any suspicion. Opportunities sometimes come unexpectedly. Just before noon, a shrill announcement suddenly rang out from outside the palace: His Majesty has arrived. The atmosphere in the entire palace changed instantly. All the palace maids and eunuchs, including Chen Tao, immediately stopped what they were doing, knelt down in unison, pressed their heads tightly to the ground, and dared not even breathe. LuBu's heart skipped a beat. Father? Emperor Ling of Han, Lu Hong? Why would he come? LuBu harbored no affection for his nominal father, a historically incompetent ruler, and even felt somewhat intimidated by him. But now, he had to proceed with caution. At Chen Tao's prompting, he struggled to get off the couch and bow. Although he was a prince, he could not neglect basic etiquette when facing the emperor. Just then, a man dressed in a light blue robe, wearing a scholar's cap, with a pale face and heavy eye bags, strode in, surrounded by a group of eunuchs and guards. He didn't look very old, but he was rather thin, and his eyes held a lingering weariness and a hint of barely perceptible sharpness. This is Emperor Ling of Han, Lu Hong. Your subject. Your subject pays respects to your majesty. LuBu, supported by Chen Tao, swayed as he tried to kneel down. His face was flushed from the effort, and his voice was weak from illness. Lu Hong's gaze fell on LuBu, and after looking him over for a few moments, he casually waved his hand and said, "All right, you're still recovering from your illness, so let's skip the formalities. Go back and lie down." His voice was not loud, and it carried a hint of laziness, but it possessed an undeniable air of authority. "Thank you, Father Emperor." LuBu breathed a sigh of relief and, with Chen Tao's help, leaned back on the couch, looking meek and submissive. Lu Hong walked to the bedside, sat down casually, and carefully examined LuBu's complexion. Your complexion is better than it was 2 days ago. Consort, he said that your illness was dangerous this time, and you are lucky to have survived. Thank you for your concern, Father. Your son is much better now, LuBu replied softly, trying his best to act like a 3-year-old child who was both afraid and respectful of his father. Lu Hong responded non-committally, his gaze sweeping around the palace before finally settling on the statue-like figure in the shadows. Wang Yu, Lu Hong said calmly. Wang Yu, who was in the shadows, immediately stepped forward, clasped his hands and bowed. His movements were clean and efficient, and his voice was steady. Your subject is here. I have heard that you have been very dutiful in protecting the prince recently. Lu Hong's tone was unreadable. This is my duty, Wang Yu said, lowering his head even further. Lu Hong nodded, seemingly just mentioning it casually, before turning his gaze back to Lu Bian. Bianer's recent serious illness has also worried me. As a prince of the Han dynasty, one must possess both literary and military talents. Now that you are gradually recovering, once you are in better health, I will find a renowned teacher to instruct you in the ways of both literature and martial arts, to strengthen your body, so that you will not fall ill so easily again. Lu Bian's heart skipped a beat. This was a signal. His father was beginning to consider his education and future. He quickly feigned ignorance yet also looked expectant. Your subject will definitely study diligently. Lu Hong seemed fairly satisfied with his son's reaction, a faint smile appearing on his face. He then casually asked a few more questions about his son's daily life, to which Lu Bian answered cautiously. Throughout the entire process, Lu Bian could sense that beneath Lu Hong's seemingly casual gaze lay a subtle scrutiny. This emperor, perhaps not as completely incompetent as history portrays him, at least still held some regard for his eldest son. Just as Lu Hong was about to get up and leave, the incident occurred. Perhaps it was from getting up to greet someone and catching a chill, or perhaps it was from nervousness, but a sudden itch welled up from deep in his throat. Lu Bian couldn't help but cough violently. Cough. Cough, cough. His face turned red from coughing, and he curled up, looking very uncomfortable. Your Highness. Chen Tao was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly stepped forward to gently pat his back. Lu Hong also frowned. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed that Wang Yu, who had been standing respectfully to the side, almost instinctively and subtly moved forward half a step. His hand, hanging at his side with its distinct knuckles, rose slightly in an almost imperceptible arc before quickly lowering again. This was the subconscious posture of a top martial artist, prepared to intervene in the face of an unexpected situation. At that moment, Lu Bian, coughing and with tears welling in his eyes, was being half supported and half carried by Chen Tao. His little hand unconsciously waved forward because of the coughing, as if trying to grab something for support. Now, the opportunity was fleeting. Lu Bian's brain was working frantically between coughs, his gaze instantly locked onto Wang Yu's hand, which had just been lowered, so close to him. His mind focused with lightning speed. Strengthen Wang Yu, he roared in his heart, pouring all his energy into this thought. Target, Wang Yu at current enhancement level, +0 upgrading to +1 requires 1 upgrade point. Currently available enhancement points, 37 enhance? Yes, no, yes. It was as if an invisible energy, following the direction of Lu Bian's unconsciously waving arm, crossed a short distance and silently entered Wang Yu's body. There was no light or shadow, no sound. Wang Yu's body trembled almost imperceptibly, so slight as to be negligible. He abruptly raised his head, and his eyes, which had been half open and calm like still water, instantly flashed with a glint of extreme shock and disbelief. He felt a gentle yet powerful force appear within him without warning, rapidly flowing through his limbs and bones. The subtle blockages that had formed from years of arduous internal energy cultivation suddenly cleared up in that instant. His muscles and bones seemed to be infused with new vitality, becoming more solid and full of power. Even his mind seemed to clear for a moment. This change was far too clear for a martial artist of his level to perceive. So clear that it horrified him. What's going on? Where did this force come from? His gaze, sharp as the most piercing sword, swept across the surroundings before finally settling on the 3-year-old prince, who was still coughing softly, his face flushed red, and being held in the arms of a palace maid. Just now, it seemed only the prince's unconscious gesture pointed in our direction. Could it be? The idea was so absurd that Wang Yu couldn't believe it for a moment. A 3-year-old sick child? How could that be? At this moment, Lu Hong waved his hand impatiently. Since you're still not feeling well, then rest well. The imperial physicians should take good care of you. After saying that, he got up and left the palace surrounded by a group of eunuchs and guards. With the emperor gone, the pressure in the palace immediately eased. Lu Bian's cough gradually subsided. He leaned weakly against Chen Tao's chest, panting heavily, but his heart was filled with joy, success. He felt one enhancement point deducted, bringing his total to 36. Moreover, he clearly caught the slight tremor in Wang Yu's body and the glint of light in his eyes just now. It works. Absolutely works. He secretly lifted his eyelids and cautiously looked at Wang Yu. Wang Yu had already regained his calm and composed demeanor, retreating back into the shadows with his head slightly lowered, as if nothing had happened. However, LuBu keenly noticed that Wang Yu's arms, which were crossed over his chest, seemed to be more taut than before. Moreover, deep within his seemingly calm gaze, there seemed to be an extremely complex and unfathomable emotion lingering subtly over him. In those eyes, there was shock, doubt, inquiry, and even a very faint trace, perhaps even Wang Yu himself hadn't noticed, awe. LuBu chuckled to himself, closed his eyes contentedly, and pretended to be tired and resting. The fish seemed to have already smelled the aroma of the bait. Next, all that was left was to wait and see how the big fish would react. Meanwhile, in the corner, Wang Yu's heart was like a lake with a boulder thrown in, never to regain its previous calm. Chapter 5 Enhancement Experiment. When LuBu woke up, he felt much better. His throat was no longer sore, and his head was no longer dizzy. Although he was still very weak, the sickly feeling had largely disappeared. The first thing he did was look into the corner. Wang Yu stood there as before. But perhaps it was just his imagination. LuBu felt that he stood even straighter today, like a sword sheathed in its sheath. Although the sword had lost its sharpness, the sharp aura it exuded seemed more restrained and profound than yesterday. He quietly focused his mind. Viewed by Wang Yu: identity, court swordsman, prince's guard, loyalty, 78%, duty-bound, extreme curiosity, implicit awe, strength, 97.9, inhuman. Intelligence, 74.8, quick thinking, stamina, 99, full of energy, command, 82.5, can be trained to build a strong army, politics, 60.5, slightly improved, charm, 77, exceptional demeanor, enhancement level, +1 combat power, 97.9. Hiss, LuBu gasped again, quickly covering his mouth with his hand, afraid he would cry out. Loyalty jumped from 70% to 78%. That's an increase of 8 points. It skipped the supporter stage and entered the early stages of emotional resonance. Strength skyrocketed from 89 to 97.9. Stamina reached 99. Combat power soared to 97.9. Both their intellectual and political abilities have improved significantly. 1 enhancement, and the effect is terrifyingly powerful. LuBu's heart pounded wildly, his small hands trembling slightly with excitement. The return on investment was incredible. It was an absolute steal. A near maximum value super general, and his loyalty was steadily increasing. He suppressed his overwhelming joy, pretending to have just woken up and rubbing his eyes, while secretly observing Wang Yu. Wang Yu seemed to notice his gaze, and his lowered eyelids lifted as he looked at LuBu. At that moment, LuBu clearly saw that Wang Yu's eyes were very complex. It was no longer the calm of a pure guard, nor the shock and doubt of yesterday, but rather a mixture of inquiry, an indescribable solemnity, and a trace of almost imperceptible awe, akin to looking at some incredible being. Wang Yu nodded slightly to LuBu, almost imperceptibly. This was not a subject's polite response to a prince, but rather a gesture of equality, carrying a certain sense of confirmation. LuBu immediately understood. Wang Yu must have sensed the changes within himself and connected them to him. Although he didn't know the specifics, he had already realized his own extraordinary nature. That's enough. No explanation is needed. This sense of mystery is actually more effective in maintaining loyalty. LuBu also gave Wang Yu a pure and innocent smile, like that of a 3-year-old child. Wang Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and he lowered his gaze again, but his aura seemed to have softened a bit. Excellent, the ice has been broken. LuBu was in high spirits. He got up, took his medicine, still enhanced, with normal effects, and ate. After doing all this, LuBu looked at the 46 enhancement points remaining in the system. 1 point was used to enhance Wang Yu yesterday, leaving 36 points, and this morning it was +10, and started to ponder again. Wang Yu's experiment was a great success, proving the immense value of character enhancement. However, character enhancement requires interaction, and the target is too conspicuous, making it unsuitable for frequent use. So, what about item enhancement? Besides hairpins and medicine, what else can be enhanced? Can we create something more useful? His gaze swept across the palace, finally settling on a dusty bamboo scroll on a bookshelf in the corner. That's the Analects? It's the oldest, most cumbersome kind of bamboo slips. It's probably just there for show, nobody actually reads it. What would a book become if it were enhanced? Could it turn into a martial arts manual? Or could it simply implant knowledge into one's brain? This idea made Lu Bian's heart itch. He asked Chun Tao to bring over that volume of the Analects. The bamboo slips were heavy, carrying a musty smell of ink and dust. Lu Bian struggled to hold them, concentrating his attention. View, bamboo slips, Analects grade, common, official edition, material, old bamboo strips effect, records Confucian classic texts characteristics, none enhancement level, +0 strengthen, Lu Bian murmured to himself. 1 point consumed. The light screen flashed, and the bamboo slips were still the same bamboo slips, and the writing on them was still the same writing. View, bamboo slips, Analects grade, common, official edition, material, tough bamboo strips, not easily damaged, effect, improves the clarity of Confucian classic texts characteristics, none enhancement level, +1 Lu Bian. Okay, you're overthinking it. It just becomes sturdier and the characters are clearer. It doesn't turn into the Buddha's palm technique. A little disappointed, but understandable. It seems the system can't be created from nothing, but rather optimized from the existing foundation. Undeterred, he asked Chun Tao to bring him the set of things he usually used for recognizing and writing characters, several thin pieces of wood for repeated writing and drawing, a worn-out brush, and a small jar of inferior ink. He first reinforced the wood chips. View, calligraphy practice, wooden chips grade, coarse material, cork effect, for handwriting practice characteristics, none. Enhancement level, +0 after enhancement. View, calligraphy practice, wooden chips grade, common material, dense wood chips, for a smoother surface and easier writing, effect, suitable for handwriting practice, moderate adhesion, easy to write on and easy to erase, characteristics, none enhancement level, +1 yes, it has become a useful writing tablet. He then reinforced the bald-headed brush. After the enhancement, the bristles on the pen tip seem to be more even and less forked, which should make writing easier. Finally, he looked at the can of cheap ink. It had a pungent smell, a grayish color, and was prone to smudging. Strengthen. View, inferior ink grade, coarse ingredients, pine soot, inferior glue results. The writing is dull and prone to smudging characteristics, none enhancement level, +0 after enhancement. View, regular ink grade, common ingredients, pine soot, ordinary glue, with reduced impurities, effect, the writing is deep black, and the smudging is reduced. Characteristics, none enhancement level, +1 the ink had indeed become much darker and shinier, and the pungent smell had lessened. Lu Bian picked up the reinforced brush, dipped it in the reinforced ink, and wrote a crooked Han character on the reinforced wooden piece. The handwriting was indeed much clearer, the black was black, the white was white, and it hadn't blurred into a large area. Watching from the side, Chun Tao couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Your Highness, your calligraphy is so beautiful today, and the ink is so black." Lu Bian felt a little smug, but he was mostly deep in thought. It seems that the enhancements to ordinary items mainly focus on improving their appearance, durability, and usability, without changing their essential function. So, what if we're enhancing something that's already somewhat special? His gaze involuntarily drifted once again to Wong Yu in the corner. Wong Yu already had a good foundation, being top tier in the world, so the effect of strengthening him once was earth shattering. Similarly, if it's an ordinary iron sword, strengthening it might only make it sharper and stronger. But if it's a precious sword that's already made of refined steel, will strengthening it turn it into a true divine weapon? Also, what if you further enhance the loyalty of someone who already has a high level of loyalty? Wouldn't their loyalty be instantly raised to 100% unwavering? A series of thoughts churned in Lu Bian's mind, filling him with even greater anticipation for the system's potential. He glanced at the system interface. Current enhancement points, 42. We still have plenty of points. We can continue planning and experimenting. However, we can't rush things. Wang Yu's efforts have just yielded results and need to be consolidated. We've also conducted numerous experiments with the items and have roughly grasped some of the patterns. The focus now is still on recuperating. At the same time, perhaps we can use the excuse of getting better and moving around to make some contact with Wang Yu and see if we can get closer to him, laying the groundwork for a possible second strengthening later. Lu Bian put down his brush, looked at the bright spring sunshine outside the window, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his young face that was beyond his years. His journey of strengthening his three kingdoms artifacts has only just begun. And the first divine artifact he has strengthened is silently protecting him from the shadows, with a completely new perspective. Chapter 6, Conquering Wang Yu. Lu Bian noticed that Wang Yu's gaze towards him had completely changed. Before, his gaze was calm and composed, imbued with a professional sense of security. Later, it turned into shock and inquiry. And now, there was something else in his eyes, like a cautious observation, a focused attempt to understand, and even a faint hint, perhaps even unconscious to Wong Yu himself, of anticipation. LuBu understood perfectly. This was all thanks to that enhancement. The 78% loyalty had transformed Wong Yu from a mere mission-completing guard into someone who'd developed interest and identification with the person himself. This is a good omen. He took his medicine as usual in the morning. He had secretly enhanced it again, but the effect was mediocre, ate breakfast, and was helped by Chun Tao for a walk. His physical strength had improved significantly, and his legs were no longer so weak when he walked. As he strolled around, he deliberately glanced at the corner where Wong Yu was standing a few more times. Wong Yu did not avoid his gaze, but nodded slightly, his eyes much gentler than before. The time is almost right. LuBu stopped and pretended to be very interested in the sword hanging at Wong Yu's waist. He pointed at it with his little finger and asked in a slightly childish but clear voice, Your sword, is it powerful? Chun Tao was startled and quickly whispered, Your Highness, this is Wang Jyn Shua, His Majesty's guard, who is protecting Your Highness now. Wong Yu didn't care. He looked at LuBu's clear eyes, which seemed to hide something, pondered for a moment, and said, Your Highness, whether a sword is powerful or not depends on the person wielding it. The voice was deep and steady, with a metallic quality. Then, are you good at it? LuBu continued to feign innocence, but he was a little nervous inside, wondering how Wong Yu would respond. Wong Yu's lips seemed to twitch slightly, so quickly it was almost an illusion. Your Majesty, it's acceptable. If those who had heard of the imperial tutor Wong Yu were to hear this, they would be utterly astonished. A top swordsman of the era saying he's just passable, LuBu inwardly complained, but on his face he showed an expression of admiration. Then can you let me see it? Just a look. He tried to fill his eyes with longing, like a child yearning for a hero. Looking at his small face, Wong Yu recalled the mysterious power that had inexplicably surged into his body that day, instantly breaking through his cultivation stagnation of many years. A thought struck him. This prince was no ordinary person. Perhaps, he clasped his hands in a fist salute again, this time with a noticeably more respectful attitude than before. If Your Highness wishes to see, that is certainly possible. However, swords are weapons of violence, so please allow me to demonstrate them for Your Highness, and Your Highness may observe from afar. Great! Great! LuBu nodded immediately, overjoyed. Success. Wong Yu gestured for Chun Tao to help LuBu back a few steps to a slightly more open area in the middle of the palace. He did not draw his sword, but simply placed his right hand lightly on the hilt, his body slightly lowering. In an instant, LuBu felt that Wong Yu in front of him seemed to have changed. Just moments ago he was a silent guard, but in an instant he transformed into a sharp sword about to be drawn. An invisible, sharp aura emanated from him, not frightening, yet it seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Chun Tao turned pale with fright and gripped LuBu's arm tightly. LuBu's heart skipped a beat. Was this the aura of a top-tier master? Just standing there was enough to make one breathless. Wong Yu moved slightly, but not by much. He simply flicked his wrist. Clang! A clear, resonant sword cry, like a dragon's roar, rang out. A flash of cold light appeared, as if tearing through the dim light. LuBu didn't even see how he drew his sword. He only saw a cold arc flash through the air, so fast it was like an illusion. Wong Yu's figure moved in response, a simple thrust followed by a horizontal slash, the movements fluid and natural, without the slightest excess, yet carrying an aura of cutting through everything. Although he wasn't facing anything, LuBu had no doubt that even if there was a boulder in front of him, it would be cleaved in two by this seemingly simple sword move. After demonstrating a few moves, Wong Yu sheathed his sword and stood still. The sharp aura he exuded vanished instantly, and he returned to being the calm and collected guard. It was as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Your Highness, the basics of swordsmanship are nothing more than thrusting, slashing, hooking, pointing, striking, clouding, wiping, piercing, and pressing. What I just demonstrated were the most basic thrusting and slashing, Wong Yu explained calmly. LuBu watched, completely captivated, his mouth slightly agape for a long moment before finally closing. So cool! This is real martial arts. It's so much better than those fancy wirework stunts on TV. He clapped his little hands vigorously. Amazing. Master Wang is amazing. He called him Master Wang naturally, with full respect. Upon hearing this, Wong Yu's gaze softened further. He could sense that the prince was genuinely praising him, rather than displaying the condescending admiration typical of royalty. Your Highness is too kind.
Wong Yu bowed slightly. Will I be as amazing as you someday?
LuBu asked, pressing his advantage and looking up at his face with anticipation. Looking at his thin frame, Wong Yu would have thought it was just childish ramblings before. But now, when he thought of that mysterious power, he had a vague feeling that it might not be impossible. If your highness is willing to practice diligently, you will surely achieve something in time. Wang Yu gave a very serious answer.
Then, can I touch your sword now? LuBu pressed his advantage, making an even bolder request. He wanted to see if he could examine or even enhance Wang Yu's sword. Chun Tao was almost in tears. Your highness, no. It's dangerous.
Wang Yu hesitated for a moment when he saw the longing in LuBu's eyes. If it were any other prince, he would have refused outright.
But facing this one.
He thought for a moment, then held out the sword in its sheath with both hands, presenting it to LuBu, and said in a deep voice, Your highness may gently touch the sheath, but you must not touch the blade. LuBu nodded vigorously, reaching out his small hand to carefully touch the cold, finely textured scabbard. The instant his fingers touched it, he immediately focused his mind. View, Qinggang sword, Wang Yu's sword, grade, rare, refined steel, attack power, 45, 10 points of attack power equals 1 point of combat power, comfort level, 95%, perfectly aligned with Wang Yu's mind and spirit, trait, sharp, slightly increases armor penetration, enhancement level, plus 0 combat power plus 4.5, 95%. Amazing. No wonder it's the sword of a top swordsman. Attack power is a whopping 45 points. It also has the sharpness attribute.
And the comfort level is a whopping 95%, strengthen it. Just 1 point is enough to take Wang Yu's strength to the next level.
And weapon strengthening doesn't pose any risk of direct contact with the human body. LuBu suppressed the urge to immediately enhance the sword, pretended to be curious and touched the scabbard a few times, then looked up at Wang Yu and said, Master Wang, your sword is really beautiful, it must be very powerful. After speaking, he seemingly casually withdrew his hand. But in that instant, his mind had already locked onto it.
Strengthen the azure steel sword. Target, Qinggang sword, Wang Yu's sword, current enhancement level, plus 0 upgrading to plus 1 requires 1 upgrade point. Currently available enhancement points, 51 enhance? Yes, no, yes.
The enhancement was completed silently. Wang Yu was about to sheath his sword when his arm paused slightly. He clearly felt that the sword that had been with him for many years seemed to have become more natural to him. The feeling of being connected by blood was clearer, and the sword seemed to have become a little lighter, more in sync with the movement of his arm. The scabbard also seemed to have become more lustrous. Here we go again. It's that mysterious change again. This time, he was 100% certain that the change occurred after the eldest prince touched him. It was no illusion. He suddenly looked at LuBu, his eyes filled with undisguised horror and a hint of fanaticism. LuBu smiled at him, his expression innocent and naive. Wang Yu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He looked deeply at LuBu, his gaze extremely complex, containing shock, gratitude, and awe, which ultimately transformed into an unprecedented firmness. He solemnly hung the sword back on his waist, and then, instead of bowing respectfully to LuBu as a subject, he clasped his hands together, leaned forward slightly, and performed an extremely solemn gesture, almost like the greeting between a master and disciple or a follower. Thank you, Your Highness, he said in a deep voice, his tone carrying an indescribable solemnity. There was no explicit thank you, but both of them understood each other perfectly. LuBu knew that the seed called loyalty had been deeply planted in Wang Yu's heart through his repeated unintentional actions, and it had begun to sprout. You're welcome, LuBu said with a grin, then pretended to be tired and yawned.
Chun Tao, I'm sleepy and want to go to sleep.
Yes, Your Highness. Chun Tao quickly helped him walk back. LuBu lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and felt a sense of satisfaction. After Wang Yu's sword was enhanced, its attack power became 49.5, and its comfort level became 100%. A true unity of man and sword. Moreover, he had just secretly checked on Wang Yu again and found that Wang Yu's loyalty had quietly increased from 78% to 83%. One weapon upgrade indirectly increased his loyalty by 5 points. It seems that making him stronger is the best way to increase his loyalty. This investment was absolutely worth it. In a corner of the palace, Wang Yu gently stroked the sword at his waist, feeling an unprecedented sense of harmony, his heart surging with emotion. This young prince harbored a shocking secret, and it seemed he was intentionally revealing and bestowing it upon him. Wong Yu dedicated his life to pursuing the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Now, his long-standing bottleneck has been broken thanks to the prince, and even his sword has been elevated. This opportunity, this mystery, makes it impossible for him to view his master with a normal mindset anymore. His life, his swordsmanship, seemed to be inextricably linked with this 3-year-old child. He looked at LuBu, who seemed to be asleep on the couch, and his eyes became incredibly firm and focused. This time, what he was protecting was no longer just his identity as a prince of the Han dynasty. Chapter 7 History. LuBu noticed that Wang Yu had become somewhat proactive. He used to be like a stone, but now, although he still doesn't talk much, his eyes have become much more lively. In the morning, when LuBu was strolling around with Chun Tao's help, Wang Yu would even slightly adjust his posture when LuBu looked over, making the sword at his waist more conspicuous, as if silently displaying something. LuBu chuckled inwardly. It seemed the swordsmanship master was extremely satisfied with the enhanced sword. Its loyalty had probably secretly increased again, had it? He quietly checked. Viewed by Wang Yu. Loyalty, 85%, gratitude, respect, willingness to die for you. Sure enough, 85%. We've entered the later stages of emotional resonance. We're not far from the 91% stage of shared prosperity and shared loss. The loyalty level rose faster than LuBu could recover his strength on his own. He thought to himself with satisfaction, it seems that teaching a man to fish is not as good as teaching him to strengthen himself. After his stroll, he wanted to read a book as usual, though it was just for show, and practice his writing, using his enhanced stationery set. Just as he picked up a piece of wood, he heard what sounded like a hushed argument coming from outside the palace. Master has ordered that no one is allowed to disturb His Highness's rest. It was a somewhat unfamiliar voice, clear and youthful yet trying to appear serious. I am here on the orders of Consort Wang to visit His Highness about his illness. How dare you, you little brat, stop me? A high-pitched and arrogant eunuch's voice rang out. Consort Wang? LuBu's mind raced. Was she the favored concubine who gave birth to Prince Lu Xie? Why would she send someone here? Was it like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken? He glanced at Wang Yu in the corner. Wang Yu frowned slightly, shook his head at LuBu to indicate that he didn't need to worry, and then silently walked towards the palace gate. LuBu, curious, asked Chun Tao to help him move quietly towards the door and peek through the doorframe. Outside the palace gates, an old eunuch in a blue robe, with a pale face and no beard, stood arrogantly with 2 younger eunuchs. Blocking their way was a boy who looked only 15 or 16 years old. The young man was dressed in a clean gray short-sleeved outfit, tall and straight, like a young poplar sapling. His features were still quite immature, but his eyes were bright, carrying a stubbornness and seriousness unique to youth. He spread his arms, firmly blocking the palace gate. Although he was facing an old eunuch of much higher status, his face showed some tension, but he refused to back down an inch. Sword Master Wang is protecting His Highness and has ordered that no one be allowed to disturb him. We appreciate the consort's kindness, but His Highness needs to rest. The young man raised his voice slightly, with an undeniable firmness. You! The old eunuch's fingers trembled with rage. You, sure. A mere apprentice, how dare you, Xia? LuBu's eyes lit up. This was Wang Yu's apprentice, a future swordsman with a name and reputation. He hadn't expected him to be so young, still just a teenager. Just then, Wang Yu walked out. He didn't even look at the old eunuch, but calmly glanced at Shure, nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with his performance. Then he turned to the old eunuch, his voice not loud, but carrying an invisible pressure. Your Highness's health is not yet fully recovered and requires rest. I, Wang Yu, accept the consort's wishes on behalf of Your Highness. Please return. When Wang Yu appeared, the old eunuch's arrogance immediately diminished. Wang Yu's title of imperial tutor carried considerable weight in the palace, and everyone knew he was skilled in martial arts. If you really angered him, you get a beating and have no recourse. The old eunuch's expression changed several times, and finally he snorted sullenly, Fine, fine. I'll go back and report to the imperial concubine right away. After saying that, he led the 2 young eunuchs away in a dejected manner. Shure breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, saw Wang Yu, and respectfully bowed, Master. Wang Yu hummed in agreement and looked at LuBu inside the door. Shure followed his master's gaze and met LuBu's large, curious eyes. He was startled, seemingly not expecting the prince to be watching from behind the door. A look of embarrassment and panic immediately appeared on his face, and he quickly lowered his head. "Greetings, Your Highness. I have disturbed Your Highness, Shua deserves to die." LuBu looked at the boy, who wasn't much older than himself, and found him quite amusing. He waved his little hand and, mimicking an adult's tone, said, it's all right, you did very well, get up."
"Thank you, Your Highness."
Shua stood up, but still dared not raise his head, unsure of what to do with his hands and feet. Wang Yu said to Shua, "From today onwards, you will stand guard outside the palace and await His Highness's orders."
Shua's spirits lifted, and he loudly replied, "Yes, master."
Then he quickly walked to the side of the palace gate, stood up straight like his master, but his slightly reddened ears betrayed his inner excitement. LuBu was secretly delighted. Wang Yu was starting to push his own people closer to him. Good news, he retreated into the palace, his mind racing again.
Shua, he's quite a promising talent.
Should I take a look at him? He concentrated and silently said to Shua outside the door, check. Viewed by Shio Identity, Wang Yu's disciple, apprentice palace guard loyalty, 75%, respectful to his master, dutiful, and loyal to his princely status, strength, 75, prodigy, intelligence, 62, quick-witted and intelligent, stamina, 65, energetic, commander, 45, can lead a squad, politics, 40, naive and inexperienced, charm, 70, extremely spirited, enhancement level, +0 combat strength, 55 not bad. At only 15 or 16, his strength is already 75 and his combat power is 55, surpassing many adult generals. His loyalty is also 75%, placing him at the supporter level. He has a very good foundation and enormous potential. If we strengthen him, LuBu was itching to get closer to Shua. But there was clearly no chance to do so now. Besides, he had to use his enhancement points sparingly. Wang Yu was the core, and he had to prioritize protecting him. He glanced at his enhancement points. Yesterday, he used 1 point to enhance the Azure Steel Sword, leaving him with 51 points.
After overnight, it should now be 61 points.
Yes, that's right. He had enough points. He sat back on the couch, his gaze falling on the spot where Wang Yu had demonstrated his swordsmanship. I wonder if the system can directly enhance martial arts skills. He recalled Wang Yu's basic moves from earlier, mimicking them with his hands while silently chanting, check the basic sword techniques.
No response to it. Seems that a specific medium is needed, such as a secret manual?
Or does it require formal instruction from someone else? He thought for a moment, then waved to Wang Yu in the corner. Wang Yu immediately walked over, bowed, and asked, "What are your orders, Your Highness?"
LuBu pretended to be very curious and asked, "Master Wang, do you have any pictures or formulas for the sword moves you practice? I'd like to see them."
Wang Yu was taken aback, not expecting the prince to be interested in this. He pondered for a moment, then took out a thin, somewhat old-looking silk book from his robes and presented it with both hands. "Your Highness, this contains some basic sword techniques, diagrams and insights that I used when I was learning swordsmanship in my early years. It is not some profound martial art. It is only for Your Highness to look at in your spare time. You must not imitate or practice it on your own, lest you injure yourself." LuBu took it. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. The silk book was old, with frayed edges. He opened it and saw simple lines depicting small figures holding swords, with dense annotations beside them. The handwriting was somewhat messy, clearly written by Wang Yu in his youth. This is it. He suppressed his excitement and focused his mind. View, basic sword techniques diagram, Wang Yu's handwritten version, grade, common, swordsmanship mastery, effect, records basic sword techniques and rudimentary methods of power application. Reading it can slightly improve one's understanding of basic swordsmanship. Characteristics, none enhancement level, +0 it works. And it explicitly states that reading it can slightly improve one's understanding of basic swordsmanship.
Strengthen. LuBu silently chanted, consuming 1 strengthening point. Objective, basic sword technique diagram, Wang Yu's handwritten manual, current enhancement level, +0 upgrading to +1 requires 1 upgrade point. Currently available enhancement points, 60 enhance?
Yes, no, yes. The silk scroll itself remained unchanged, but when LuBu examined it again, the information had changed. View, basic sword techniques diagram, Wang Yu's handwritten version, grade, excellent, swordsmanship mastery, effect, records basic sword techniques and power application methods, more precise descriptions, more vivid illustrations.
Reading this will improve understanding of basic swordsmanship and slightly increase comprehension speed. Characteristics, none enhancement level, +1 more precise descriptions. More vivid images. And there's even a slightly improved comprehension speed feature. LuBu was overjoyed. This is great. He can now learn martial arts with a cheat code. Although he can't directly receive the initiation, learning with the enhanced manual will definitely be twice as effective. He casually flipped through the silk book and said to Wong Yu, "Master Wang, may I take a look at this book first?" "Your Highness, please proceed." Wang Yu naturally had no objections. Watching LuBu engrossed in the ordinary sword manual, his feeling that this boy is extraordinary intensified. It's just a basic sword manual, is it really necessary to be so focused? LuBu was naturally focused, as if he could see a wonderful future where he could use his pen to bring peace to the world, relying on the system and modern knowledge, and use his horse to conquer the world, relying on enhanced manuals and fierce generals. He glanced at the system interface. Current enhancement points, 60. I spent 1 point, and I have 60 left. I need to save these 60 points like a hamster hoarding food, and use them where it's most important. Outside the door, Jyn Shua stood upright, his heart filled with the honor of guarding the prince. Inside the gate, the 3-year-old prince was holding an old book, reading it with great interest. In a corner, the swordmaster stood with his hands at his sides, his gaze deep and profound. Everyone seemed to have found their new place and expectation in the palace in early spring. Chapter 8. The famous teacher Cai Yong LuBu discovered that he seemed to have inexplicably gained the reputation of a child prodigy. When Consort He came to see him in the morning, she hugged him and called him her darling, and even asked, "Biener, I heard that you were able to quietly study Master Wang's sword manual the other day? Is that true?" LuBu was startled, but pretended to be clueless. "It's just looking at the paintings, those little figures are quite interesting." Consort He smiled and tapped his little nose. "My son is so clever. Ordinary children his age only know how to play in the mud. Your father was very pleased when he heard about this, and said that he would treat you very well and would find a famous scholar to teach you properly." LuBu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they only thought he was precocious and didn't suspect anything else. It seemed that if he accidentally revealed some extraordinary abilities in the future, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, he could get away with it under the halo of this child prodigy. That was a pretty good cover. He nodded obediently. "Yes, Biener wants to study and learn skills." Consort He was overjoyed and gave her many more instructions before leaving. LuBu lay on the couch, flipping through the enhanced basic sword techniques manual. The enhanced manual was indeed different. The simple lines depicting the little figures made their movements clearer and more expressive, and Wang Yu's annotations beside it seemed easier to understand. Although he had never practiced it before, after looking at it for a while, he could vaguely imagine how to exert force. The system's product is indeed top-notch. He put down his swordplay and glanced at the pile of dusty bamboo slips on the bookshelf in the corner. Besides the Analects, there were also the Book of Poetry, the Book of Documents, and other large volumes. He suddenly had a brilliant idea. If strengthening sword techniques could improve learning efficiency, what about strengthening these Confucian classics? Wouldn't that also make him learn faster? Although he had no interest in becoming a great Confucian scholar, in this era, knowledge was the foundation for survival and for attracting talent and managing territory. Why not learn more easily? He asked Chuntao to bring over the Analects and the Book of Poetry. Good heavens, they were really heavy, the bamboo slips piled up like two small mountains. He first picked up the Analects and concentrated. View, Bamboo Slips, the Analects, Official Edition, Grade, Common Effect, Records. Texts from Confucian classics, reading them provides related knowledge. Characteristics, none enhancement level, +1, previously enhanced. The previous enhancements only made it more durable and the text clearer. The description of the effects remained unchanged. He thought for a moment and tried to enhance it again. This time, enhancing to +2 would require 2 enhancement points. Current enhancement points, 60 remaining yesterday, +10 overnight, now 70 points. Strengthen, 2 points consumed, 68 enhancement points remaining. Check again. View, Bamboo Slips, the Analects, Official Edition, Grade, Excellent Effect, Records. Confucian classic texts, with simplified annotations for some obscure passages, improving comprehension efficiency and slightly enhancing memory. Characteristic, low light, easy to understand, enhancement level, +2. Wow! The effects have been upgraded. It now includes easy annotation emergence and enhanced memory.
It also has a new glimmer feature. LuBu quickly flipped through several bamboo scrolls, and sure enough, next to some sentences that were originally difficult to understand, there were actually some extremely simple annotations, as if they were printed on the bamboo scrolls, explaining the meaning of the sentences in the simplest language. Moreover, he tried reading a few sentences and felt that his mind was particularly clear. He could almost remember them after reading them once. This is simply a learning marvel. He did the same thing again, upgrading that pile of classic of poetry to +2, also consuming 2 points, leaving him with 66 upgrade points. The effect is the same, improved comprehension efficiency and memory. LuBu, clutching the 2 piles of reinforced bamboo slips, grinned from ear to ear. He'd never be afraid of studying again. While others spent 10 years studying, he could master the essence in just 1 or 2 years. This would save him a tremendous amount of time and energy. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, Sheray's respectful voice came from outside the palace gate. "Your Highness, Cai Yong, the Imperial Secretary, has come to visit you on His Majesty's orders and to give you his first lessons."
Cai Yong? The father of the famous Cai Yong? Calligrapher and writer? LuBu was taken aback, then realized, this is the renowned scholar that consort he mentioned? So fast? Please come quickly.
LuBu hurriedly sat down, haphazardly piled the bamboo slips aside, and struck a pose of obedient and studious behavior. A middle-aged scholar, dressed in a simple Confucian robe, with a lean face, 3 long wisps of beard, and a gentle and refined demeanor, walked in slowly, led by Sheray. He looked to be around 40 years old, with clear and wise eyes, and an air of scholarly refinement. "Your subject, Cai Yong, a court advisor, pays respects to Your Highness the Prince." Cai Yong performed the proper court etiquette before LuBu with utmost care, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. "Mr. Cai, please rise quickly," LuBu said in a childish voice, trying his best to appear polite. Cai Yong stood up, his gaze gently falling on LuBu. Seeing the bamboo slips piled beside him, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Your Highness is already reciting the classics?" LuBu nodded, casually picked up the enhanced +2 copy of the Analects, pointed to the sentence "to learn and at due times to practice what one has learned, is that not also a pleasure?" and said with a slightly smug tone, "Mr. Cai, I'm looking at this. This sentence means that it is a very happy thing to learn knowledge and then review it often, right?" He deliberately chose the simplest sentence. Cai Yong nodded slightly, about to praise the prince for his precocious intelligence, but his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the bamboo slips in LuBu's hand. Those bamboo slips seemed more lustrous than ordinary bamboo slips. The characters on them also seemed exceptionally clear and pleasing to the eye. In particular, when he looked at the phrase "to learn and practice what one has learned," his mind became unusually clear, and he even seemed to have a new and more profound understanding of this sentence that he already knew by heart. "Is this an illusion?" Cai Yong couldn't help but take 2 steps closer and examine the bamboo scroll carefully. The material seemed unremarkable, but holding it in his hand gave him a strange sense of comfort. As a great Confucian scholar of his time, he naturally possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to books. "Your Highness, this volume of the Analects," Cai Yong began hesitantly. LuBu's heart skipped a beat. Had he been found out? He quickly pretended to be clueless. "What's wrong? Is this book not good? I think it's quite comfortable to read, and it seems easy to understand." Easy to understand? Cai Yong's heart stirred. He took the bamboo slips and flipped through several more scrolls, becoming increasingly astonished with each reading. The words on these bamboo slips seemed to contain a peculiar principle that could calm the reader's mind and sharpen their thinking. He had read extensively, but had never seen such a wondrous book. This was no ordinary printed edition. "Your Highness, where did these letters come from?" Cai Yong couldn't help but ask. It's on the bookshelf." LuBu pointed to the corner of the wall. "I was sick and bored, so I asked Chun Tao to bring it to me." Cai Yong strode to the bookshelf and pulled out other unenhanced bamboo slips for comparison. Sure enough, those bamboo slips were just ordinary stuff, completely lacking the magical effects of the scroll in his hand. How strange! How bizarre! Of the same printed editions, why are these few volumes in the prince's hands so extraordinary? Cai Yong's gaze towards LuBu instantly changed. Could it be that this prince truly possesses extraordinary abilities? Can he transform ordinary objects into the miraculous? Or perhaps these scrolls, having been with the prince, have acquired some kind of aura. He recalled the rumors circulating in the palace about the crown prince's near-death illness and his miraculous rapid recovery, as well as the recent whispers of his precocious intelligence and quiet observation of the sword manual, and couldn't help but believe them to some extent. When he looked at Lu Bian again, his gaze held not only the respect of a subject, but also an indescribable solemnity and inquiry. Your Highness, Cai Yong gently placed the bamboo slips back, his tone even more gentle than before, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible respect. That you find this book comfortable to read and easy to understand shows that you are naturally inclined to follow the way and have an affinity with the words of sages. It is already late today. How about I come again tomorrow to lecture Your Highness, starting with this Analects? Lu Bian was overjoyed. It seemed that the effect of strengthening the books had even impressed a great Confucian scholar like Cai Yong. He had even found himself a good reason to believe that he was naturally inclined to the way. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cai. Lu Bian replied sweetly. Cai Yong bowed again before taking his leave. As he walked out of the palace, his steps were unsteady, his mind still replaying the wondrous scroll of the Analects. This eldest prince was probably even more extraordinary than he had imagined. From the corner, Wong Yu took in everything, including Cai Yong's shocked and solemn expression. A barely perceptible smile played on his lips as he thought to himself, Lord Cai, have you also noticed His Highness's extraordinary nature? Lu Bian, meanwhile, held his reinforced bamboo scroll, his little face full of smug satisfaction at having planned everything perfectly. It seems that enhancing items can not only directly improve attributes, but also indirectly increase the loyalty and favorability of talents. Wang Yu is an example, and it seems Cai Yong is also following this trend. He glanced at the system interface. Current enhancement points, 66. I still have plenty of points. Next, I'll focus on learning diligently from Cai Yong, and getting a cheat code, while continuing to exercise, and at the same time, looking for the next worthwhile investment target. His gaze involuntarily drifted once again to the upright figure of the young man outside the palace gate. Sure. Chapter 9, The History of Enhancement. Lu Bian noticed that Cai Yong's gaze towards him was somewhat similar to Wang Yu's. It was no longer simply looking at a prince in need of enlightenment, but rather with a feeling of discovering a rare gem, cautious yet full of anticipation. In the morning, Cai Yong gave a lecture, starting with the Analects as expected. He spoke very carefully, citing numerous classical texts. Lu Bian held the bamboo scroll that had been enhanced by +2, pretending to listen attentively when Cai Yong explained some slightly difficult parts. Lu Bian deliberately pointed to the simple annotations that automatically appeared on the bamboo slips and asked in a naive tone, Mr. Cai, is it as the small print on the side says? Cai Yong leaned closer to take a look and, sure enough, saw some simple annotations on the bamboo slips that he had never seen before, yet which went straight to the heart of the matter. He was utterly shocked. These annotations were definitely not the original ones. Could it be that the ancient texts possessed a spirit and manifested their power because of the prince? The way he looked at Lu Bian was different now. He became more and more attentive in his explanations, and even occasionally explored questions beyond the scope of elementary education, wanting to test the prince's knowledge with the help of reinforced bamboo slips and his adult comprehension. Lu Bian was always able to say things that impressed Cai Yong, who thought, this boy is indeed extraordinary. The morning's lecture ended pleasantly in this atmosphere of one being secretly astonished and the other feeling a sense of accomplishment. When Cai Yong left, his steps were somewhat unsteady, and he kept muttering things like born with divine wisdom and the classics are spiritually connected. Lu Bian chuckled to himself, thinking that he had managed to win over this great Confucian scholar-teacher on the first attempt. After seeing Cai Yong off, it was lunchtime. Today's meal included a bowl of crystal-clear rock sugar pear soup, which consort he had specially ordered the imperial kitchen to make to soothe his lungs and relieve his cough. The pear soup was sweet and had a delicate pear fragrance. It was delicious. As Lu Bian ate, he had another idea. Can food be enhanced? Would enhanced food taste better? Or be more nutritious? He quietly looked at the bowl of pear soup in front of him and murmured, check. View, rock sugar pear soup grade, common, made by the imperial kitchen, effects, fills the stomach, moistens the lungs, and has a slightly sweet and palatable taste. Characteristics, none enhancement level, +0 enhance. Consumes 1 point. Current enhancement points, 66 remaining yesterday, plus 10 overnight, now 76 points, 1 point consumed, 75 remaining. Check again. View. Rock sugar pear soup grade, excellent, made by the Imperial Kitchen. Effects, relieves hunger, moistens the lungs and promotes saliva production. Enhanced effect, refreshing and sweet, improved taste. Characteristics, none enhancement level, plus 1 LuBu quickly scooped up a spoonful and put it in his mouth. It's definitely different. The pear flesh is softer and melts in your mouth, and the sweetness of the syrup is very natural and refreshing, not cloying at all. And after eating it, the occasional dryness and itchiness in my throat that I sometimes experience after recovering from a serious illness was immediately soothed by a cool and moisturizing sensation. It felt wonderful. Great stuff. From now on, I can enjoy an enhanced version of everything I eat and drink. LuBu thought happily. He finished the pear soup in a few bites, feeling warm and comfortable all over. After finishing his meal, he did his usual routine of stretching. Reaching the palace gate, he saw Shura standing as straight as a young poplar tree, though his lips were a little dry. LuBu's eyes lit up, and he had an idea. He asked Chuntao to fetch a bowl of water, then took the bowl himself and walked over to Shura. When Shura saw the prince arrive in person, he was startled and quickly bowed, saying, "Your Highness, here's some water." LuBu handed over the bowl, his small face showing a considerate expression towards his subordinate. "You must be tired after standing for so long?" Shura was flattered and overwhelmed. His hands trembled slightly as he accepted the bowl of water, his voice stammering, thank you, Your Highness. I am not tired." "Drink up quickly," LuBu urged. Shura dared not disobey, and tilted his head back to gulp down the water. The water did indeed make him feel much better, and a warm feeling welled up inside him. His Highness the Prince had actually brought him water personally. What an honor. However, while he was drinking water, LuBu had already quietly concentrated his mind. Checked the water bowl in Shia's hand. No, target invalid. Enhancement history. Contact is required. Just as Shura was about to finish drinking the water and put the bowl down, LuBu had a sudden inspiration. He pretended to lose his balance, cried out ouch, and stretched out his little hand, which landed right on Shura's arm that was holding the bowl. "Your Highness, be careful." Shura and Chuntao exclaimed at the same time. Wang Yu stood in the shadows inside the door, leaning slightly forward. But when he saw LuBu sway for a moment before regaining his balance, he returned to his original position, his eyes revealing a hint of understanding. It was just that brief contact, LuBu roared in his mind, strength ensure. Target, Shia current enhancement level, +0 upgrading to +1 requires 1 upgrade point. Currently available enhancement points, 74 enhance? Yes, no, yes. An invisible energy surged into Shura's body instantly through LuBu's palm. Ugh! Shura's body stiffened abruptly, his hand holding the empty bowl froze in midair, and his face was instantly filled with astonishment. He felt a powerful surge of heat explode through his limbs and bones without warning. His muscles and bones seemed to be forged in a furnace, filled with explosive power. The fatigue he had felt vanished, and his mind became clearer than ever before. Even his vision and hearing seemed a little sharper. What's going on? Shura was completely dumbfounded. He subconsciously looked at his master, Wong Yu, only to see Wong Yu nod slightly at him, his eyes filled with encouragement and a "you know what I mean" meaning. Could it be Master? No. The one who touched me just now was His Highness the Prince. Shura suddenly looked at LuBu, his eyes filled with disbelief, shock, and bewilderment. LuBu gave him an innocent smile, withdrew his small hand as if he had only accidentally touched him. "Shura, are you all right? Why is your face so red?" "Your Majesty. Your Majesty is all right." Shura hurriedly lowered his head, his heart pounding wildly, almost leaping out of his throat. He wasn't stupid, connecting this to his master's recent changes, the rumors circulating in the palace about the prince, and the profound, transformative feeling he had just experienced. An absurd yet undeniably real thought surfaced in his mind: it was His Highness the Prince. His Highness possesses unfathomable abilities. That moment just now was an opportunity bestowed upon me by His Highness. After the initial shock came an overwhelming surge of gratitude and fervent worship. He knelt down on one knee with a thud, clasped his hands above his head, and said in a voice that trembled slightly with excitement but was extremely firm, "Shura, thank you for your grace, Your Highness. In this life, I am willing to serve Your Highness to the death."
I will not hesitate to face mountains of knives and seas of fire. This time, it was no longer out of awe for the prince's status, but out of absolute loyalty to Lubian himself. Lubian secretly checked again, viewed by Shia loyalty, 95%, extremely impressive, utterly devoted, willing to serve to the death, strength, 82.5, plus 7.5, intelligence, 68.2, plus 6.2, stamina, 71.5, plus 6.5, commander, 49.5, plus 4.5, politics, 44, plus 4, charm, 77, plus 7, enhancement level, plus 1 combat strength, 82.5 loyalty has skyrocketed to 95%. We've entered a phase of shared prosperity and shared loss. Attributes have also been comprehensively boosted. Lubian was overjoyed and quickly reached out to help him up, saying, "Get up, get up. It's just a bowl of water, no need for such a big gesture." Shura then stood up, his eyes filled with undisguised fervor and loyalty as he looked at Lubian. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging power within him, and resolved to work even harder, never to betray His Highness's favor. Wong Yu, inside the gate, watched his disciple's excited expression, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Very good, another one. Your Highness's methods of winning people over are truly unfathomable." Lubian was in high spirits, feeling even the sunshine brighter. His two generals were practically at maximum loyalty. This start was getting smoother and smoother. He glanced at the system interface. Current enhancement points, 74, previously 75 points remaining. 1 point was consumed to enhance Shia, leaving 74 points remaining. I have enough points. Now, it's time to consider how to use these enhancement points to quietly lay the first cornerstone for my future business empire and path to domination. Chapter 10. Jyn Shua. The little eunuch Lubian began to feel that simply resting, reading, and teasing Wang Yu and Shura every day wasn't exciting enough. The modern knowledge in his mind was itching like little bugs, always wanting to crawl out and do something with it. Soap. Yes, soap. This stuff is simple to make and the raw materials are readily available. In the late Eastern Han Dynasty, it was definitely a cleaning marvel and a moneymaker. With money, you can do more and support more people. But who should I ask to handle this? Consort He? No, he's too conspicuous and easily exposed. Wang Yu and Shura? They're bodyguards, not good at business, and with them around all day, they're too obvious. He needed someone with status in the palace, someone who could maintain order and not be associated with him, Lubian. Ideally, this person would also be influential with his father, Emperor Lu Hong, and well-informed. A name flashed through his mind, Jyn Shua. That's right. It's that eunuch who historically commanded the Western Garden Army. He should already be serving Lu Hong, wielding some power. Being a eunuch, his special status makes him difficult for officials from the outer court to win over. Most importantly, he and this prince, who is recovering from a serious illness, should have virtually no interaction on the surface. He's the one, but how do we get Jyn Shua to be one of us? The answer, of course, is strengthening him. Lubian immediately began calculating his enhancement points. He had 74 points left yesterday, and 10 points were automatically added overnight, bringing his total to 84. That should be enough. He made an excuse, saying he wanted to take a stroll in the Imperial Garden to get some fresh air. Consort He was now very accommodating to his every request, and immediately agreed, only instructing Wang Yu and Chun Tao to take good care of him. In the Imperial Garden, the early spring flowers were in full bloom. However, Lubian's mind was not on the flowers. He pretended to be attracted by a butterfly and skipped and hopped towards the palace where Lu Hong usually handled state affairs. Wang Yu followed closely behind, his eyes wary. Shura followed a little further away. Sure enough, they hadn't gone far when they saw a young eunuch dressed in dark blue official robes. He wasn't very tall, but his eyes were quite shrewd. He was directing several junior eunuchs to move some documents. He had a fair complexion, thin lips, and looked somewhat serious. Lubian quietly focused his mind. Check. Viewed by Jyn Shua. Identity, junior eunuch. Loyalty, 59%, loyal to the emperor, indifferent to the princes. Strength, 65, outstanding among eunuchs. Intelligence, 75, meticulous. Stamina, 70, full of energy. Commander, 70, highly capable of leadership. Politics, 72, master of political maneuvering. Charm, 60, feminine temperament. Enhancement level, +0 combat strength, 65. His attributes are indeed excellent. Especially his intelligence, politics, and leadership. which are absolutely top-notch among eunuchs. His loyalty is 59%, which is right at the end of the satisfaction period. He is loyal to the emperor but has no feelings for himself as a prince. He's the one. LuBu pretended to chase a butterfly and accidentally stumbled and bumped into Jyn Shua. "Your Highness, be careful." Wang Yu reacted quickly and caught LuBu, but LuBu's small hand had already grabbed Jyn Shua's sleeve in a panic. "How dare you? You've offended His Highness." The little eunuch beside him turned pale with fright. Jyn Shua frowned, but upon recognizing LuBu, he immediately suppressed his displeasure and bowed respectfully, saying, "This servant greets Your Highness. Please forgive me." His attitude was respectful, but his eyes remained calm and unwavering now. Contact complete, LuBu roared inwardly, "Strengthen Jyn Shua. Continuously strengthen him." He had calculated it beforehand. The higher the enhancement level, the more points it would cost. He decided to invest heavily all at once. First enhancement, +0-+1 consumes 1 point, 83 points remaining. Second enhancement, +1-+2 consumes 2 points, remaining 81 points. Third enhancement, +2-+3 consumes 4 points, remaining 77 points. Fourth enhancement, +3-+4 consumes 8 points, 69 points remaining. Fifth enhancement, +4-+5 consumes 16 points, 53 points remaining. Sixth enhancement, +5-+6 consumes 32 points, 21 points remaining. 6 enhancements, consuming a total of 63 enhancement points. LuBu's heart was bleeding. This was his life savings accumulated over a long period of time. At that moment, Jyn Shua underwent a dramatic transformation. In the few seconds that LuBu grabbed his sleeve, he was only slightly taken aback when the first warm current flowed in. The second time, he felt his hearing and vision improved. The third thing he felt was that his entire body was filled with power. Fourthly, he felt his thinking speed increase dramatically, and many things that he couldn't understand before suddenly became clear. In the 5th chapter, he felt as if he could see into people's hearts, and his understanding of power politics had reached a whole new level. The 6th, he felt as if he had been reborn. His aura became deep and restrained, and his eyes shone brightly with every blink. Even Wang Yu next to him felt a sense of pressure. What's going on? A storm raged within Jyn Shua. He felt several times stronger than before, both physically and mentally. This change was utterly astonishing. He suddenly looked at Prince LuBu, who was still clutching his sleeve. It was His Highness. It was definitely His Highness. Only His Highness had touched him just now. Could it be that His Highness is a deity descended to Earth? Or does he possess some kind of supernatural power? He was overwhelmed by immense shock and ecstasy. This power was what he had always dreamed of. LuBu released his grip at the opportune moment, pretending to be steadied by Wang Yu, and gave Jyn Shua an innocent smile. It's all right, it was my fault." Then, in a whisper that only the two of them could hear, he quickly said, "Jyn Shua, pledge your allegiance to me." Jyn Shua was jolted awake. He instantly understood. This was His Highness's blessing, but also a test. Without any hesitation, he immediately lowered his head and said in an even more respectful, even trembling and fanatical voice, "This servant has been impolite and offended Your Highness. I deserve to die." But at the same time as he lowered his head, he nodded very slightly but with unwavering determination. LuBu secretly checked again. Viewed by Jyn Shua. Loyalty 105%, devoted, regarding their master as a god. Strength 115.0, +50.0, intelligence 132.9, +57.9, stamina 124.0, +54.0, commander 124.2, +54.2, politics 127.4, +55.4, charm 106.0, +46.0, enhancement level, +6, combat power 115.0. His attributes are off the charts. Intelligence is a whopping 133. Politics is a staggering 127. Leadership is 124. Strength is 115. This is simply monstrous. And his loyalty is an absolute 105%. LuBu felt bad about wasting those 63 enhancement points, but seeing this stat sheet, he felt it was worth it. Absolutely worth it. He smiled at Jyn Shua, said nothing more, and, supported by Wang Yu, continued to chase butterflies. Some things don't need to be said explicitly.
A smart person like Jyn Shua knows what to do that evening. LuBu, through Wong Yu, secretly delivered a piece of silk with detailed instructions on how to make soap, written with his reinforced ink. The characters were clear and not easily stained, and a bag of small gold coins as startup capital to Jyn Shua. The silk cloth only showed the production method, with an instruction at the end: profit from this item, secretly hoard the proceeds, and maintain a single-line contact with Wang Yu. On the surface, you and I have no connection, and may even appear somewhat distant. Holding the light silk cloth and the heavy gold ingot, Jyn Shua felt the immense power within him and the wisdom far surpassing his previous abilities. He was so excited that he almost knelt down and cowed out towards LuBu's palace. His Highness not only bestowed upon him divine power, but also entrusted him with such a great responsibility and trust. He clutched the silk cloth tightly, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness and fanaticism. Soap? If this thing is truly as His Highness says, it will surely sweep through Luoyang, bringing endless wealth. He took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and quickly resumed his usual shrewd and serious eunuch demeanor. Only deep in his eyes, there was a loyalty and ambition that no one could understand. Your Highness, rest assured, Jyn Shua will not let you down. This soap is the first cornerstone of your future grand ambitions. LuBu looked at the 21 enhancement points he had left in the system and winced in pain. Sigh, I'm broke. I need to save money quickly, he muttered, looking forward to his first pot of gold and what surprises Jyn Shua, the business tycoon hiding in the shadows, would bring him. Chapter 11. Soap. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. LuBu's health improved day by day, and he could now run and jump on his own. Although he was still not as strong as a normal 3-year-old child, he looked much healthier. His daily life is very regular. In the morning he reads with Cai Yong, using the enhanced bamboo slips to cheat. In the afternoon he is led by Wong Yu to practice the most basic standing posture and breathing, pretending to be very hard-working, and occasionally he accidentally bumps into Sheree to see if his loyalty is secretly running towards 100%, currently stable at 96%, what he cared about most was his soap business, on which he had invested huge sums of money. Through Wang Yu's secret channels, he learned that Jyn Shua's progress was incredibly rapid. That guy, who had been enhanced 6 times, was terrifyingly capable and efficient. In just a few days, he not only used the capital given to him by LuBu to buy all the raw materials such as lard and wood ash, but also secretly built a workshop in a remote village outside Luoyang, recruited several absolutely reliable mute servants, Jyn Shua's methods, and had already begun small-scale production. The first batch of finished soaps has been produced and, through Jyn Shua's network of connections inside and outside the palace, has quietly seeped into the homes of certain powerful and wealthy families, especially those circles of clean-loving noble women, like water droplets seeping into sand. The effects? They say they're amazing. They have strong cleaning power and a faint herbal fragrance, much more comfortable than using soapberry and rice water. Some people are already quietly inquiring about the origin of this jade soap and are willing to pay a high price to buy it. LuBu was overjoyed to hear this news. His business empire had finally taken its first solid step. Although it was still small in scale and not making much money, it was a start. Most importantly, this line was completely hidden in the shadows, controlled by Jyn Shua, who was loyal to him, and contacted through Wong Yu, making it very safe. He glanced at his enhancement points. He had refrained from using them recklessly these past few days, and they had automatically increased by 10 points each day, accumulating from 21 points to 71 points. Not bad, he's recovered a bit. He needs to keep hoarding like a little hamster. That afternoon, Consort He came to see him, her face beaming with an undisguised smile, and she mysteriously took out a small box wrapped in brocade. Diener, look what good things your mother has brought you. Consort He opened the box, and inside were several square bars of soap, slightly yellow in color and emitting a faint fragrance. It was the jade soap that Jyn Shua had been secretly promoting. LuBu was taken aback, almost bursting out laughing. Good heavens, this soap had actually reached his mother so quickly? Jyn Shua's marketing skills really paid off. He pretended to be curious, picked up a piece and sniffed it. Mom, what is this? It smells so good. This is called jade soap. I heard it's especially good for washing hands and face, and it leaves a pleasant fragrance. Many concubines in the palace are using it now, Consort He said with a smile. It first came out from Consort Wang's side, and they say she treasures it very much. Humph, what's there to show off? My son has one too. LuBu was secretly delighted. Consort Wang? It seemed Jyn Shua had deliberately used her to distribute the goods, both to inflate the price and to create confusion, thus clearing himself of any wrongdoing. Well done, he was feeling quite pleased with himself when suddenly, consort he let out a soft picked up a small jade pendant that LuBu always wore, and examined it. Consort he had obtained that pendant for him from a temple when he was ill, saying it could ward off evil and ensure his safety.
Diener, this jade pendant of yours, why does it seem to me like it's more lustrous than before? And the sheen is much better too?
Consort he stroked the jade pendant with some doubt. LuBu's heart skipped a beat.
Oh no!
He'd been bored a few days ago and had experimentally enhanced this jade pendant, consuming 1 point, which he hadn't paid much attention to at the time, hoping it would improve his luck.
He hadn't expected his mother to find out. He quickly pretended to be clueless. Huh? Really? Maybe it's because I wear it every day and touch it with my hands?
He stretched out his chubby little hands. Mom, look, my hands are so clean. He deliberately showed off his little hands that had been washed with soap. Consort He's attention was indeed diverted. She smiled and grabbed her son's little hand. Yes, my Diener loves cleanliness the most. She smelled the faint soap scent left on her son's hand, then looked at the few jade soaps and nodded in satisfaction. These jade soaps are indeed very good. From now on, they will be used exclusively by my Diener. She didn't delve into the changes in the jade pendant, simply assuming it was due to her misremembering or the effect of her son handling it. LuBu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself how close he had come to disaster. He would have to be much more careful when enhancing his personal belongings in the future, especially the things his mother had given him. Consort He accompanied LuBu to dinner, during which they talked about some interesting things in the palace, such as which concubine made a fool of herself by fighting over a piece of jade soap, and how His Majesty seemed to be very interested in some novel gadgets recently. LuBu listened seemingly bewildered, but he memorized all the information. This was all valuable intelligence. After dinner, Consort He held LuBu in her arms and sat by the window, watching the sky gradually darken outside. The palace maids lit the palace lanterns, and the dim yellow light enveloped the mother and son. Diener, Consort He gently patted her son's back, her voice becoming somewhat low. Your serious illness this time really frightened your mother. You must take good care of yourself from now on and grow up safely, okay? Her voice carried a hint of lingering fear and deep maternal love. Nestled in his mother's warm embrace, inhaling her familiar fragrance, LuBu felt a surge of emotion. In his previous life, he had been an orphan and rarely experienced such unconditional love. Although he knew that Consort He might become ruthless in the future, at least for this moment, this maternal love was real. He stretched out his little arms, hugged Consort He's neck, pressed his little face against hers, and said softly, Mother, don't worry, Diener will be very strong in the future and will protect you and not let anyone bully you. The words were childish, yet they carried an unusual firmness. Upon hearing this, Consort He's eyes instantly reddened, and she hugged her son tightly. Good. My Diener is the most filial. I'm waiting for Diener to grow up and protect me. The mother and son snuggled together, filling the bedroom with a warm atmosphere. However, this warmth did not last long. A few days later, a message reached LuBu through Jyn Shua's secret channels. Consort Wang seemed to have discovered that the source of jade soap was related to a manor outside the city. She sent people from her own family to forcibly take over the workshop and seize it for herself. Sure enough, profitable businesses, like juicy meat, always attract wolves. LuBu's face darkened. This was his first business, and he would not allow anyone to ruin it. He immediately relayed the order to Jyn Shua through Wong Yu. If necessary, use all means to save the workshop. If needed, I can provide special support. He glanced at the 71 enhancement points in the system, and his eyes sharpened. Trying to steal my things? Then let's see if your claws are tough enough. Chapter 12 The Envy of the Powerful Families. The first thing LuBu did after waking up was to calculate his enhancement points. He had 71 points left yesterday, and after one night he gained 10 points. Now he had 81 points. He felt a little more at ease. This was his capital for dealing with trouble. In the morning, Cai Yong gave a lecture. Although LuBu was holding the reinforced bamboo slips, he was a little preoccupied with the soap workshop outside the city and his mind wandered during the lecture. Cai Yong, being a man of great stature, immediately noticed this. He put down the bamboo slips and asked gently, Your Highness seems restless today. Is there something troubling you? LuBu snapped out of his daze and quickly adopted a docile demeanor. No, it's just that I didn't sleep well last night. He couldn't very well say that he was worried about losing his business. Cai Yong smiled at Lu Bian's clearly troubled face, but didn't delve into it. Instead, he told stories of ancient people who remained calm and composed in the face of danger, such as Gojian's perseverance and humiliation.
Lu Bian listened and gradually calmed down. Yes, there was no use in being anxious. He trusted Jyn Shua's abilities, and what he needed to do now was to stay calm. Meanwhile, outside Luoyang City, at that remote village, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Several ordinary-looking carriages stopped not far from the manor. A dozen or so burly men dressed as servants, but with fierce eyes and short sticks at their waists, alighted from the carriages. The leader was a steward dressed in silk, with a face full of scars, who was sent by consort Wang's family and surnamed Wang. Steward Wang swaggered to the gate of the estate and pounded on it. "Open the door. Open the door now. Our Wang family has our eye on this estate. If you know what's good for you, get out of here and hand over the land and the recipe for making that jade soap." The gates were tightly shut, and it was quiet inside. No one responded to manager Wang. Felt a bit embarrassed and, cursing, ordered his men to bang on the door. Just as several burly men rolled up their sleeves and prepared to step forward, the gate creaked open. A cracked out man dressed in ordinary peasant clothes, with his head down and face obscured, stood behind the door and said in a hoarse voice, "Sir, this is private property and not for sale. Please leave." Private property? Humph. In Luoyang, anything the Wang family sets its sights on belongs to the Wang family. Steward Wang shouted arrogantly. "Break it in." His burly men charged forward, howling. Just then, the manor gate suddenly swung open. The man who opened the gate abruptly raised his head, revealing an ordinary face, but with eyes as sharp as a hawk's. He was one of Jyn Shua's trusted guards, whom he had secretly arranged here. He had also been carefully selected by Jyn Shua and given a little bit of special guidance. Thanks to Jyn Shua's enhanced command and insight, instead of retreating, the guard advanced, cutting into the crowd like a ghost, his movements as swift as lightning. Several muffled thuds were heard, and the three burly men at the front were sent flying backward with screams, as if they had been hit by bulls. They lay on the ground groaning, unable to get up. The other burly men were startled and stopped in their tracks. Manager Wang was also stunned. He did not expect that there would be such a master guarding the house in this remote and impoverished place. Who are you people?" Manager Wang shouted, his voice trembling with fear. The guard stared at him coldly, offering no reply, but slowly drew a gleaming short knife from his waist. The knife was of ordinary design, but its blade flashed with a chilling light in the sunlight. At the same time, 7 or 8 villagers dressed similarly appeared silently on the manor's wall, holding bows and arrows. The arrows pointed at the Wang family members below. Although outnumbered, their chilling murderous aura made the legs of the Wang family's servants, who only knew how to oppress the common people, go weak. Steward Wang swallowed hard. He knew he'd bitten off more than he could chew. There was definitely a powerful backer behind this estate. He dared not confront them directly again, uttering a few harsh words. "Fine. Fine. You just wait. You've offended the Wang family, you'll regret it." Then, with his men, they climbed onto the carriage, looking disheveled, and fled in a sorry state. The gate closed again, as if nothing had happened. The news was quickly relayed back to the palace through secret channels. It reached Jyn Shua, and then, through Wong Yu, it was told to Lu Bian. Lu Bian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the Wang family had been driven away, but then frowned again. He knew this wasn't over. Consort Wang, having suffered a setback, certainly wouldn't let it go easily. Next time, it might not be servants, but someone far more powerful, perhaps even using official influence. He must plan ahead. "Tell Jyn Shua," Lu Bian whispered to Wong Yu, "to find a way to equip the guards in the manor with better weapons, at least enough to intimidate ordinary people. The money should come from the profits from selling soap." Wang Yu nodded and accepted the order. Lu Bian thought for a moment and added, "Also, have him find out who the Wang family might use next, so we can prepare in advance." He knew that with Jyn Shua's enhanced intelligence and political abilities, he should be quite adept at intelligence gathering. Wang Yu nodded again, his eyes filled with approval as he looked at Lu Bian. "Your Highness, though young, is so thoughtful, truly remarkable." After making these arrangements, Lu Bian still felt a little uneasy. He glanced at the 81 enhancement points in the system, then looked at Wang Yu, who stood in the corner like a javelin. Wang Yu's sword has already been enhanced. Shure is highly loyal, but his strength still needs to grow. Jyn Shua is far outside the palace and is mainly responsible for commerce and intelligence, direct power.
is still somewhat lacking. His gaze fell upon himself. His attribute panel was still pitiful, especially his strength and stamina. Although he knew that strengthening himself in the early stages was not cost-effective, but what if? It would be good if he could at least protect himself. Moreover, he remembered that strengthening would provide a comprehensive boost, including intelligence and politics, which would still be useful to him now. Should we give ourselves a boost just once? Just once the thought arose, it was hard to suppress. He currently has 81 points, and strengthening himself only requires 1 point, because he is at +1, strengthening to +2 requires 2 points? Wait, let me check. He focused his attention on examining himself viewed by LuBu status. Healthy strength, 3.3 intelligence, 79.2 stamina, 5.0/5.5, recovered, commander, 38.5 politics, 49.5 charm, 82.5 enhancement level, +1 combat strength, 3.5 upgrading to +2 requires 2 upgrade points. The cost is minimal, let's do it. Just one more boost. Let's see the results. Without further hesitation, he silently chanted in his heart, strengthen myself. Target, LuBu current enhancement level, +1 upgrading to +2 requires 2 upgrade points. Currently available enhancement points, 81 enhance? Yes, no, yes. A familiar warm current surged forth again, even more noticeably than during the first enhancement. This power flowed throughout my body, my muscles warmed slightly, my bones seemed to make a soft cracking sound, and my mind felt as if it had been cleansed by a clear spring, becoming even clearer. He quickly checked again viewed by LuBu status. Healthy strength, 3.63, +0.33, intelligence, 87.12, +7.92, stamina, 5.5/6.05, +0.5/0.55, commander, 42.35, +3.85, politics, 54.45, +4.95, charm, 90.75, +8.25, enhancement level, +2 combat strength, 3.9 strength increased from 3.3 to 3.63. And maximum stamina increased from 5.5 to 6.05. Most importantly, intelligence increased from 79.2 to 87.12. Politics increased from 49.5 to 54.45. Although the absolute values didn't increase much, the feeling of his body and mind genuinely becoming a little stronger was wonderful. Especially with his intelligence breaking through 85 and his political intelligence breaking through 50, he felt that his thinking was more agile and that he could think about things more systematically. These 2 upgrade points are well worth the investment. He glanced at the remaining enhancement points, 79 points, that's acceptable. He decided that from now on, he would strengthen himself every now and then, or whenever he encountered a bottleneck. He would take it slow and steady, gradually building a solid foundation. Just then, Chun Tao came in to report that Shure was requesting an audience. When Shure entered, his face showed a mixture of excitement and nervousness. After bowing to LuBu and Wong Yu, he whispered, Your Highness, Master, I just received news that eunuch Jyn's side seems to have driven away the people the Wang family sent to cause trouble. Although he didn't know the soap business belonged to LuBu, he knew that his master and Jyn Shua seemed to be secretly working for His Highness. He was naturally pleased to have thwarted consort Wang's plot. LuBu and Wong Yu exchanged a glance and both saw the smile in each other's eyes. Okay, I understand. LuBu nodded, feigning maturity. Well done. Xia was even more excited by the praise, looking at Shure, whose loyalty was as high as 96%, and then at the remaining 79 enhancement points. LuBu suddenly had an idea. Perhaps it's time to give this loyal young man a favor too? After all, more strength is always a good thing. He looked at Xia and gave him a meaningful smile. Shure felt a little embarrassed by the gaze, scratched his head, but felt a warm feeling in his heart. It was truly wonderful to be able to serve His Highness. Chapter 13 Shadow LuBu looked at the 89 enhancement points in the system. 30 points. LuBu felt his heart bleeding again. But when he thought of Wang Yu's terrifying attributes after his enhancement, and the enormous value he could bring, this investment had to be made. He glanced at Wang Yu, whose aura was growing increasingly profound in the corner, and made up his mind to in the afternoon. After Cai Yong finished his lecture and left, only Wong Yu and Chun Tao remained in the palace. Chun Tao was tidying up things in the distance. LuBu waved to Wong Yu. Wong Yu immediately walked over, bowed, and awaited instructions. LuBu lowered his voice and said in a volume that only the two of them could hear, Master Wang, come closer. A hint of doubt flashed in Wang Yu's eyes, but he still obediently bent down and brought his ear close.
Now! LuBu silently chanted in his mind, strengthen Wang Yu. Strengthen him to +5.
Thoughts are like commands. Second enhancement, +1-+2 consumes 2 points, remaining 87 points. Third enhancement, +2-+3 consumes 4 points, remaining 83 points. A fourth enhancement, +3-+4 consumes 8 points, remaining 75 points. A fifth enhancement, +4-+5 consumes 16 points, 59 points remaining. In just a few breaths,
30 enhancement points were consumed like water flowing away.
LuBu's heart ached terribly. Wang Yu, on the other hand, felt as if he were in the midst of a raging storm. A torrent of power, several times stronger than before, washed over his body and soul time and time again. His meridians widened, and his inner energy surged and roared like a mighty river. The density of his muscles and bones increased once more, containing explosive power. His mind was crystal clear, and many previously obscure aspects of swordsmanship became clear as if the clouds had parted and the sun had shone through. He even felt as if his lifespan had been extended. The moment the enhancement ended, Wang Yu suddenly straightened up, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. His aura uncontrollably emanated outwards for a moment, and the entire palace seemed to dim for a moment, as if the air had solidified. Chun Tao, who was tidying her clothes in the distance, felt a sudden pang of fear. Her hand trembled, and she almost dropped a piece of jade on the ground. Wang Yu quickly suppressed his aura, but the shock in his heart surged like a tsunami. He felt that he could now fight 10 of the previous ones.
No, maybe more.
This was a complete qualitative change. He looked at LuBu with a gaze that was no longer just loyalty and awe, but also fervent adoration and worship, as if he were looking at a god walking among men. Just what kind of being is His Highness? How could he so easily bestow upon him such extraordinary power? Your Highness, such a great favor. Wang Yu's voice was hoarse with excitement. He wanted to kneel down and perform the grand ceremony, but LuBu stopped him with a look.
How is Master Wang feeling?
LuBu asked in a low voice, secretly curious about just how strong Wang Yu would become with a +5 buff. Wang Yu took a deep breath, barely calming his turbulent emotions, and said in a deep voice, I feel as if I have been reborn, as if I have touched the threshold of a higher level of swordsmanship.
Your Highness's kindness is like giving me a second life.
LuBu nodded in satisfaction and quietly checked. Viewed by Wang Yu. Loyalty 110%, devoted, worshipped like a god. Strength 144.2, inhuman. Intelligence 108.6, wisdom as vast as the sea. Stamina 142.6, endless energy. Command 118.8, talent for command. Politics 88.9, skilled in political maneuvering. Charisma 112.2, master's aura. Enhancement level +5, combat strength 144.2. Hiss.
LuBu almost couldn't hold back again.
These stats are practically a human Gundam. And the loyalty is off the charts at 110%. This is totally secure. He suppressed his excitement and began to get down to business. Master Wang, we may seem to be safe now, but we are actually surrounded by dangers.
The Wang family's affairs are just the beginning.
We need eyes and ears, and we need a hidden force to gather information for us and handle some things that are inconvenient to do openly.
Wang Yu's eyes narrowed, and he immediately understood LuBu's meaning. Your Highness wants to establish a secret guard?
You can call it that, or shadows. LuBu nodded.
This matter must be kept absolutely secret.
The personnel should be of the highest quality, not the largest.
Loyalty is paramount, followed by ability.
As for funding, I will have Jyn Shua provided to you through the profits from the soap business. You will be responsible for selecting personnel, secretly training them, and placing them where needed. Currently, the main focus is on gathering intelligence in Luoyang and even throughout the country.
Wang Yu was deeply moved.
His Highness was about to begin his grand scheme for conquering the world. And he had entrusted him with such an important task. What immense trust this showed. He knelt on one knee, clasped his hands above his head, and said in a resolute voice, Your subject, Wang Yu, obeys. I will forge an invisible blade for your Highness, discerning every detail and protecting you. Get up, LuBu said, offering a slight gesture of support. This matter is not urgent, we must proceed with utmost care.
First, find reliable candidates, a training plan, and a location. Anything needed, we will resolve through Jyn Shua.
Your subject understands. Wang Yu stood up, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. He was originally a wandering knight-errant, acquainted with all sorts of people, and was no stranger to building such forces. Now, with his intelligence and leadership greatly enhanced, he was even more confident. Just then, Shurei's voice came from outside the palace gate, seemingly stopping someone. His Highness is resting, no one may disturb him. How dare you? I am here on the orders of Jyn Shua to visit His Highness's health. How dare you, a little brat, stop me? A shrill, arrogant voice rang out, sounding like a eunuch from Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong's side. Lu Bian and Wang Yu exchanged a glance. Zhang Rang's men? They don't seem to have good intentions. A cold glint flashed in Wang Yu's eyes, and he whispered to Lu Bian, Your Highness, I will handle this. Lu Bian nodded. Wang Yu stepped out of the palace gate and faced the arrogant old eunuch, saying calmly, Your Highness is recovering from her illness and needs to rest quietly. She does not wish to be disturbed. I appreciate Zhang Changshi's kindness, please return. His voice was not loud, but it carried an invisible pressure, like a mountain blocking the way. The old eunuch was intimidated by Wang Yu's imposing manner and knew how formidable Wang Yu was, so he didn't dare to be as presumptuous as he had been with Shurei. He said a few polite words and slunk away. Shurei looked at his master, who had forced Zhang Rang's men to retreat with just a few words, and his eyes were full of admiration. Wang Yu looked at his apprentice, a thought suddenly occurring to him. The shadow organization desperately needed reliable core members. Shurei's loyalty was beyond question. His young age made him less likely to attract attention, making him a promising talent. Perhaps it was time to begin training him. He returned to the palace and reported the situation to Lu Bian. A cold smile crept across Lu Bian's face. This Zhao Zhong really had a hand that stretched too far. It seemed the waters of Luoyang were getting increasingly murky. However, he is no longer as worried as he was a few days ago, because he now has a +5 super bodyguard, Wang Yu, with the help of the loyal business intelligence chief, Jyn Shua. They have the promising young player Shurei. They also have a secret force called Shadow that is about to be formed. In addition to the remaining 59 enhancement points in the system and a stable daily income of 10 points, he already holds some leverage that can stir up trouble. Master Wang, Lu Bian looked at Wang Yu, his tone carrying a maturity beyond his years. The matter of the shadows needs to be addressed quickly. We need to know what is happening in this palace, in this city of Luoyang, every single day. Yes. Wang Yu bowed and accepted the order. His figure once again blended into the shadows in the corner, but this time, he seemed to have completely merged with the shadow, becoming a part of the shadow itself. Lu Bian looked out the window. The afterglow of the setting sun had dyed the sky orange-red. As chaos looms, the fluttering of his tiny wings, like a butterfly, has already begun to cause subtle changes in the air currents. Chapter 14 The Wang family's counterattack. Looking at the 69 enhancement points remaining in the system, and then at Shura standing straight outside the palace gate with eyes sharper than before, Lu Bian decided to fulfill his plan from yesterday. Shurei has good basic attributes and a loyalty rate as high as 96%, making him worth investing in again to make him a more capable assistant to Wang Yu and better protect himself. As usual, he was moving around at the doorway under Chun Tao's watchful eye when he accidentally slipped and fell towards Shurei with a cry of pain. Your Highness, be careful. Shura reacted quickly, stepping forward and firmly supporting Lu Bian's arm now. Contact complete, Lu Bian silently prayed, check Shurei. To confirm the current status, viewed by Shia loyalty, 96% strength, 82.5 intelligence, 68.2 stamina, 71.5 commander, 49.5 politics, 44 charm, 77 enhancement level, +1 combat strength, 82.5 confirmed. Lu Bian immediately issued the order, Enhance Shiraji +2. First enhancement, +1-+2 consumes 2 enhancement points. A surge of heat, even stronger than before, rushed into Shurei's body. He felt his strength surge once again, his muscles bulging, his internal energy coursing through him, his senses becoming sharper, and even his thinking quickened. He felt as if he could easily defeat himself from yesterday. His hand, supporting Lu Bian, trembled slightly, not from the strain, but from excitement. It was that feeling again. His Highness had once again bestowed strength upon him. He looked at Lu Bian, his eyes filled with boundless gratitude and unwavering loyalty, his voice choked with emotion. Your Highness. Lu Bian winked at him, steadied himself, patted his arm, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, do your job well, protect yourself, and protect me too. Yes. Shurei swears to protect His Highness with his life. Shurei nodded vigorously, his voice not loud,
but resolute. LuBu secretly checked again, viewed by Shia. Loyalty 100%, unwavering loyalty, willing to die for you. Strength 90.75 plus 8.25, intelligence 75.02 plus 6.82, stamina 78.65 plus 7.15, commander 54.45 plus 4.95, politics 48.4 plus 4.4, charm 84.7 plus 7.7, enhancement level plus 2, combat strength 90.75. Loyalty has finally reached 100%. Strength has also reached 90.75, and combat power is 90.75. Although he can't compare to that monster Wong Yu, at this age, he is already a terrifyingly promising general. Intelligence and leadership have also improved considerably. LuBu smiled with satisfaction. Those 2 enhancement points were well spent. He now had another absolutely reliable assassin and henchman under his command. He glanced at the remaining enhancement points, 67 points. 69 minus 2 is equal to 67, great, keep stocking up. However, the peaceful days did not last long. That afternoon, Wong Yu relayed an urgent message from Jyn Shua's side using a coded message. As expected, the Wang family refused to give up. After their previous attempt to force their way in failed, they changed their strategy. It seems that Consort Wang whispered in Lu Hong's ear, implying that the estate outside the city was of dubious origin and might harbor criminals, even suggesting that it was related to some restless members of the imperial clan. This was practically pointing fingers at LuBu, though not explicitly stated. Lu Hong became somewhat suspicious after hearing this, so he ordered the officers and soldiers under the command of the commandant of the capital region to go to that village under the pretext of patrolling for security and investigating people of unknown origin. This time, it wasn't servants who arrived, but soldiers in official uniforms, armed with standard weapons. The situation was completely different. If they broke in, discovered the soap workshop, and then tortured the mute servants, they might easily find Jyn Shua, and perhaps even trace the rest further. When the news reached LuBu, his face darkened. The Wang family's move was ruthless, using official power to openly and brazenly cause sabotage. What did Jyn Shua say? LuBu asked Wong Yu calmly. Wong Yu whispered, Jyn Shua has already prepared his story. The estate is registered under the name of a merchant who was a distant relative of an old eunuch in the palace, ostensibly dealing in grain and oil. He has also bribed the officer in charge, but it seems the Wang family has also invested in the matter, as the officer's attitude is ambiguous. Jyn Shua is worried that if the soldiers insist on conducting a thorough search, I'm afraid. LuBu understood. Jyn Shua had done all the arrangements he could, but the other side was coming with great force and was acting on imperial orders. They couldn't stop them by force unless they broke off relations, but that would expose everything. Now we must find a way to get these officers and soldiers to leave on their own, or make sure they can't find anything suspicious. His mind raced, his gaze sweeping over the 67 enhancement points in the system, then over Sheree beside him with 100% loyalty and 90.75 combat power, and over Wong Yu, who stood like a pillar of strength in the shadows. A plan quickly formed in his mind. Master Wang, a sharp glint beyond his ears flashed in LuBu's eyes. You must immediately leave the palace secretly and personally go to that estate to oversee it. Do not reveal your identity, stay hidden in the shadows. If the soldiers really insist on forcibly searching key areas, or if they intend to harm the people in the estate, he paused, his voice lowered, tinged with coldness, you can create a little accident, like rocks rolling down a hill or some mysterious, ghostly figure, to scare them and make them back down. In short, we can't let them discover the workshop's secrets, nor can we let them hurt our people. But remember, unless absolutely necessary, don't hurt anyone, especially don't kill government soldiers. A glint flashed in Wang Yu's eyes, and he immediately understood, your subject understands. Create chaos, drive away but do not kill. With his current terrifying strength of +5, creating some supernatural events or small-scale natural disaster illusions is as easy as turning one's hand. Sheree, LuBu looked at the excited boy again, come with me to see the emperor. Sheree was taken aback, Your Highness? LuBu's lips curled into a sly smile, let's go pay our respects to Father Emperor, and while we're at it, we'll complain that someone bullied his son, saying that his son colluded with lawbreakers and ruined my reputation. He wanted to use his youth and prince status to cause trouble and make false accusations. As long as he could stall for time or arouse Lu Hong's pity and suspicion, He could create an opportunity for Wong Yu and Jyn Shua. Wong Yu instantly understood Lu Bian's intention and inwardly admired the prince for his profound understanding of political maneuvering despite his young age. Without further hesitation, he clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lu Bian and said, "Your Highness, take care. I will be right back." After saying this, his figure flashed like a ghost and disappeared silently from the window on one side of the palace, so fast that even Shure did not see it clearly. "Come on, Shure, let's go see father." Lu Bian grabbed Shure's hand, his little face showing a wronged and angry expression, and ran towards the greenhouse palace that Lu Hong often went to. Xia followed closely, his loyalty and admiration reaching their peak as he looked at the small yet wise and decisive figure ahead. His Highness not only bestowed upon him strength, but also such courage and wisdom. It is the greatest honor of Xia's life to follow such a lord. A secret battle, sparked by soap, involving infighting in the imperial harem, power struggles in officialdom, and hidden forces, is quietly escalating both inside and outside the Eastern Han Dynasty palace. Our protagonist, 3-year-old Lu Bian, is waving his tender fist, ready to plunge into this murky water. Chapter 15. Crying and lamenting. Lu Hong was in the greenhouse palace, looking at the memorials sent from all over the country, his brows furrowed so deeply they could trap flies. It was all about disasters here and poverty there. It was incredibly frustrating. The eunuchs serving him, Zhang Rang, Zhao Zhong, and others, carefully smiled and tried to amuse him with trivial anecdotes. Just then, a child's aggrieved cry came from outside the hall, mixed with the sound of running footsteps. "Father! Father!" Wah! Lu Hong looked up and saw his eldest son, Lu Bian, who had just recovered from a serious illness, crying with his face red and his face covered in tears and snot. He stumbled in with his short legs, followed by Shure, who looked nervous and wanted to stop him but dared not, and several gatekeeper eunuchs. "Biener? What's wrong with you?" Lu Hong asked in surprise, putting down the memorial in his hand. He had been paying more attention to his son, who had almost died from illness but miraculously recovered. Lu Bian ran to Lu Hong, disregarding all etiquette, and hugged his leg, crying even harder, "Father! Someone said bad things about Biener." "What? They said Biener is in cahoots with bad guys. They said Biener is a bad child." "Wah!" He cried so hard, his little body trembling, it was heartbreaking to see. Lu Hong was a little confused and annoyed by his crying. Nonsense. What kind of behavior is this? Speak slowly. Who said anything bad about you? Lu Bian raised his teary eyes and sobbed. It was the people in the Queen's palace who said it. They said there's a bad village outside the city, full of bad people, and they even said it's related to Biener. Father, Biener stays in the palace to recuperate every day and rarely even leaves the palace. How could I possibly know bad people outside the city? They've wronged me. Why? He cried while secretly observing Lu Hong's expression. He saw Lu Hong's eyes flicker when he heard Empress Wang and the village outside the city. Clearly remembering something, Lu Hong did indeed recall. Not long ago, Consort Wang had mentioned to him that there was a suspicious estate outside the city, possibly connected to certain people. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention and had casually sent someone from the silly commandant to check it out. Could it be Consort Wang was referring to Biener? How could that be? A 3-year-old child, seeing his son crying so pitifully, his little face even thinner, Lu Hong's initial annoyance caused by the memorial instantly transformed into a touch of pity for his son and dissatisfaction with Consort Wang. Why was this woman directing her anger at a child? Just as Lu Hong was about to say a few words to comfort his son, another announcement came from outside the palace, saying that the people sent by the commandant of the capital region to patrol outside the city had returned and had important matters to report. Lu Hong happened to want to ask about Zhuangzi, so he summoned him and a man dressed in the uniform of a low-ranking officer walked in with his head bowed, knelt down and reported, "Your Majesty, we were ordered to patrol Li Family Village, 30 miles west of the city, but we did not find a large number of people of unknown origin or any trace of bandits. There are only a few dozen villagers in the village, who make a living by farming and selling a small amount of grain and oil. The village head, Mr. Li, is a distant relative of Li Fu, a retired eunuch from the palace, and his identity is clean." Lu Hong listened and hummed in agreement. This was roughly the same as the vague information he had received earlier. He glanced at his son, who was still sobbing, and thought to himself that it was indeed a misunderstanding, but the officer hesitated for a moment, then continued, "It's just, something strange happened during the patrol." "Oh? What's so strange?" Lu Hong became interested. We originally intended to investigate the manor's warehouses and other areas, but as soon as we reached the vicinity of the warehouses, a sudden, eerie wind arose from the flat ground, whipping up sand and stones that blinded us. In the wind, we also heard the sound of a woman weeping, which was quite chilling. My brothers were frightened, and since we found nothing unusual, we withdrew and reported back first. The officer said, his face still showing lingering fear. A woman crying? Lu Hong frowned again. He was somewhat superstitious. Just then, Lu Bian suddenly stopped crying, tugging at Lu Hong's sleeve, his little face filled with innocence and fear. Father, is that manor haunted? It's so scary. The people in the Queen Mother's palace said that Biener has a connection to that place. Are they trying to send ghosts to haunt Biener? Biener is scared. He started faking his tears again, but inwardly he gave Wong Yu a thumbs up. Well done. This ghostly figure was perfectly staged. Seeing his son's frightened expression and hearing the officer's detailed account, Lu Hong felt even more resentful towards consort Wang. This woman, not only was she falsely accusing the prince, but she also sent people to investigate a ghost village? What bad luck! He waved impatiently for the officer to leave, then patted Lu Bian on the head. All right, stop crying, I know. It seems someone is spreading rumors and wronging my Biener. Since the estate is fine, there's no need to investigate it anymore. Go back to the palace obediently, take good care of yourself, and don't overthink things. Thank you, father. Lu Bian immediately stopped crying and smiled, wiping his face with his sleeve and revealing a bright smile. Father is the best. He successfully absolved himself of any wrongdoing and even sowed discord among consort Wang. However, the matter did not end there. A few days later, Jyn Shua, through Wang Yu, reported an even more exciting sequel to Lu Bian. It turned out that after the soldiers were frightened away by the ghostly figure that day, the Wang family was not giving up. Consort Wang's brother, the mastermind behind Steward Wang, actually came up with a vicious plan. He sent people to secretly put some forbidden drugs into the well in the manor, hoping to create the illusion that the people in the manor were taking forbidden drugs and gathering to cause trouble, and then report to the authorities to wipe out the manor in one fell swoop. But to his utter surprise, his trusted confidant, whom he had sent to administer the drug, had already been bribed by Jyn Shua, whose intelligence was a staggering 132.9. Jyn Shua used a clever scheme to have the man secretly replace the drug with croton powder. The next day, when Steward Wang and his soldiers happened to pass by and intend to catch them red-handed, they found the estate untouched. However, he and his group of servants, having drunk the laced tea enthusiastically provided by the estate that morning, were all clutching their stomachs, pale-faced, and scrambling to find a place to relieve themselves, making a spectacle of themselves and becoming a laughingstock outside Luoyang. That wasn't all. Jyn Shua also secretly collected evidence of the Wang family's attempt to poison him, although they were later replaced, and their previous forced entry into a private residence. Through an imperial censor who happened to be passing by and had a grudge against the Wang family, he reported this to the imperial court. Although the matter was eventually suppressed and didn't cause too much of a stir because of consort Wang, the Wang family was still humiliated and received a few mild reprimands from Lu Hong. They wouldn't dare to mess with the soap workshop again for a while. Upon hearing this, Lu Bian burst into laughter. High intelligence is truly invaluable. This Jyn Shua has practically manipulated the Wang family. He almost sent one of their own to jail. Tell Jyn Shua that you've done a great job. The soap business can continue to expand, but be more careful, Lu Bian instructed Wong Yu. Also, have him allocate another sum of money from the profits to you to expedite the formation of shadow. Yes. Wang Yu accepted the order, his eyes filled with satisfaction as he looked at Lu Bian. His Highness is not only extraordinary himself, but also incredibly accurate in his use of people. Jyn Shua's performance this time was nothing short of stunning. Lu Bian glanced at the system interface. He had refrained from using his enhancement points these past few days, and with 10 points automatically added each day, he had accumulated 97 points from his previous 67. Not bad, almost breaking the 100 mark again. This deposit made him feel much more at ease. After the soap scandal, Lu Bian became even more determined to develop discreetly and secretly accumulate strength. On the surface, he remained a precocious 3-year-old prince recovering his health. Secretly, his business reach was expanding, his intelligence network was being woven, and his core team was becoming increasingly solidified. He stood by the window, looking at the vast sky beyond the palace walls. The Wang family is just the beginning. The storms in this great Han dynasty are far from over. And he, this young dragon lurking beneath the surface, is quietly sharpening his claws. Chapter 16. Cai Luan's descendants. LuBu discovered that while reading with reinforced bamboo slips was effective, it was still too cumbersome. A single scroll contained only a few words, yet it was incredibly heavy, making a rattling sound when turned, which was extremely inconvenient. He deeply missed the lightweight paper of modern society. Paper? That's right. Didn't they already have paper in the Eastern Han dynasty? Cai Luan improved the paper-making technique. Although the quality of paper nowadays might not be very good and the price is expensive, at least they had it. A thought flashed through LuBu's mind like lightning. If he could find someone who understood paper-making technology and further enhance the paper-making process or raw materials, could he produce better, cheaper paper that could be mass-produced? If this thing is successfully developed, it will definitely be more profitable than soap. Moreover, it will make knowledge dissemination much easier, which will greatly benefit his future efforts in attracting talent and controlling public opinion. This idea thrilled him. He immediately began to ponder where to find someone knowledgeable in papermaking. Should he ask his father or Cai Yong directly? That would be too conspicuous. He remembered hearing a young eunuch whisper about an old eunuch in a palace servant's quarters, supposedly a distant nephew of Cai Luan, who had entered the palace due to his family's decline and knew how to handle scraps of tree bark and hemp fibers, making him seem like an oddball. Yes. We'll look for him. When Cai Yong came to lecture in the afternoon, LuBu deliberately fiddled with the heavy bamboo slips, his little face scrunched up, sighing and groaning. Seeing this, Cai Yong asked with concern, "Why does your highness sigh? Are these classics too difficult?" LuBu shook his head, pointed to the bamboo slips and said, "Sir, these bamboo slips are so heavy, and it's troublesome to flip through them. If only there were something light and thin that could be written on many characters and was also cheap, to replace bamboo slips and silk cloth, that would be wonderful." Upon hearing this, Cai Yong stroked his beard and smiled. "Your Highness's thoughts coincide with those of the ancient sages. In fact, such a thing already exists, called paper. In the first year of the Yuanqing era, Marquis Cai Luan of Longting created Marquis Cai's paper using tree bark, hemp fibers, old rags, and fishing nets. It was lighter than bamboo slips and cheaper than silk. However, alas, the craft seems to have been lost. Nowadays, the paper on the market is of varying quality, fragile, and yellowish, and its production cost remains high, making it difficult to popularize." LuBu's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Cai Luan? Is he that powerful eunuch? Does he still have any successors?" Cai Yong thought for a moment and said, "After Marquis Cai, there seems to be a branch that has fallen into poverty. I heard that some members of his clan still have some knowledge of this art, but, alas, most of them are destitute and few make a living from it. Their skills are probably not as good as before." There was also an old eunuch in the palace who claimed to be related to Marquis Cai and worked in the miscellaneous servants' office. I wonder if he is still alive now. Having obtained crucial information, LuBu understood the situation. As soon as Cai Yong left, he immediately summoned Wong Yu. "Master Wang, have Jyn Shua investigate whether there's an old eunuch in the palace's miscellaneous services department, surnamed Cai, or related to Cai Luan, who knows about papermaking. Find him and bring him to see me secretly." "No, don't bring him yet. Find out his background, see what kind of person he is, and who else is in his family," LuBu instructed. He was becoming increasingly cautious in his actions. Wang Yu accepted the order and immediately relayed the instructions to Jyn Shua through secret channels. Jyn Shua's efficiency was frighteningly high. The news came back in just one day. There was indeed such an old eunuch named Cai Gu, around 50 years old, a distant grandnephew of Cai Luan. In his youth, his family was well off, and he had some education, learning the basics of papermaking from elders in his clan. Later, his family fell into poverty, forcing him to become a eunuch in the palace. Because of his stubborn nature and lack of social skills, he always did the dirtiest and hardest work in the menial quarters. He had no children, but an elderly sister outside the palace who lived off the occasional meager stipend he provided. Regarding his character, Jyn Shua's investigation concluded that he was straightforward, principled, but kept his promises, and not greedy. Excellent.
Simple background, has a weakness, an older woman outside the palace, decent character, and technically skilled. Exactly the person LuBu needs. Have Jyn Shua find a way to transfer him to a less busy place so it's easier for us to contact him. Then, I want to find an opportunity to meet him, LuBu said to Wong Yu. A few days later, March 25, the opportunity came. Jyn Shua used his power as a eunuch to temporarily transfer Cai Gu to a remote library near LuBu's palace, under the pretext that the palace needs to repair a batch of old books and needs someone knowledgeable about paper to help identify them. On a bright spring afternoon, LuBu made an excuse to go to the library to look for some interesting pictures. Under the protection of Wong Yu and Shure, he arrived at the library. The library was filled with old bamboo slips and a few yellowed papers, the air thick with dust and a musty smell. An old eunuch, dressed in faded official robes, with gray hair and a sorrowful face, was hunched over, carefully sorting through some torn pages. This was Cai Gu. LuBu had Shure guard the door, and only took Wong Yu inside. When Cai Gu saw the prince arrive, he was so frightened that he immediately knelt down and bowed, not daring to raise his head. "Get up. I heard you know about paper?" LuBu asked in a childish voice, trying to make his tone sound gentle. Cai Gu stood up tremblingly and answered with his head down, "Your Highness, this servant's ancestors were related to Marquis Cai. When I was young, I did see the elders of my clan handling these things. I know a little bit about them, but I dare not say that I understand them." LuBu picked up a piece of paper that was dark yellow, rough in texture, and had some burrs on the edges, and asked, "Is all paper like this nowadays?" Cai Gu glanced at it and honestly replied, "Yes, the one in your Highness's hand is considered good. The worse ones would crumble at the slightest touch, and the ink bleeds badly. Alas, the fine craftsmanship of our ancestors is almost lost." As he spoke, there was a hint of regret and melancholy in his tone. LuBu looked at him and suddenly asked, "If I gave you better materials and more money, could you make paper that is better, whiter, and stronger than this?" Cai Gu suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his cloudy old eyes, but it quickly dimmed again. He smiled bitterly and said, "Your Highness is joking. Papermaking is extremely costly. It requires the finest tree bark and hemp, and involves repeated beating, steaming, and rinsing. The process is complicated and beyond the reach of ordinary people. This servant can only think about it. What if I told you I could support you?" LuBu took a step closer, his young face showing a seriousness beyond his years. "Money, materials, location, I can give you all of that. You just need to focus on your research and make paper that your ancestors made, no, even better than your ancestors made. Are you willing?" Cai Gu was completely stunned, his mouth agape as he stared at the 3-year-old prince before him, whose eyes were unusually clear and resolute. He thought he had misheard. "Your Highness, what does your Highness mean?" Just then, as if by accident, LuBu placed his small hand on a roll of rougher straw paper that was placed next to him, which was obviously something Cai Gu had secretly tried to make himself contact complete. LuBu silently prayed, "Check Cai Gu." Viewed by Cai Gu identity, veteran eunuch, descendant of Kailuan loyalty, 45%, indifferent to the status quo, with slight hope, strength, 28, old and frail, intelligence, 65, some knowledge, proficient in papermaking, incomplete, stamina, 35, low energy, commander, 15, poor at management, politics, 30, inept at political maneuvering, charm, 40, sorrowful and aged, enhancement level, +0 combat strength, 2.8. His loyalty is only 45%, hovering at the bottom of the satisfaction period. His intelligence is 65, and he's marked proficient in papermaking, incomplete. His attributes are mediocre, but LuBu values his technical potential. Strengthen Cai Gu. LuBu decided to take a gamble and invest 1 strengthening point, current enhancement points, 137, a faint warmth flowed into Cai Gu's aging body. He felt a slight invigoration, and his previously hazy memories of the papermaking process suddenly became much clearer. Some steps that he couldn't understand before seemed to be making sense now. He stared at LuBu in astonishment, then sensed the changes within himself. Though subtle, the clarity of his mind was undeniable. Could His Highness truly possess divine abilities? Seeing the shock in his eyes, LuBu knew the enhancement was working, and pressed his advantage, saying, "You don't need to answer me immediately. Go back and think it over. If you're willing, I'll arrange for you to leave the palace and reunite with your elder sister, giving you a stable environment and sufficient resources so you can focus on papermaking.
The paper you create will change the way people read and write, and allow your Cai family's craft to flourish. Leaving the palace. Reuniting with my sister. Focusing on researching our family's traditional skills. Changing the world, these words struck Kaigu's heart like a heavy hammer. His heart, which had been barren for many years, suddenly ignited with a flame. He looked at LuBu, the young prince, his eyes no longer cloudy, but filled with excitement and unbelievable hope. Your Highness, are you telling the truth? His voice trembled. A ruler's word is law. LuBu's small stature exuded an undeniable aura. Kaigu looked at LuBu, recalling the miraculous feeling he had just experienced, and how easily His Highness could mobilize the energy that Jyn Shua, he vaguely guessed, had summoned. He gritted his teeth, knelt down again, tears streaming down his face, and said, The servant Kaigu is willing to serve your Highness with utmost loyalty. I will do my best to restore and improve the ancestral papermaking technique, and live up to your Highness's expectations. Loyalty, 70%, extremely grateful, hope rekindled, willing to fight to the death, one enhancement and a promise of happiness, which was real hope for him, caused his loyalty to skyrocket to 70%, continue to enhance it to +2, +3. Kaigu loyalty, 102%, devoted, worship like a god, willing to die for him, intelligence, 86.4, +21.4, papermaking technology knowledge has been greatly improved and deepened. Other attributes are also increased proportionally, loyalty skyrocketed to a staggering 102%. Intelligence surged to 86.4, and the papermaking process transformed from incomplete to significantly improved and deepened. LuBu smiled with satisfaction. Excellent, we've acquired a talent for papermaking. Get up. Jyn Shua will contact you regarding the specific arrangements. Remember, this matter is known only to heaven, earth, you, me, and the few people around me. It must not be revealed to a sixth person. LuBu solemnly instructed. This servant understands. This servant swears on the name of my ancestor, Marquis Cai, that I will never reveal a single word. Kaigu swore excitedly. Leaving the library, LuBu was in high spirits. His soap business was thriving, Shadow was being built, and now he had found key talent to improve papermaking. His business and technological empire was gradually moving from conception to reality. He looked at the ample 130 enhancement points in the system and was filled with anticipation for the future. The written word, in black and white, may soon be redefined by LuBu. Chapter 17 Descendants of Dukong. Early April 179. Time flies, and it was early summer in the blink of an eye. LuBu had basically recovered and could run and jump around in the palace without any problem. His face had also become much rosier. He spent his days studying with Cai Yong and building his foundation with Wong Yu, leading a fulfilling and peaceful life, but the fire in his heart never went out. Under Jyn Shua's management, the soap business was on track. Although still small in scale, the profits were stable, making it his secret slush fund. Kaigu was also secretly sent out of the palace by Jyn Shua and settled with his older sister in a more secluded manner on the outskirts of the city. They were protected by shadow agents arranged by Wang Yu and had begun to try to improve the papermaking process. LuBu knew that papermaking was not something that could be accomplished overnight, it required time and repeated experiments. He waited patiently, looking at the ample enhancement points in the system. LuBu's mind started working again. Soap and future paper weren't enough, he also needed an industry that could quickly amass large sums of money and become an excellent source of intelligence. His gaze fell on the wine. Alcohol already existed in this era, but it was mostly low-alcohol rice wine or cloudy wine, bland and unsatisfying. If he could produce high-proof distilled spirits, it would be a game-changer. Not only would he make money off the wealthy and powerful, but it would also become the hallmark of his future drunken immortal pavilion chain of hotels. He acted immediately and sought out Wang Yu. Master Wang, we need someone who knows how to brew wine, preferably someone with a family tradition of brewing, but who isn't doing so well these days, LuBu said directly. This time, we won't look in the palace. You can look outside the palace. Use your connections in the martial arts world, or have Jyn Shua quietly inquire in the market. Wang Yu, now possessing exceptional intelligence and command skills, immediately understood LuBu's intention. Your Highness wishes to brew a new wine? That's right, a stronger, purer, and more fragrant wine. LuBu's eyes gleamed. After finding the person, first find out their background.
They need to have a clean background and preferably some family ties.
Once you've confirmed their reliability, bring them to see me. Your subject understands. Wong Yu accepted the order and left.
He was now secretly building shadow and dealing with all sorts of people, so finding such a person was not difficult. A few days later, Wong Yu brought news. He had found a winemaker named Du Yong in a secluded alley in the west market of Luoyang. This man was about 40 years old and was said to be a distant descendant of Du Kong, the legendary inventor of winemaking.
His family had been brewing wine for generations, possessing ancestral recipes and techniques. However, he was straightforward and refused to adulterate his wine.
Lacking the money to bribe officials, he was ostracized by his peers, and his wine shop was struggling, on the verge of closing down. He had an elderly mother, a wife, and 2 young children to support, a heavy burden indeed. Simple background, has weaknesses, possesses technology, and is currently in a predicament. Perfect. LuBu immediately instructed Wang Yu to arrange a meeting at another secluded estate under Jyn Shua's control. This time, under the close protection of Wang Yu and Shura, LuBu secretly left the palace, using the pretext of going to the royal gardens to play, but slipping away midway. He arrived at the manor and met Du Yong. Du Yong was a dark-skinned, thin man with rough hands and a faint smell of fermented liquor. His eyes were filled with the weariness of life and a stubbornness that had not yet been completely worn away. When he met LuBu, even though Wang Yu had informed him of his identity beforehand, he was still somewhat uneasy and incredulous. How could such a young nobleman seek out a down-on-his-luck brewer like him? LuBu didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Master Du, I heard you are a descendant of Du Kong and are skilled in brewing wine." Du Yong lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, "Your Excellency, our ancestors were indeed of the Du Kong lineage, and we passed down some winemaking skills. But in this world, it's hard to make a living by honestly brewing wine." His tone was filled with helplessness and bitterness. "If I give you enough capital and the best grain, so you don't have to worry about costs and can focus on brewing your best and strongest liquor, can you do it?" LuBu asked. Du Yong raised his head, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed again. "The strongest liquor? I've tried it, but due to the limitations of the process, it's only a few degrees stronger than ordinary liquor. If I want to improve it further, well, there's no way." He was telling the truth. The alcohol content of fermented liquor in this era did indeed have a bottleneck. "What if I told you about a new winemaking method?" LuBu smiled slightly. "A method called distillation can repeatedly refine the wine to obtain a supreme brew that is as clear as water but as fiery as fire." Distillation? Du Yong looked blank. He had never heard of the term before. LuBu gave a brief explanation of the principle of distillation. Of course, he used the excuse of being taught by a deity in a dream, which is to heat the fermented wine, collect the evaporated alcohol vapor, and then cool it back into liquid. Du Yong was dumbfounded. His family had been brewing wine for generations, and he grasped the concept instantly, immediately understanding the immense potential this method held. This was simply a revolutionary change to traditional winemaking. If it truly succeeded, the resulting wine, his breathing quickened instantly, and his eyes were filled with shock and longing as he looked at LuBu. Could this little nobleman really be a Star Lord descended from heaven? Otherwise, how could he know such miraculous skills? Just then, LuBu stepped forward and touched an old wine jar that Du Yong had brought, seemingly out of curiosity. Contact complete. Check on Du Yong. Viewed by Du Yong identity, down on his luck winemaker, descendant of Du Kong loyalty, 50%, in dire straits, yearning for opportunity, strength, 55, for year-round labor, intelligence, 62, excellent craftsmanship, keen on learning, stamina, 60, adequate energy, commander, 20, poor management, politics, 25, inexperienced in worldly affairs, charm, 50, weathered, enhancement level, +0 combat strength, 25 loyalty at 50%, right in the satisfaction period. Intelligence at 62, labeled excellent craftsmanship, keen on learning, not bad. Strengthen Du Yong. Strengthen him twice in a row. LuBu decided to invest again to ensure both his skills and loyalty. First enhancement, +0-+1 consumes 1 enhancement point, second enhancement, +1-+2 consumes 2 enhancement points, a total of 3 points were consumed. Current enhancement points, 230-3 is equal to 227 points. 2 streams of heat surged into Du Yong's body.
He felt all his fatigue vanish, his arms became stronger, and more importantly, his knowledge of brewing, his control of the heat, and his understanding of the yeast instantly reached a whole new level. Many things that were previously vague and based on intuition became crystal clear. He even had a more concrete and deeper understanding of the distillation method that LuBu had just described, as if he had already performed it himself. This is another miracle. Du Yong trembled with excitement. He knelt down with a thud and kowtowed repeatedly to LuBu. "Thank you, my lord." "No, thank you, my lord." Du Yong is willing to follow my lord, study this divine skill, and will definitely brew the strongest wine in the world for my lord. If I break this oath, may the wine I brew be as sour as vinegar, and may I be childless. He used the most poisonous oath of a winemaker. Loyalty, 85%, extremely grateful, revered as a god, willing to die for him. Intelligence, 75.0, plus 13.0, brewing skills greatly improved, comprehension enhanced. Loyalty skyrockets to 85%. Intelligence reaches 75, and brewing skills undergo a significant upgrade. LuBu helped him up with satisfaction. "Master Du, please get up. From now on, you and your family can live here in peace and focus on your research on distilled spirits. If you need anything, just tell Master Wang. I will also arrange for someone to take good care of your family so that they have no worries about food and clothing." Du Yong was moved to tears and bowed in gratitude once more. With his lord's support and this divinely bestowed skill, he seemed to see hope in reviving the Du Kong family's honor. Having settled Du Yong, LuBu returned to the palace in high spirits. Like papermaking, brewing wine takes time, especially the creation of distillation equipment and the refinement of techniques. It cannot be rushed. But he had already sown the seeds. He looked at the still substantial 227 enhancement points in the system, pondering his next move. Soap, papermaking, brewing, his business empire was gradually unfolding. Next, perhaps he should consider how to more effectively transform the profits and resources generated by these industries into real strength. The signboard of Drunken Immortal Pavilion seemed to be faintly visible before his eyes. And all of this was hidden beneath the bustling streets of Luoyang, unknown to anyone that the little hand that stirred up the storm came from a 3-year-old prince in the deep palace. Chapter 18 Restaurant Blueprint. The spring day in Luoyang was warm and pleasant, and the willows within the palace walls sprouted tender green buds. LuBu leaned against the windowsill, watching the birds flying around outside, but in his heart, he was plotting his grand plan for the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Winemaker Du Yong had already settled into the secret estate with his entire family, diligently studying the rudimentary still diagrams and oral instructions drawn by LuBu. Good news also came from Cai Gu, the papermaker. After numerous experiments, he had used his enhanced knowledge and understanding to make initial improvements to the pulp formula and bleaching process. While the paper produced was still far from the snow-white and cotton-like quality LuBu desired, it was significantly finer and whiter than ordinary paper on the market, and its toughness had also increased. This was a very good start. Reinforcement points. After having 227 points remaining at the beginning of April, approximately 10 days passed by mid-April. At a rate of 10 points per day, the total reinforcement points increased by 100 points, bringing the total to 327. Looking at the ample 327 enhancement points in the system, LuBu felt it was time to launch the restaurant plan. Not only would it generate quick profits, but it would also serve as an excellent platform for intelligence gathering and talent observation. He summoned Wong Yu again and issued new instructions. Master Wang, send a message to Jyn Shua, instructing him to begin searching for a location to open a restaurant. The requirements are, the location must be in a bustling area frequented by high-ranking officials and dignitaries, but not too conspicuous. Ideally, it should be a quiet place with a large house in the backyard, convenient for our people to enter and exit, and for storing supplies. The money will come from the profits of the soap business. Wang Yu noted it down and then asked, Your Highness, a restaurant needs a capable person to manage it. Jyn Shua's status is special, so it is not appropriate for him to directly take charge. Should we find another manager? LuBu nodded. Have Jyn Shua find a candidate. They need to be quick-witted, good at business, and discreet. Most importantly, they need to have a clean background and family ties. Once you find one, bring them here so I can personally take a look. By take a look, he naturally meant to use the system to examine and enhance them. Your subject understands. Wong Yu accepted the order and left.
Now, his connection with Jyn Shua is becoming increasingly close and smooth, and the prototype of Shadow has begun to play a role, making the transmission of messages safer and more covert. Jyn Shua's efficiency was as high as ever. A few days later, through Wong Yu's reply, he found 2 suitable residences, one near Buguangli, a place frequented by powerful and wealthy people, and the other near Jyn Shua, a bustling commercial district. At the same time, he also found a suitable candidate for head manager. This man, named Zhou Fu, was nearly 40 years old. He used to be the owner of a small tavern in Luoyang, but the tavern was shut down because his owner had offended someone, leaving him unemployed. He had been running the tavern for over a decade, was experienced, and while shrewd, he had principles. He had elderly parents and young children to support, and was struggling to make ends meet. Jyn Shua had secretly observed him and found him to be a capable person, and also easy to control. LuBu agreed to meet. The meeting was arranged in an inconspicuous warehouse secretly controlled by Jyn Shua. When Zhou Fu was blindfolded and let in, he was filled with trepidation, wondering which important person wanted to see him. When the blindfold was removed and he saw that the person sitting in the main seat was a beautifully sculpted child who looked only 3 or 4 years old, he was completely stunned. LuBu didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Zhou Fu, Jyn Shua recommended you, saying you are good at business. I want to open an extraordinary restaurant, one that will be the best in Luoyang, and even in the whole country. Would you be willing to work for me? Zhou Fu stared at this bizarre scene, his throat dry, and stammered, young master, opening a restaurant is no child's play. It requires substantial capital, unique dishes, and excellent service. I have the capital, I have my own unique methods for making dishes, and I also have my own rules for service. LuBu interrupted him, his small face filled with undeniable confidence. You only need to answer, yes or no. Looking at the child's composure and imposing manner, which was completely out of character for his age, and remembering that it was the influential eunuch Jyn who had recommended him, Zhou Fu steeled his heart. Fortune favors the bold. He bowed and said, if young master can truly solve the problems with the dishes and service, Zhou Fu was willing to serve you with utmost loyalty. Very good. LuBu stood up, walked to Zhou Fu, and pretended to be curious as he patted the abacus Zhou Fu had brought. Zhou Fu thought it was for meeting his new employer and that he had brought it specially. Contact complete. Check Zhou Fu. Viewed by Zhou Fu identity, former tavern owner, currently unemployed. Loyalty, 58%, symptoms, eager for opportunity, strength, 42, normal, intelligence, 71, shrewd and calculating, familiar with the ways of the world, stamina, 55, average, commander, 50, can manage teams, politics, 48, skilled in interpersonal relationships, charm, 65, kind-looking face, enhancement level, +0 combat strength, 4.2 with a loyalty rate of 58% and an intelligence of 71, these are good attributes, making them a suitable candidate to manage the restaurant. Strengthen Zhou Fu. Strengthen him twice in a row. LuBu once again invested resources to ensure the loyalty and competence of the core management team. First enhancement, +0-+1 consumes 1 enhancement point, second enhancement, +1-+2 consumes 2 enhancement points, a total of 3 points were consumed. Current enhancement points, 327-3 is equal to 324 points. As the warmth flowed in, Zhou Fu felt his mind clear up instantly. Many previously incomprehensible aspects of the business suddenly became clear, and his understanding of cost accounting, personnel management, and customer psychology improved dramatically. He even immediately had many novel and practical ideas on how to build a #1 restaurant in the world. This young master is no ordinary person. Zhou Fu was both surprised and delighted, and had no more doubts. He bowed deeply and said, "My lord." Zhou Fu was willing to do his best to manage the restaurant well for you. Loyalty, 83%, shocked and impressed, full of confidence, willing to serve to the death. Intelligence, 85.9, +14.9, management skills greatly improved, creativity bursting forth. Loyalty soared to 83%, and intelligence reached 86. LuBu nodded in satisfaction. The location? Choose that house in Buguangli, it's closer to our target customers. Jyn Shua will give you the money and the land deed. LuBu began to plan. The restaurant's name will be Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Drunken Immortal Pavilion. What a great name! Zhou Fu's eyes lit up. Next, it's about the dishes and service. LuBu took out several drawings he had already prepared. First, find a blacksmith and make a batch of pots like these according to these drawings.
I call them woks. There are also these thin-bottomed iron pots. These will be the core of our restaurant's dishes in the future.
Zhou Fu took the design and stared blankly at the strange, round-bottomed pot with a handle. Cooking in this era primarily involved steaming, boiling, roasting, and stewing. The concept of stir-frying was practically non-existent. LuBu explained, this is a new cooking method called stir-frying. The fire must be high, the oil must be hot, and the ingredients must be chopped or sliced thinly. They are then quickly stirred in the pan to cook instantly, which preserves the freshness and original flavor of the ingredients to the greatest extent.
The taste is incomparable to steaming or boiling.
He then went on to explain in detail the services that Zuexian Lu would provide: a dedicated person to guide guests upon entry, private room service, introduction of dishes, and even a preliminary idea of a membership system to provide different services to guests of different spending levels, etc. Zhou Fu was dumbfounded. These unheard-of service concepts, combined with the amazing stir-fry cooking skills, made him feel as if he could already see the bustling scene in front of drunken immortal pavilion and the daily influx of money. His lord is truly a genius. Furthermore, LuBu concluded, the restaurant is also a place to keep an eye on things. You should pay attention to the conversations of the guests, especially news about the political situation, officials in various regions, and the movements of the people. If you find anything of value, write it down and report it to Chef Wang through a specific channel. But remember, do not inquire proactively, and do not arouse suspicion.
Safety comes first.
Zhou Fu's expression hardened, and he immediately felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders, understanding the deeper significance of this restaurant. He solemnly replied, rest assured, my lord, Zhou Fu knows what's important. Watching Zhou Fu leave with full enthusiasm, LuBu knew that another important piece of his business empire had been completed. Zuexian Lu will be more than just a restaurant. It will be a behemoth of wealth accumulation, an intelligence network, and a crucial stronghold hidden beneath its prosperity before his future power emerges. He looked at the still enormous 324 enhancement points in the system and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The aroma of stir-fried dishes will soon fill the sky above Luoyang. And behind all this lies a carefully laid plan by this young child in the inner palace. Chapter 19 Drunken Immortal Pavilion. In early summer in Luoyang, the air was already carrying a hint of heat. Deep within the palace, LuBu, fanning himself with a small round fan made for him by a palace maid, listened to Wong Yu's report with a satisfied expression on his face. Preparations for Zuexian Lu are progressing at an astonishing speed. With his intelligence boosted to 86 after enhancement, shopkeeper Zhou Fu displayed astonishing efficiency. The house with a backyard in Buguangli had been purchased and was undergoing intensive renovations according to LuBu's requirements: elegant private rooms, a spacious and bright lobby, custom-made tables and chairs, and even a small garden plan in the backyard, striving to create an atmosphere of tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle, and extraordinary style. More importantly, the first batch of woks had already been secretly forged by a reliable blacksmith. Following LuBu's instructions, Zhou Fu poached several skilled chefs with clean backgrounds and family ties at high salaries, secretly gathering them in another manner outside the city. Du Yong, who had also been enhanced, temporarily took charge of their management. After all, they were all related to food, and they began training them in cooking. Looking at the 474 enhancement points in the system that were about to break the 500 mark, LuBu felt it was time to give the restaurant's core team another boost. He left the palace again and came to the secret estate where chefs were trained to eye in the courtyard. Several cooks were busy around the newly made wok and stove, sweating profusely. The hot oil sizzled in the wok, and the aroma and smoke from the ingredients bursting up as they hit the pan were incredibly tempting. However, it was clear that they were still unfamiliar with controlling the heat and the timing of stirring. Sometimes they overcooked the food, and sometimes they didn't cook it through. LuBu's gaze fell on one of the older cooks who was learning most diligently. His name was Zhang Xiao, and he was originally the second chef at a long-established restaurant in Luoyang. He was poached by Zhou Fu because he was dissatisfied with his employer's withholding of wages and cutting corners. LuBu stepped forward, pretending to be curious as he looked at the plate of cabbage that Zhang Xiao had just stir-fried, and picked up a pair of clean chopsticks next to him to take a bite. The heat was a bit too high, the leaves are a little wilted and not crisp enough, LuBu commented in a precocious tone. Zhang Xiao was initially dismissive of a child's critique of his dishes, but seeing Zhou Fu and Wong Yu, who were accompanying him, treating the child with great respect. He was startled and quickly bowed, saying, young master, your guidance is correct.
I am still figuring things out. LuBu patted his rough, large hand holding the spatula. Contact complete. Check on Jyn Shua.
Viewed by Jyn Shua. Occupation, chef, under training, loyalty, 60%, curious about the new employer, satisfied with the salary, strength, 58, adequate arm strength, intelligence, 63, good comprehension, good at imitation, stamina, 62, full of energy, commander, 30, can train apprentices, politics, 25, simple-minded, charm, 55, honest and simple, enhancement level, +0 combat strength, 58 strengthened Jyn Shua. Strengthened twice in a row. LuBu invested 3 strengthening points, 1 + 2, leaving 471 points. As the warm current flowed through him, Jyn Shua felt his wrist become more stable, and his perception of the heat instantly sharpened several times over. His understanding of the characteristics of various ingredients and the pairing of seasonings suddenly became clear. He could even instinctively know how to toss the wok and how to control the force just by looking at it. He stared incredulously at his hands, then at the pot, his lips trembling with excitement. This. His eyes were filled with shock and gratitude as he looked at LuBu. Thank you, young master. I think I've finally seen the light. Loyalty, 85%, shocked and grateful, willing to serve to the death. Intelligence, 76.2, +13.2, cooking aptitude greatly improved, creativity enhanced. LuBu nodded in satisfaction and then used the same method to strengthen 2 other chefs who performed well, consuming 3 points each, for a total of 6 points, leaving 465 points remaining. As a result, the core culinary team of Zhuxianlu experienced a qualitative leap in both skill and loyalty. A few days later, after intensive preparations, Zhuxianlu quietly opened in Buguangli. There was no big publicity, they simply hung up a brand new plaque and opened their tightly closed doors. In the early days of opening, there weren't many customers. After all, the location wasn't in the most prime, bustling area, and it was a new restaurant. But every customer who walked in was amazed by its unique atmosphere and novel dishes, the bright and clean environment, along with the polite and well-trained service staff, most of whom were poor boys and girls recruited and given simple training by Zhou Fu, with clean backgrounds, was already a pleasant surprise. And when those brightly colored and fragrant stir-fried dishes were served, they elicited gasps of amazement. This is cabbage? How come it's so green and crisp? These slices of meat are tender and smooth, with a wonderfully fragrant taste. How are they cooked? How wonderful! This wine is so clear and sweet, it burns like fire on the palate. This is what a true man should drink. This is a distilled spirit that Du Yong has successfully tested in its initial stages, produced in very limited quantities and offered only to the most distinguished guests. With its innovative stir-fried dishes, unique ambience, Zhou Fu's skillful hospitality, and the initial introduction of the VIP card system, which grants priority seating and the opportunity to sample new dishes upon reaching a certain spending threshold, Zhuxianlu's reputation began to ripple like a pebble thrown into a lake among a small circle of high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants. LuBu, through the business briefings that Zhou Fu regularly and secretly delivered, gained something more important than money, information. For example, the son of a high-ranking official complained to guests at the Zhuxianlu restaurant that his father had a dispute with a eunuch over the Grand Canal and was in a bad mood. For example, when several merchants from Jizhou were chatting, they mentioned that there seemed to be large-scale folk sacrificial activities there, which were strictly controlled by the government. For example, when some low-ranking palace eunuchs came to eat, they whispered that His Majesty seemed to be particularly fond of consort Wang lately, and even consort He was being neglected. These fragmented pieces of information, after being filtered and compiled by Wong Yu and the nascent Shadow Network, were finally presented to LuBu. Although most of it was still gossip or scraps of information, it gave LuBu a more direct understanding of the situation outside the palace. On this day, LuBu was in his palace, looking at the latest briefing sent by Zhou Fu and the first, not so large but significant, share of the restaurant's profits. A smile on his lips, Shura stood guard at the door, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. After this period of training and that intensification, he had become increasingly calm and capable, and had become an indispensable assistant to Wong Yu, and had also begun to participate in some of the peripheral affairs of Shadow. Chun Tao meticulously organized LuBu's writing desk. She was now one of LuBu's most trusted palace maids. In the corner, Wang Yu stood quietly as usual, but LuBu knew that his powerful senses had already covered the entire palace and its surroundings, and no movement could escape his notice. Under his guidance, the shadow organization was also quietly absorbing some reliable wanderers and retired veterans, and its framework was slowly taking shape. Lu Bian glanced at the system interface. Current enhancement points. For 65, he thought for a moment, then waved to Chun Tao.
Your Highness?
Chun Tao walked over obediently. Lu Bian took her hand and placed the small jade pendant he always wore, which had been unintentionally enhanced and become more lustrous, into her hand, saying with a smile, Sister Chun Tao, you've worked hard taking care of me.
This is for you.
Chun Tao was startled and quickly declined, Your Highness, this is too precious. This servant dares not accept it. Take it, I said I'd give it to you, so I will, Lu Bian insisted, his small hand tightly gripping hers, contact complete.
Check on Chun Tao.
Viewed by, Chun Tao position, maidservant in the prince's bedchamber. Loyalty, 78%, completely loyal to the prince and deeply grateful. Strength, 38, normal. Intelligence, 58, attentive and thoughtful. Stamina, 52, health. Commander, 20, can manage small groups. Politics, 35, understands palace etiquette. Charm, 72, delicate and charming. Enhancement level, +0. Combat strength, 38. Loyalty level, 78%, not bad. Lu Bian decided to further improve the abilities of those around him.
Strengthen Spring Peach. Once.
Consumes 1 strengthening point, leaving 464 points. After the warmth subsided, Chun Tao felt her mind was clearer, her hands and feet more agile, and her understanding of palace affairs and human relationships deepened. Looking at Lu Bian, her eyes slightly red, she knelt and kowtowed, The servant thanks Your Highness for your grace.
I will certainly serve Your Highness even more diligently.
Loyalty, 88%, completely devoted, deeply grateful. Intelligence, 63.8, +5.8, more attentive and quick-witted. Lu Bian smiled and told her to get up. His inner circle was becoming increasingly stable and powerful, centered around him. The successful opening of Zuixinlu and the initial intelligence gathering greatly boosted Lu Bian's confidence. His gaze began to extend beyond the high walls of the palace, reaching into a wider world. Soap, paper, fine wine, restaurants, these seemingly insignificant industries and networks, like trickles of water, would eventually converge into a torrent powerful enough to change the fate of an era, and all of this began with his enhanced system, which he had developed into a 3-year-old prince. The prelude to a chaotic era seemed to be slowly unfolding through his silent planning. Chapter 20. Consort Wang's new trick. In early summer in Luoyang, the air was thick with a restless heat. The reputation of Zuixinlu, like the aroma of its stir-fried dishes, gradually spread throughout Luoyang's upper echelons. Business boomed day by day, making it a new favorite for high-ranking officials and dignitaries to entertain and conduct business. Its crisp, fiery Zuixianiang, distilled liquor, was especially sought after, with even a single jar extremely difficult to find. However, the bigger the tree, the more the wind blows. The sudden rise of Zuixinlu finally attracted the attention and jealousy of some people, the first of whom was Consort Wang, the birth mother of Prince Lucie. Consort Wang, born into a prestigious family as the granddaughter of Wang Bao, the general of the 5 offices, was arrogant about her noble status and the fact that she bore a prince. She and Consort He were locked in a fierce power struggle, their rivalry intense. Consort Wang was already somewhat displeased that Consort He's son, Lu Bian, had recently recovered his health and was reportedly praised by the emperor, mainly for his reputation for precocious intelligence. Meanwhile, Consort Wang had heard rumors that the most influential establishment in Luoyang, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, was connected to Jyn Shua, though Zhou Fu was the official owner. In her view, Jyn Shua seemed to be getting closer to Lu Bian. In reality, Lu Bian was unilaterally controlling Jyn Shua. This is outrageous. How can we just watch our rivals make money and gain fame? Lu Bian was feeling confident, looking at the massive 764 enhancement points in the system, when Wong Yu brought some bad news. Your Highness, Consort Wang has made a move, Wang Yu said in a low voice. She has instructed her family members to contact the commandant of the capital region and several officials under the Luoyang magistrate. They are preparing to send people to seal up the restaurant tomorrow and order it to cease operations for rectification, citing the reasons that the source of the ingredients at Zuixinlu is unknown and may contain contaminants, and the wine is too strong and may cause people to lose their minds and be immoral.
Lu Bian frowned. This Consort Wang's methods were far more insidious than before.
Instead of directly robbing, she used official power to slap on the charges of food safety and immorality. If the business were shut down, her reputation would be ruined, and it would be difficult to reopen.
Does Jyn Shua know? LuBu asked calmly. I already know.
He asked me to tell your highness to rest assured that he has already made plans for this matter and will surely make that consort Wang lose more than he gains, Wang Yu replied, his tone suggesting considerable confidence in Jyn Shua. Upon hearing this, LuBu felt somewhat relieved. Good, it would be a good time to see how this monster subordinate, whose intelligence had been boosted to 132.9, would deal with this kind of political infighting. The next day, sure enough, a group of soldiers from the Silly Commandant and Yamen runners from the Luoyang magistrate arrived at the entrance of Zuixinlu in a menacing manner, attracting a large crowd of onlookers. The leader was a magistrate from Luoyang surnamed Xian, who, having received a hint from the Wang family, was preparing to make a good impression. However, as soon as they reached the door, before they could even show the seizure warrant, Zhou Fu, the manager of Zuixinlu, calmly came out to greet them, with a perfectly respectful smile on his face.
Gentlemen, you've worked hard. Would you like to have a meal?
There are private rooms upstairs,
Zhou Fu said, bowing. Enough with the nonsense. Magistrate Qian said sternly, displaying his official authority. Someone has reported that your Zuixinlu restaurant uses substandard ingredients and serves misleading drinks. I have been ordered to investigate. Effective immediately, the restaurant is to cease operations. Zhou Fu wore an expression of surprise and grievance. Your Honor, please understand. All the ingredients for my drunken immortal pavilion are purchased daily from the largest butcher shops and vegetable vendors in the West Market, and all receipts are verifiable. There is absolutely no question of them being of dubious origin. As for the wine, he lowered his voice and leaned closer to Magistrate Qian. To be honest, Your Honor, the production of this drunken immortal brew is extremely limited. Apart from supplying our distinguished guests, most of the rest is directly sent to the palace for His Majesty, well, to taste. To say that it bewitches people, that's just how it is. When Magistrate Qian heard the phrase sent to the palace, his heart skipped a beat. He hadn't heard of this connection when he received the order. Just then, the sound of horses' hooves grew louder as they approached. A eunuch dressed in the robes of a minor eunuch, with a delicate yet imposing air, arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, surrounded by a group of palace guards. It was Jyn Shua. Jyn Shua didn't even glance at the soldiers. His gaze fell directly on Zhou Fu, and he asked slowly in his distinctive high-pitched voice, Manager Zhou, is this month's drunken immortal brew ready? His Majesty has been asking about it several times, saying that the batch sent the day before yesterday has been finished and he is really craving it. Zhou Fu bowed immediately, his cooperation flawless, reporting to Eunuch Jyn, everything is ready, and we are just about to send it to the palace. Jyn Shua seemed to have just noticed Magistrate Qian and his group, raising an eyebrow slightly. Oh, Magistrate Qian? What brings so many people here? Are you perhaps trying to steal His Majesty's imperial wine? County Magistrate Qian turned pale with fright, cold sweat pouring down his face. He hurriedly waved his hands. No. Eunuch Jyn, you've misunderstood. This humble official received a report that there were some minor problems here, so I came. I came to inspect it. Since it's His Majesty's personal item, it must be fine. It was my oversight that disturbed Eunuch Jyn, I deserve to die. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at the equally terrified soldiers and Yamen runners behind him. Jyn Shua snorted coldly, his voice not loud, but carrying a chilling edge. Inspection? I think you're just bored. His Majesty is currently troubled by state affairs, and instead of sharing his burdens, you listen to slander and harass the honest merchants who brew imperial wine and run businesses for His Majesty? What are your intentions? This humble official dares not. This humble official knows his crime. County Magistrate Qian's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. Get out of here. Jyn Shua waved his hand impatiently. If my family finds out you've come here to cause trouble again, you'll be in big trouble. Yes. This humble official will leave right away. Right away. Magistrate Qian felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and he and his men scrambled away, even faster than when they arrived. The onlookers buzzed with discussion, their gazes towards Zuixinlu now even more different. So this restaurant had such a powerful backing. Even His Majesty loved their wine. Jyn Shua then nodded slightly to Zhou Fu and said in a low voice, well done. Now you know how to handle similar situations in the future, right? Zhou Fu respectfully replied, I understand, thank you for helping me out, eunuch Jyn. Jyn Shua said no more and led the Imperial wine team away. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even enter the restaurant, yet he effortlessly defused a crisis and also raised the status of Zhuxianlu. The news quickly reached the palace, and naturally, it also reached consort Wang's ears. Enraged, she smashed a beloved jade ruby. She hadn't expected Jyn Shua to personally intervene, and even more unexpectedly, the drunken immortal wine had actually been delivered to His Majesty. Now, not only had she failed to bring down the drunken immortal pavilion, but she had also allowed them to use His Majesty's name to further enhance their prestige. It was a classic case of shooting herself in the foot. Jyn Shua. And that sickly LuBu. You'll all be waiting for me. Consort Wang gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. After learning the detailed account of the entire process from Wong Yu, LuBu's little face lit up with a bright smile. Well done, he couldn't help but praise. Having a highly intelligent subordinate is so reassuring. Jyn Shua's move not only defused the crisis but also used the opportunity for publicity and to put his opponents in their place, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He truly mastered the art of politics and power politics. LuBu glanced at the system interface. His enhancement points remained a steady 764. He hadn't even needed to use his precious enhancement points this time. He had easily resolved the crisis thanks to the loyalty and abilities of his subordinates. This further solidified his determination to vigorously develop industries and cultivate power. Only by being strong enough and possessing enough Jyn Shua, Wong Yu, and Zhou Fu could he remain calm and collected in this perilous court. In the impending chaos, the crisis at Zhuxianlu had passed, but LuBu knew this was just the beginning. The storms to come would only be greater. And he was ready to meet the challenges, for he was no longer a lone transmigrator. A group of loyal and powerful companions had gathered around him.
Chapter 21 Mother, I will help you. Days passed by, and before we knew it, it was June 5th. The weather in Luoyang was muggy and hot, like a giant steamer. LuBu lay on the cool mat, with Chun Tao gently fanning him from the side, but he couldn't calm down. Although Jyn Shua had easily resolved the crisis at Zhuxianlu, Consort Wang's resentful gaze seemed to pierce through the palace walls and be nailed to his back. He knew that woman wouldn't let it go so easily. If she couldn't take down the restaurant, would she vent her anger on his mother? Thinking of this, LuBu's heart tightened. His mother, Consort He, was a shrewish and strong-willed woman. She might be able to handle other ordinary concubines, but she would likely suffer against Consort Wang, who came from a better background and had a more cunning mind. Especially now, it seemed that his father, the emperor, had become somewhat distant from his mother because Consort Wang had given birth to Lucia. Looking at the huge sum of over 800 points in the system, LuBu made up his mind. He couldn't let his mother suffer. He would strengthen his mother. The opportunity came soon. That afternoon, Consort He, accompanied by several palace maids, arrived at LuBu's bedchamber. She wore a light purple palace dress, and her makeup was exquisite, but a lingering weariness and melancholy hung in her eyes. Clearly, the recent favor shown to Consort Wang and the existence of Lucia had placed considerable pressure on her. "Biener, come here, let your mother take a look." Consort He sat down on the mat, reached out, and pulled LuBu into her arms, touching his forehead and face, her tone full of concern. "It's been hot these past few days. Don't let him catch heat stroke again." Feeling the warmth of his mother's embrace and her genuine care, LuBu felt a warmth in his heart and became even more determined to protect her. He leaned against Consort He's chest, his small hand casually playing with a strand of her hair that hung down to her chest, and then touching the smooth, delicate back of her hand. "Mother is beautiful," LuBu said in his childish voice, tilting his head up. Lady He was amused by him and gently pinched his little nose. "Silly child, you always know how to say nice things." During this intimate moment, LuBu silently thought. Check on Consort He. A light screen that only he could see appeared. Viewed by He Gyron status. Consort of Emperor Ling of Han, mother of Prince LuBu. Loyalty to the host 100%, mother and child bond. Strength 38, normal. Intelligence 72, shrewd and capable, prone to jealousy. Stamina 65, health Command, 45. Can manage palace servants. Politics, 68. Skilled in political maneuvering, ambitious, charm, 88. Stunning appearance, captivating charm. Enhancement level, +0 combat strength, 3.8. Intelligence, 72. Politics, 68. Charisma, 88. Excellent attributes. No wonder she was a woman who became an empress in history and challenged Dong Zhuo. Her loyalty is also 100% from the start. With such a strong foundation, any enhancements will definitely yield outstanding results. Strengthen Consort He. 3 times in a row. Liu Bian gave the order in his mind without hesitation. First enhancement, +0 dash, +1 consumes 1 enhancement point. Second enhancement, +1 dash, +2 consumes 2 enhancement points. Third enhancement, +2 dash, +3 consumes 4 enhancement points. Total points consumed, 1 + 2 + 4 = 7. Current remaining enhancement points, 814 - 7 is equal to 807 points. 3 powerful warm currents surged into Consort He's body one after another. She trembled slightly at first, feeling a little strange, but then an indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout her body. She felt her mind become clearer than ever before. Some things that she couldn't understand before, such as why Consort Wang had been frequently mentioning topics like the upbringing of princes and peace and quiet outside the palace, in front of His Majesty, suddenly became clear. Many methods of palace intrigue and ways of understanding people's hearts seemed to come to her mind without any instruction, becoming clearer and more profound at the same time. She felt her skin seemed smoother and more delicate, her complexion much rosier, and her eyes naturally exuded a captivating charm. Even she herself felt that she was in an amazing state. Consort He looked at her hands with some surprise, then touched her face, not understanding why, but assuming it was because she was in a better mood today and her makeup was done well. "Mother, you look even more beautiful now." Liu Bian flattered her at the opportune moment, his heart filled with joy. With his mother enhanced by +3, both her intelligence and charm had been greatly boosted. Let's see how arrogant Consort Wang can be now. Consort He was overjoyed by her son's praise and hugged him affectionately for a while before getting up to leave. She felt unusually clear-headed today, walking with a spring in her step, and prepared to go back and think carefully about how to deal with that wretched Consort Wang. Liu Bian watched his mother's departing figure, his little fists clenching. "Mother, keep going. Your son is supporting you." Back in her palace, Consort He dismissed her attendants and sat alone before her dressing table. Her reflection in the bronze mirror seemed even more radiant and captivating than ever before. She gently stroked the mirror, her mind racing. "Wang Rong, Consort Wang, you've been jumping around lately. Isn't it all because you gave birth to Sierra and are a few years younger that you want to bring down me and Biener?" Consort He's lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes sharp. "First you implied that Biener was weak, then you said that the Taoist temple outside the palace was quiet and conducive to the prince's recuperation. Do you really think I'm a fool, that I can't tell you want to drive my son out of the palace?" In the past, she might have become impatient and gone directly to His Majesty to cry and make a scene, which might have given him ammunition against her. But now, her mind raced, and she instantly came up with several solutions, eliminating those that might anger His Majesty or make her appear foolish. "If you want to play, I'll play with you." Consort He looked at her confident and radiant reflection in the mirror and murmured, "Let's see who has the last laugh." The royal palace gardens, 3 days later, a small family banquet, initiated by Emperor Lu Hong, was held in a pavilion in the imperial garden. Among those attending were Consort He, Consort Wang, and the young Lu Xie, held by his wet nurse. Liu Bian, being a child, generally did not attend such occasions, which conveniently allowed Consort He to make her presence felt. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere seemed harmonious. Seeing that the time was ripe, Consort Wang smiled and said to Lu Hong, "Your Majesty, the weather has been hot lately, and Sierra has been having trouble sleeping. I heard that Prince Bien was also ill a few days ago, which is truly heartbreaking." Upon hearing this, Lu Hong nodded and looked at Consort He. "How has Biener been feeling lately?" Consort He sneered inwardly. "They've come after all. but her face revealed just the right amount of gentleness and a hint of worry. Your Majesty, thank you for your concern. Biener's health has improved somewhat, but his constitution is still weak. I worry about him day and night, hoping that he can grow up safely. Her words were sincere and heartfelt, perfectly expressing a mother's worry. Consort Wang seized the opportunity to interject. Yes, Your Majesty. The palace is crowded and noisy, and the summer heat is too intense, which is not conducive to the prince's rest. I have heard that there is a royal Taoist temple outside the city, with a quiet and beautiful environment, perfect for nurturing the body. If Prince Bien could stay there for a while and be cared for by a Taoist master, it might greatly benefit his health. She spoke in a grand and respectable manner, as if she were thinking of Lu Bian's best interests. Lu Hong was somewhat tempted. He had difficulty conceiving, and several of his previous sons had died young. He still cared about Lu Bian, his eldest son. Sending him to a quiet place to recuperate seemed like a good option.
Consort He's alarm bells rang loudly. This vile woman really wanted to get Biener out of the palace.
Once she was out of the palace and far from the emperor, her life or death would be entirely in their hands. How many princes in history had died of illness outside the palace, but she showed no sign of it on her face. Instead, she smiled gratefully and said to Consort Wang, "Sister, you are so thoughtful, considering Biener's well-being.
I thank you."
She then changed the subject, her tone carrying a perfectly timed hint of doubt. "However, your mention of the Taoist temple reminds me of something. I heard that you have recently become quite close to that Taoist priest Zhang from Sichuan, and have even donated a considerable amount of money for incense to pray for Sierre's well-being.
You truly have the heart of a loving mother." Wang Gairen's expression changed slightly. It was true that she had privately contacted Zhang Daorun, Zhang Lu's grandfather Zhang Daoling? Or an early figure related to the Celestial Masters sect. Her purpose was to create momentum for herself and her son and to promote the mandate of heaven. She did not expect that he sure would know about it. Before she could explain, Consort He continued softly to Lu Hong, "Your Majesty, Biener is still young and a prince, of noble status. If we were to send him out of the palace rashly, the guards, provisions, food, and lodging would all consume a great deal of manpower and resources. The national treasury is currently..." She paused at the right moment, giving Lu Hong a knowing look, "and such a large-scale operation for Biener alone might incur criticism from the court officials, who might say that your Majesty dotes on the prince and neglects state affairs. This is the first point."
Secondly, Consort He said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Hong, her gaze filled with reliance and trust, "Biener is His Majesty's eldest son, carrying His Majesty's hopes and the future of the nation.
How can his upbringing be entrusted to someone outside the palace?
I believe that it is only right for Biener to remain in the palace, to be personally taught by His Majesty, to feel the imperial aura and bathe in the boundless grace of the emperor.
With His Majesty, the true Son of Heaven, by his side, what evil spirits or illnesses would dare to approach?
This is 1,000 times better than any Taoist master." Her words first pointed out that Consort Wang's close relationship with the Taoist priest might have ulterior motives. Then, she considered the perspectives of the country and Lu Hong, aiming to save expenses and avoid controversy. Finally, she elevated Lu Hong to the level of a true dragon emperor, implying that his existence was the best talisman. This series of attacks and counterattacks was both reasonable and well-founded, and it was full of admiration and trust for Lu Hong. It directly turned Consort Wang's suggestion for the good of the prince into a foolish move that was wasting money and resources, had ulterior motives, and questioned the emperor's authority. Lu Hong was a man easily swayed and concerned with his reputation. Upon hearing Consort He's analysis, he immediately found it extremely reasonable.
"Yes, I am the Son of Heaven. My son is by my side, how could he be afflicted with illness? Sending him to a Taoist temple would imply that I, the emperor, am inferior to a Taoist priest. Besides, it's certainly expensive and troublesome."
When he looked at Consort Wang again, his gaze shifted, becoming somewhat scrutinizing. What was this woman up to, getting so close to the Taoist priest? Consort Wang felt uneasy under Lu Hong's gaze, both angry and anxious. She hadn't expected Lady He to be so sharp-tongued and so calculating today. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something more. "Your Majesty, this concubine, enough."
Lu Hong interrupted her impatiently. "It's good that Biener stays in the palace. Don't mention this matter again."
He looked at Consort He's beautiful and intelligent face, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. He felt that she was sensible, knew how to behave, and was so dependent on him. He was overjoyed. My beloved consort is absolutely right. Diener will stay in the palace. I will personally test his studies when I have time. Higuerin breathed a long sigh of relief, and a bright smile bloomed on her face, like a peony in full bloom, making Lu Hong's heart flutter. She took the opportunity to say a few more considerate words, making Lu Hong very happy. Consort Wang sat to one side, her face ashen, her nails digging into her palms. She stared at Consort He, who seemed reborn, now brimming with confidence, and felt a mixture of shock and anger. When did Consort He become so formidable? That evening, LuBu learned from Wong Yu everything that had happened in the Imperial Garden. Mother Consort is mighty. LuBu rolled around on the mat with joy. His mother, enhanced by +3, was truly powerful. Now, Consort Wang probably wouldn't dare to try to expel him from the palace again anytime soon. He looked at the 837 enhancement points remaining in the system and felt very secure. Within the deep palace, undercurrents surged. But LuBu was no longer the sickly prince who could be easily manipulated. He had a system, loyal subordinates, and now, an even more intelligent and charming mother as an ally. Chapter 22 Shadow Loyalty. On June 15, the weather grew increasingly hot. Cicadas chirped incessantly in the old trees of the palace garden, their noise irritating everyone. LuBu sat in the hall, eating chilled fruit, but his mind was preoccupied with more important matters. 10 days had passed since the last time he strengthened his mother, and he had accumulated quite a few more strengthening points, current enhancement points, 907. Money. People. These are the foundation for survival in chaotic times. His business is just starting out, and his hidden forces are beginning to weave. It's time to inquire about the progress and make the next move. Master Wang. LuBu waved his hand, signaling Chen Tao to leave first, leaving only him and Wong Yu in the hall. Your Highness. Wang Yu bowed, now completely devoted to LuBu. How's our business? Is Zuixinli doing well? When are we opening a branch? And what about the distilled liquor, soap, and paper? These are our money bags, our lifeblood. We absolutely can't let anything go wrong with keeping this a secret. LuBu spoke with a mature tone in his childish voice, which sounded a bit funny, but Wang Yu looked very serious. Your Highness, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is doing extremely well, making a fortune every day. Zhou Fu has mentioned the idea of opening a branch, and several locations have been selected, awaiting your Highness's decision. As for distilled spirits, Du Yang's work is progressing well, with the yield rate stabilizing somewhat, but the output is still not high, mainly because it is difficult to manufacture qualified distillation equipment. The soap workshop has been expanded, with stable output, and is firmly controlled by eunuch Jian's men, with the processes separated. The core process of making lye is known only to a few absolutely trusted individuals. As for Kaigu's paper, the latest batch is already much better than what is on the market, whiter and more resilient. Caigu said that if given more time, it can be even better. Wang Yu reported in detail. LuBu nodded, understanding the situation. It seemed everything was progressing according to plan, especially the advancements in paper technology, which filled him with anticipation. This was a powerful weapon for cultural monopoly. Let Zhou Fu and Jyn Shua handle the branch business. Choose the safest location, and make sure the staff have clean backgrounds, preferably with family members under our control, LuBu instructed. As for the distillation equipment, tell Du Yong not to rush. Safety and secrecy are paramount. Your subject understands, Wang Yu wrote down. What about Shadow? LuBu asked, addressing the part he was most concerned about. How are the preparations going? How many people are there? A hint of confidence flickered across Wang Yu's face. Your Highness, Shadow has taken initial shape, recruiting many reliable wandering knights, retired soldiers, and some clever street urchins, totaling about 300 people. Among them, the core members number about 100. More than 300 people. LuBu was slightly shocked. Wang Yu was really efficient. However, having more people doesn't mean they are useful. Loyalty and ability are the key. Are these 100 key personnel reliable?
LuBu asked pointedly. Wang Yu's expression hardened. I have done my best to screen, but people's hearts are unpredictable. Your Highness must personally take the lead. He understood that LuBu possessed the mysterious ability to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. LuBu nodded. Make arrangements, I need to meet with them. It must be kept secret, not a word can be leaked. Yes. Your Majesty, I will make the arrangements immediately.
Wang Yu accepted the order. 2 nights later, in an abandoned warehouse in western Luoyang, the lights were dim. 100 men, dressed in various coarse cloth clothes but with sharp eyes and agile figures, stood quietly in 10 rows. Some were wandering swordsmen, with a rough and rugged air, some were retired veterans, standing ramrod straight, and some were street thugs, their eyes darting around, but at this moment they dared not utter a sound. Before them stood their leader, the swordsman Wong Yu. Beside Wang Yu was a short figure completely shrouded in a black cloak, his face obscured. It was LuBu who had secretly left the palace. Wang Yu spoke in a deep voice. I have summoned you here today so that you may pay homage to your true lord. From now on, you will serve only this lord, and his orders will be above all else. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and immediately knelt on one knee, lowering their voices to say, Greetings, my lord. LuBu took a deep breath and said in a deliberately lowered, slightly immature but authoritative voice, Raise your head. 100 pairs of eyes turned to him. Although his face was obscured, his short stature still made some people uneasy. LuBu said no more, silently thinking, Check. Instantly, beams of light, visible only to him, appeared above the heads of these 100 people. He scanned it quickly. Loyalty, 45% loyalty, 62% loyalty, 38% loyalty, 71% loyalty, 88% loyalty, 29%, as expected. A mixed bag. Most have a loyalty level between 50% and 70%, which is usable. But there are a dozen or so with loyalty levels below 50%, and some even below 30%. These are likely spies planted by other factions, or simply there for the money, and could turn against us at any time. LuBu sneered inwardly, secretly tugging at Wang Yu's sleeve under his cloak. Wang Yu understood and nodded slightly. LuBu began to walk around, as if inspecting his army. When he walked up to those whose loyalty was above 70%, he would casually pat them on the shoulder or say not bad. With each tap, silently chant in your mind, Enhancement +1. Loyalty, 71%-78% loyalty, 88%-97%, diehard. Loyalty, 65%-72%, upgrading to +1 only requires 1 upgrade point, and he upgraded over 60 individuals with high loyalty or good potential. A total of over 60 upgrade points were consumed. 842 points remained. Those who were strengthened felt a warm current flow through them, making their bodies seem stronger and their minds clearer. A sense of awe and gratitude for the mysterious lord before them arose spontaneously, and their loyalty increased visibly. As for those with low loyalty, LuBu merely glanced at them coldly, memorizing their faces and positions. After the inspection, LuBu returned to Wang Yu's side and whispered, That's enough. Wang Yu ordered everyone to disperse and leave according to their designated routes. Without lingering, after everyone had left, LuBu took off his cloak, his young face showing a coldness beyond his years. Master Wang, I paid special attention to a few people just now, and their loyalty is questionable. I'll tell you the list, and you know what to do. A cold glint flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. Your Highness, rest assured, Shadow has no need for disloyal people. They will disappear accidentally and will never leak the news. LuBu nodded, confident in Wang Yu's abilities. Only by eliminating internal instability could this shadowy force truly be of his use. There are 2 more important things, LuBu continued. Have Shadow send out capable and quick-witted people to 2 different places to find 2 different people. Your Highness, please give your orders. First, go to Nanyang County and find a man named Huang Hansheng, who is about 30 to 35 years old. He should be a military officer or general. This man is as brave as 10,000 men. LuBu said. Secondly, go to the Woyuan County area and find a man named LuBu, who is about 19 to 23 years old. This man is probably even braver than Huang Zhong, and can be called unparalleled in the world. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. How could His Highness, living deep within the palace, know about 2 nameless individuals 1,000 miles away? And how could he be so certain of their bravery? But he didn't ask any further questions. He was already used to the extraordinary qualities His Highness possessed. Once you find him, do not be violent, treat him with courtesy. Tell him that the Crown Prince LuBu of the Han Dynasty has heard of your bravery and admires you, and wishes to treat you as a guest, inviting you to come to Luoyang for a chat. LuBu specifically instructed, you must be very polite. Especially to that LuBu, that man may be quite arrogant. LuBu knew that recruiting these two top generals now might not be very successful. Huang Zhong might still be frustrated in Nanyang, but with a sick son at home, he might not be willing to travel far. LuBu was even more ambitious, and if he were recruited now, he might not even look at him, a young prince, but that's all right. Let's plant the seeds first, make them familiar with the situation. Let them know that there is a prince who cares about them. That's enough. When the time is right in the future, recruiting them will be much easier. Your Highness, I will obey your command. Wong Yu memorized those two names. His Highness valued them so highly, these two must be extraordinary individuals. After arranging everything, LuBu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the remaining 800+ enhancement points in this system, at the steadily developing industry, at the shadow organization being purged and strengthened, and then thinking about those two future warriors who might be recruited, he felt that in this strange and dangerous era, he finally had some means to make a living. In this chaotic world, I have arrived, LuBu silently said to himself. Chapter 23 The Poisonous Strategist Jasu on June 25. After a night of rain, the air in Luoyang was much fresher, but it was still muggy. LuBu sat in the hall, a bamboo slip laid out before him that Cai Yong had asked him to read, but his mind had already wandered beyond the palace. Industries were developing, the shadows were growing, and people had been sent to search for military talent, but he always felt that something was missing. He lacks a strategist who can help him plan and fill in the gaps. While Wong Yu and Jyn Shua are capable, one is a swordsman and the other a eunuch, their vision and strategic thinking are ultimately limited. He needs a true strategist. He mentally reviewed the strategists of the early Three Kingdoms period. Mentors like Sun Yu and Gui Jia, from prominent families in Yingchuan, probably wouldn't even consider him, a mere child prince, a suitable target. Suddenly, a name popped into his head: Jasu, Zhouanhe. This man should currently be serving as a court official in Luoyang, feeling frustrated and unfulfilled. Moreover, it seems he's planning to resign and return to his hometown of Liangzhou this year, perhaps due to acclimatization issues or some other reason. This is a golden opportunity. Jasu, known as the poisonous strategist, possesses profound wisdom and is particularly adept at self-preservation and planning, making him the perfect behind-the-scenes advisor for him. We must intercept him before he leaves Luoyang. Current enhancement points, 942. Master Wang. LuBu immediately summoned Wong Yu. What are your orders, Your Highness? Mobilize all the shadow agents to find a man named Jasu, Zhouanhe, in Luoyang. He's from Luowei in Liangzhou, and he's probably just an insignificant court official, possibly preparing to resign and return home. Find him and bring him to me secretly. Remember, invite him here. Don't be violent, and don't let anyone notice. LuBu ordered urgently. Although Wong Yu didn't understand why His Highness was suddenly so concerned about an unknown minor official, he still accepted the order without hesitation. Yes. I will do it immediately. The efficiency of the shadows was on full display. Just 2 days later, Wong Yu brought news. Your Highness, we've found him. He is indeed a court official, from Guzan County, Luowei Commandery, Liangzhou. He recently submitted his resignation to his superiors, citing acclimatization problems and a prolonged illness as the reason. He is preparing to leave the capital and return to his hometown in the next few days. Our people found him in a simple courtyard he rented. Bring him here. No, the palace is too conspicuous. Let's go to our farm outside the city where we train cooks. LuBu made a quick decision. As dusk fell, an inconspicuous carriage entered the manor. Jasu was invited alighting from the carriage by two seemingly ordinary but sharp-eyed men. He was in his early 30s, of medium build, with a thin face and a short beard. He wore a faded old official robe, and his eyes, though calm, carried a hint of barely perceptible vigilance and weariness. He was indeed suffering from acclimatization issues. His years in Luoyang had been unsatisfactory, and his interpersonal relationships had been mediocre. So, he decided to resign and return to Liangzhou, that remote border region that he had initially assumed that some important figure had taken a liking to his meager talents and wanted to recruit him as an advisor, albeit in a rather strange manner. But when he was led to a quiet room and saw a child who looked only 3 or 4 years old, with exquisitely beautiful features, sitting in the main seat, he was completely stunned. Whose son is this? Did they arrest the wrong person? Looking at the ruthless strategist who would one day stir up storms, now appearing as a down-on-his-luck scholar, LuBu felt a pang of regret.
He waved his hand, signaling Wong Yu and the others to wait outside. Mr. Jiawenhe?
LuBu asked, his voice young but with a maturity beyond his years. Jasu snapped out of his daze, suppressing the absurdity in his heart, and bowed respectfully. I am indeed Jasu.
May I ask why you have invited me, young master?
He deliberately emphasized the word invited, with a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm. LuBu did not answer his question. Instead, he stood up, walked to Jasu, and looked up at him with his small face. Sir, you are a man of great talent, yet you are relegated to the position of gentleman of the palace, feeling frustrated and unfulfilled.
Now you want to resign and return to your hometown. Isn't that a pity?
Jasu was startled.
How could this child know his situation and thoughts?
He remained calm and said indifferently, I am of limited talent and learning, and I am also weak and sickly.
I am not fit to be driven. Returning home is a helpless move and there is nothing to regret. Is that so?
LuBu smiled slightly, reaching out his small hand as if to touch the old jade pendant at Jasu's waist. Actually, it was just an excuse to make contact. Jasu subconsciously took a half step back, his brows furrowing slightly, finding the child's behavior strange. LuBu, however, persisted and quickly touched the back of his hand with her small hand. Contact complete.
Inspect Jasu.
Viewed by Jasu identity, resigned official, originally from Wuwei, Liangzhou, loyalty, 15%, confused, wary, slightly dissatisfied, strength, 41, normal, intelligence, 95, deeply insightful, perceptive, already at 95 without enhancement. Stamina, 53, slightly unwell, commander, 70, skilled in strategic planning, politics, 88, skilled in political maneuvering, adept at self-preservation, charm, 65, reserved and understated, enhancement level, +0 combat strength, 41 *his, LuBu gasped inwardly.
Intelligence 95. Politics 88. Unenhanced state. As expected of Jasu. But this loyalty. 15%. That's practically extreme vigilance and dissatisfaction. We must strengthen this force. And we must invest heavily. Once their loyalty is established, these kinds of talents will be an invaluable asset. Strengthen Jasu. Strengthen him 4 times in a row. LuBu didn't hesitate.
He wanted to push Jasu's intelligence and loyalty to a safe level in one go. Of first enhancement, +0-+1 consumes 1 enhancement point, second enhancement, +1-+2 consumes 2 enhancement points, third enhancement, +2-+3 consumes 4 enhancement points, fourth enhancement, +3-+4 consumes 8 enhancement points, total points consumed. 1 + 2 + 4 + 8 = 15. Current remaining enhancement points, 942 - 15 is equal to 927 points. For warm currents, far stronger than any before, surged into Jasu's body like a raging tide.
Ugh!
Jasu groaned, his body trembling violently, his face flushing an unnatural red. He felt as if his head was about to explode. Countless previously vague and incomprehensible concepts of the world's affairs, human nature's treachery, and conspiracies became crystal clear, like the sun breaking through the clouds. Many obscure and difficult passages from his studies now became instantly clear. The physical discomfort vanished in an instant, replaced by a feeling of invigorated comfort. This earth-shattering change shocked him beyond measure. He suddenly looked up at the child with the mysterious smile in front of him, his eyes filled with disbelief and deep awe. This is no ordinary child.
Is this a deity?
Or a demon? Loyalty, 15%-65%, extremely shocked, filled with awe, reassessment required. Intelligence, 95-139.0, +44.0, intelligence is almost supernatural. Politics, 88-128.7, +40.7, master of political maneuvering. Loyalty skyrocketed to 65%. Intelligence reached a terrifying 139. Politics was also a staggering 129. Jasu took several deep breaths to barely suppress the turmoil in his heart. When he looked at Lu Bian again, his eyes had completely changed. The previous wariness and dissatisfaction had disappeared, replaced by a sense of inquiry and deep apprehension.
Who exactly are you?
Jasu's voice was somewhat hoarse. Lu Bian knew it was time to lay his cards on the table. He put his hands behind his back, trying to appear inscrutable. I am the eldest prince of the current dynasty, Lu Bian.
The eldest prince? That 3-year-old prince who was supposedly on the verge of death not long ago?
Jasu's pupils constricted sharply.
How could this be? A 3-year-old child, possessing such supernatural abilities? Such knowledge, but the changes in his body and mind were real. He had no choice but to believe it.
Sir, do you still feel that returning to your hometown was a last resort?
Lu Bian asked with a smile. Jasu, being an exceptionally intelligent man, understood instantly. This eldest prince harbored a shocking secret and possessed extraordinary ambitions. His current predicament was both an opportunity and a pledge of loyalty. He straightened his robes, his expression becoming extremely solemn. He bowed deeply to Lu Bian, this time with heartfelt respect. Jasu greets my lord. I was unaware of your identity before and was therefore quite disrespectful. Please forgive me. I am willing to serve you with utmost loyalty. Lu Bian was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward to help him up. Mr. Wonha, please rise. It is my great fortune to have your help. He knew that Jasu's 65% loyalty was just the beginning, but with this foundation and that terrifying 139 points of intelligence, he was confident that he could completely win over this cunning strategist. The situation is complicated right now, and you will need to stay behind the scenes for the time being, Lu Bian said. I will have Master Wang arrange a new identity and accommodation for you. Your primary task is to help me sort out the industry, improve the shadow structure, fill in the gaps, and plan for the future. A glint flashed in Jasu's eyes, and he instantly got into the zone. Rest assured, my lord, I will do my utmost. He had a feeling that following this mysterious lord might allow him to accomplish something truly earth-shattering in this impending chaotic world, rather than merely protecting himself. Looking into Jasu's eyes, which gleamed with wisdom, Lu Bian knew that he had finally obtained the most crucial piece of the puzzle. In this chaotic world, his chess pieces are piling up. And Jasu is undoubtedly the piece that can help him turn the tide of the game. Chapter 24. When his 3 strategies. It was past noon, and the doors and windows of the study in the manor were tightly closed. The light was dim, and the faint light coming through the window cast Lu Bian's small figure and Jasu's thin face onto the wall, which swayed slightly looking at the monstrous strategist before him, whose intelligence had already reached a staggering 139. Lu Bian was filled with anticipation. He knew that Jasu's joining would be a crucial turning point in the development of his power. Mr. Wonha, now that you are under my command, I have 3 questions for you to ask me. Lu Bian spoke seriously in his childish voice, creating a somewhat strange scene, but Jasu listened with utmost seriousness. Please speak, my lord. I will answer whatever I know. Jasu bowed slightly, his attitude respectful. The 15 points of enhancement he had invested and the tremendous changes he had undergone made him dare not underestimate this 3-year-old child in the slightest. My first question concerns our financial assets. Lu Bian held up his first little finger. We currently have Zuixinlu, a restaurant chain, soap, and are developing paper and distilled spirits. How can we manage these businesses to make them safer, more profitable, and able to continuously provide us with sufficient financial resources? Jasu pondered for a moment, a glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes, as if he had already considered this question. My lord, the foundation of an enterprise lies in concealment and division, Jasu said, his voice steady and clear. The reputation of Zuixinlu has already been established, so we can maintain the status quo for now, with Zhou Fu openly managing it and Jyn Shua providing covert support. However, subsequent branches should not use the name Zuixinlu again. We can start anew, such as Wang Jianglu or Tinjiyuj, to divert attention and avoid attracting unwanted attention. Lu Bian nodded, he had also thought about that. Secondly, the soap making, paper making, and brewing workshops are of paramount importance, the very lifeblood of our industry, Jasu continued. Currently, concentrating them in one place, while protected, still carries significant risks. I suggest immediately dismantling and relocating the core workshops.
The soap-making process, the paper pulp formulation, and the distillation process must be separated and placed in different locations, managed by absolutely loyal individuals who are complete strangers to each other. By dismantling the processes, any craftsman in any one location will only know their own part, not the whole picture. In this way, even if one part is breached, the entire operation will not be lost.
LuBu's eyes lit up. Assembly line operation plus core secrecy. Jasu had indeed seen through the key point at a glance. This could greatly improve secrecy. Thirdly, the circulation of money, Jasu continued. Currently, all profits from our businesses are collected through Jyn Shua. While convenient, this leaves a trace.
We can take advantage of the connections between Zuixinlu and subsequent restaurants and merchants to secretly establish multiple channels for money and goods, or use reputable wealthy merchants for circulation, breaking down large sums into smaller ones to avoid suspicion. Ultimately, the money needs to be converted into easily stored and difficult-to-trace items, such as gold, jewelry, or strategic materials like grain and pig iron, and secretly stockpiled.
LuBu was deeply moved. This was true professionalism. So thorough. They'd combined profit-making, secrecy, and strategic reserves. What you say is absolutely right, sir. Let's do as you say. LuBu immediately decided.
This matter still requires you, sir, to plan together with Jyn Shua and Wong Yu and implement it as soon as possible.
I accept the order, Jasu replied. The second question, LuBu held up a second finger, is about Shadow. Shadow is newly established, and its personnel are a mixed bag. I have just purged a group of disloyal individuals. How should Shadow develop in the future to become our true eyes and ears and sharpest weapon? Jasu seemed unsurprised by LuBu's extraordinary ability to distinguish between the loyal and the treacherous.
After a moment of contemplation, he said, "My lord, for Shadow to become a useful tool, it needs to be refined, specialized, and profound.
Quality means quality over quantity. After this cleanup, we need to be even more strict in recruiting people.
We should not only look at their abilities, but also their weaknesses, family members, desires, and any vulnerabilities they may have.
Only those who can be controlled should be appointed. Specialization means clear division of labor. It can be divided into internal and external departments.
The internal guard is dedicated to protecting the Lord, important figures, and core industries. The external spies are scattered in various places to collect intelligence or carry out special missions. Special personnel are also needed to analyze and screen intelligence, separating the true from the false, and turning useless information into useful strategies.
Deep means long-term infiltration.
Select some clever and loyal people and try to infiltrate the various forces, even the palace eunuchs and the residences of court officials.
Do not require them to immediately pass on important information.
Just establish a foothold, like a hibernating snake, and wait for the right time to move.
LuBu nodded repeatedly. Specialized division of labor, long-term covert operations. This is practically an ancient version of a secret service organization. With Jasu's planning, it's hard for Shadow not to become powerful. Furthermore, Jasu added, the treatment of Shadow personnel must be excellent, and their compensation must be generous, in order to win their hearts and minds and make them willing to die for them. This matter can be arranged together with the circulation of money. Very well.
I'll trouble you, sir, to take care of the matter of Shadow and plan it out in detail with Wang Yu.
LuBu authorized the matter again.
The third question, LuBu held up his third finger, his small face bearing a seriousness beyond his years, concerns the state of the world. As you can see, sir, the court is in chaos, natural and man-made disasters are frequent, and the Taiping Dao is active. This is hardly a good omen.
How should we conduct ourselves in the future? And how should we strive forward?
This is the most crucial question, concerning long-term strategy. Upon hearing this, Jasu's expression became even more serious. He walked to the window, looking at the pitch-black night outside, as if he could see through the darkness and witness the impending bloodshed. My lord, Jasu spoke slowly, his voice low and deep, a great building is about to collapse, and no single pillar can prop it up. The Han dynasty today is burdened with deep-seated problems, like a giant whose illness has reached its terminal stage. Only drastic measures can save it. However, this drastic measure may not be reforming the corrupt practices of the court, but rather, plunging the world into chaos.
LuBu was startled.
Although he knew history, hearing such a clear judgment from Jasu, a top strategist of the time, was still a different experience. The way of peace, a single spark may start a prairie fire.
Jasu turned around, his gaze sharp. However, a mob is unlikely to accomplish great things.
Their uprising may stir up the world and accelerate the chaos, but in the end, they will only benefit others.
Our strategy should be to go with the flow and profit from the chaos. Jasu set the tone.
Before the chaos erupts, our Lord must remain hidden, accumulating resources, forging powerful weapons, and training elite warriors.
Industry and the shadows are the foundation.
When the world changes, your status as our Lord will be your greatest advantage.
Jasu looked at LuBu.
His Majesty is the eldest son of the legitimate emperor, the rightful heir of the Han dynasty. At that time, you can use the pretext of protecting the borders and securing the people and punishing the disloyal to seize a portion of the military power, or control one or two key counties as your base. With ample funds and provisions, elite shadow troops, powerful weapons, and the legitimacy of righteousness, you can either contend for the world or retreat to establish your own territory. The initiative will be entirely in your hands. Jasu's strategy was clear and straightforward: survive and develop relentlessly in the early stages, seize territory and legitimacy amidst the chaos in the mid-game, and decide whether to contend for supremacy or establish a separatist regime in the late game. This perfectly aligned with LuBu's concept of working behind the scenes in the early stages and contending for supremacy in the late game.
Then, what specific preparations do we need to make now? LuBu pressed.
First, we must continue to strengthen the Lord's own power and that of his core personnel. This is fundamental, Jasu said, referring to LuBu's supernatural abilities. Second, we should use the shadows to closely monitor the movements of the Taiping Dao and establish industries and informants in key prefectures and counties where turmoil may occur. Third, we can try to befriend and support some promising military generals from humble backgrounds and low-ranking officials, casting a wide net. Perhaps we will reap unexpected rewards. Fourth, and this is something I just thought of. A glint of light flashed in Jasu's eyes. The Lord could use the pretext of auspicious omens or filial piety to present His Majesty with some, such as high-yield grain seeds or prescriptions for preventing epidemics. This would both solidify His favor and win the hearts of the people in this chaotic world.
Brilliant! LuBu almost slammed his fist on the table in admiration.
Promoting the enhanced grains and potentially useful medicines in a reasonable way ahead of time would both please his father, the emperor, and secure food supplies and popular support for future chaos.
Jasu's mind, after being enhanced, is truly terrifying. Mr. Wenha is truly my Zhang Liang.
LuBu couldn't help but praise, his little face full of excitement.
We will follow your plan.
From now on, you will be in charge of planning and strategizing internal industries, the shadow organization, and external strategies.
Wong Yu and Jyn Shua will be responsible for execution.
If the three of you cannot reach a decision on any major issues, you should report to me for a final decision. This grants Jasu immense power and trust. Jasu felt a warmth in his heart, sensing LuBu's ability to recognize and appoint capable people and his unreserved trust, at least in important matters.
He bowed deeply again. Thank you for your trust, my lord.
I will certainly live up to your expectations.
View Jasu. Jasu's loyalty has increased to 75%.
Watching Jasu depart to carry out his orders, LuBu breathed a long sigh of relief. The previously chaotic and vague direction of development had now been clarified and made clear by Jasu. They have money, people, and a well-planned territory. Now they also have top-notch strategists to guide them. LuBu felt that his path to domination had finally entered the fast lane. He gazed at the sky gradually turning white outside the window, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. In this chaotic world, I am ready. Chapter 25, Strengthening Points exceed 1,000 inches. Early July, Luoyang was like a giant furnace in the sweltering heat of midsummer. Even the wind carried a scorching heat. The cicadas sang even more desperately, as if foreshadowing something unsettling. LuBu's life seemed to have returned to its usual rhythm: reading, practicing martial arts, and occasionally acting coquettishly in front of consort He, playing the role of a clever but still naive child. But only he knew that beneath the surface, under his guidance, undercurrents were surging at an unprecedented speed. Current enhancement points, 1027.
first time breaking the 1,000-point mark. This huge sum of money gave LuBu a lot of confidence, but he remembered Jasu's advice to keep his wealth hidden and did not use it easily. Instead, he let it continue to accumulate and wait for the most critical moment. Under Jasu's coordination, Wong Yu and Jyn Shua efficiently implemented the new strategy. Outside Luoyang City, there are many hidden strongholds. The core processes of soap making, paper making, and brewing, which were originally concentrated, were quickly dismantled. The old craftsmen who made the strong lye solution, along with their families, were secretly moved to a village on the banks of the Yellow River, which used fishing as a cover. Cai Yong, who recorded the core formula for papermaking, was placed in the basement of a seemingly dilapidated mountain god temple deep in the Mongshan Mountains. The place had been quietly renovated, well ventilated, and heavily guarded. Du Yong's improvements to the distillation equipment and the development of the yeast were dispersed to 3 different estates, completely unaware of each other's involvement. Meanwhile, under Jasu's planning, a signboard called Sihai Trading Company was quietly erected in the east market of Luoyang, mainly dealing in general merchandise from both the north and south. In reality, it was one of several channels for the flow of funds and goods. A portion of the profits from Zuixinlu, Drunken Immortal Pavilion, flowed silently into Sihai Trading Company under the guise of purchasing ingredients and utensils. It was then converted into cartloads of grain, cloth, and a small amount of pig iron that was difficult to trace, and secretly transported to several warehouses known only to a core group of people for storage. The reorganization of the shadow organization was also proceeding rapidly. Wong Yu, based on Jasu's principles of precision, specialization, and depth, reorganized the personnel. Shure was officially appointed commander of the Inner Guard, specifically responsible for the safety of LuBu, Consort He, and several other key figures. He had gathered dozens of highly loyal and skilled corps members under his command. Meanwhile, the spies began infiltrating the residences of officials at all levels in Luoyang, the outskirts of military camps, and even the counties and prefectures of the Sili region. They were no longer merely Jianghu Tsamon, meaning outlaws, but also included new faces disguised as peddlers, servants, and traveling merchants. All of this was done silently, like spring rain nourishing the earth, without attracting the attention of any force. Jasu sat at his desk, a rudimentary map of the Sili region spread out before him, marked with information in symbols only he could understand. His intelligence, a staggering 139, was focused on analyzing the fragmented intelligence initially sent back by shadowy figures from various regions. Yuzhou, plague, in Jizhou, the number of refugees has increased, and the name of the great teacher of virtue of the way of peace has spread even further. He distributes talismanic water and gathers crowds to preach the scriptures. In Nanyang County of Jingzhou, exorbitant taxes and levies have caused widespread resentment among the people. In the eastern part of Yenzhou, small groups of bandits are frequently active, seemingly isolated pieces of information intertwined and connected in his mind. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, his gaze growing increasingly serious. A storm is brewing. Jasu muttered to himself. He spread out a silk scroll and began writing his first situation analysis report for LuBu. In the report, he clearly pointed out that the Taiping Dao was far more than just a simple illegal activity. Its organization was tight-knit, its spread rapid, and there must be a huge conspiracy behind it. He predicted that within a year to 2 years, there would be a large-scale upheaval in the land. And the center of this upheaval would likely be in the densely populated areas of Ji, Jing, and Yu provinces, where the Taiping Dao's activities were most rampant. He advised LuBu that, in addition to continuing to accelerate the stockpiling of money, grain, supplies, and manpower, he should begin to pay close attention to the movements of county and prefecture officials in these states, and try to place or win over some low-ranking officials in advance to prepare for any eventuality. LuBu carefully read the report written in secret by Jasu and then delivered by Wong Yu. Although he had known for some time that the Yellow Turban Rebellion would break out, he was still deeply impressed to see that Jasu had made such an accurate judgment based on limited information. As expected of Jiao Wenha? He carefully lit the silk on the candle flame and watched it turn to ashes. The timeline of this chaotic era is becoming increasingly clear. He must act faster. Master Wang, send a message to Mr. Wenha and Jyn Shua, instructing them to find a way, focusing on Julu County in Jizhou, Nanyang County in Jingzhou, and Yingchuan County in Yuzhou, to identify some unsuccessful low-ranking officials or obscure scholars from humble backgrounds, and to try to befriend or support them. The condition is that they are willing to secretly accept our money and provisions, and, if possible, provide us with some assistance in the future. Lu Bian issued a new order. This was laying a deeper foundation for their scheme. Yes, Your Highness. Wong Yu accepted the order and then said, Your Highness, the missions to Nanyang to find Huang Zhong and to Wuyuan to find LuBu's shadow have been going for more than half a month, and there has been no news yet. Lu Bian nodded, the journey is long, no rush. Tell them safety first, it's okay if they can't find us, but they must keep a low profile. He walked to the window and looked out at the palace walls scorched by the blazing sun. The wheels of history were rolling forward, and he, the prince who should have died young in history, was secretly accumulating the power to change everything. Meanwhile, the power struggles within the imperial harem continued unabated. Consort Wang, after her setbacks at Zuixanlu and the imperial garden, remained quiet for a while, but she did not give up. On this day, she bribed a low-ranking eunuch in charge of purchasing in Consort He's palace, asking him to secretly mix some coarse and even moldy fabrics into Consort He's rations of palace satin, hoping to spread rumors that Consort He was harsh on the palace servants and morally deficient. If it were the old Consort He, she might have been furious and killed the eunuch, only to give others grounds for criticism. But now, with her intelligence, political acumen, and charm greatly enhanced, she handles things differently. She accepted the fabrics without making a sound. Instead, during a casual conversation with Lu Hong, she seemingly casually mentioned, Your Majesty, I feel that the palace's expenses have been somewhat excessive lately. The people outside the palace are struggling, and I've noticed some of the palace fabrics have slight flaws. I'm thinking of reducing the expenditure and distributing these fabrics to my lower-ranking sisters and hard-working palace servants. This would both show Your Majesty's benevolence and fulfill my compassionate heart. What does Your Majesty think? Upon hearing this, Lu Hong was greatly surprised. Looking at his beloved concubine, who was not only more beautiful than before but also so sensible and benevolent and kind, he was even more fond of her and immediately agreed, praising her virtue. Consort He casually brushed aside the matter of the problematic fabric, saying it was slightly flawed, and instead used the opportunity to reorganize the palace's expenses, winning the favor of many lower-ranking concubines and palace servants. The bribed eunuch was also subtly transferred from his post under another pretext and sent far away to guard the royal mausoleum. When Consort Wang learned of the news, she was so angry that she smashed another tea set. She felt like she had punched cotton. Not only was the other party not injured, but he also used the situation to gain fame and the emperor's favor. He Lian. And that sickly little brat. You just wait. Consort Wang's beautiful face was contorted with rage beneath the seemingly peaceful surface of Luoyang. Within the imperial palace and the imperial court, in the bustling marketplace and the martial world, countless forces are colliding and intertwining. Lu Bian, possessing an enhancement system and having acquired his first top-tier strategist, is carefully guiding his own undercurrents, awaiting the moment they break through the dam and sweep across the land. Chapter 26. The scheme to buy an official position. The weather in July is like a child's face, changing in an instant. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear and blue, but in the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled over Luoyang, and large raindrops pelted the glazed tiles of the palace. Lu Bian sat by the window, gazing at the dense rain outside, his mind preoccupied with Jasu's situation report. The world is in chaos, at least a year. These words hammered at him like a gong. Time was of the essence. Having money, manpower, and intelligence isn't enough, he also needs territory. He needs a legitimate territory to settle refugees, train troops, and stockpile grain. In Luoyang, right under the emperor's nose, as a prince, there are many things he simply can't do freely. Current enhancement points, 1127. How could he legitimately acquire a piece of land? Lu Bian's little mind raced. Suddenly, he remembered Emperor Ling of Han, Lu Hong's infamous practice of selling official positions. That's it. The court was currently facing financial difficulties, and his father was openly selling official posts in the Western Garden. This was a perfectly legitimate opportunity to install his own people, although most of the official positions he bought had little real power or were located in remote areas. For him, even a remote small county was an excellent base and testing ground as long as it was completely under the control of his own people. Thinking of this, Lu Bian could no longer sit still. As soon as the rain subsided a little, he immediately had Wang Yu secretly send a message that he wanted to leave the palace again to see Jasu's secret manor outside the city, study under the oil lamp. Lu Bian and Jasu sat facing each other once more. The pattering rain outside the window only amplified the somber atmosphere inside. Mr. Wenha,
I have an idea regarding our future foothold, LuBu said bluntly. Now that father is selling official positions in the Western Garden, could we take this opportunity to arrange for some of our own people to buy some of these positions? On the surface, they will have no connection with us, but in reality, they will completely obey our orders. Wouldn't this give us a legitimate base of operations? Upon hearing this, Jasu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. My lord's plan is indeed the safest and most discreet method at present. Although buying official positions is despised by the upright officials, it is a shortcut for us. He walked to the simple map and traced his finger across it. The official positions to be purchased should not be too high, as that would attract attention and be very expensive. The target should be mid to low-level positions with real power, such as county magistrate, prefectural assistant, or even some border prefecture's commandant or military commander. The location should also be carefully chosen. Jasu pointed to several areas. First, we can choose small counties in the Sili region near Luoyang, which are easy to control and allow for rapid information transmission. Second, we can choose counties that may become sources of unrest or transportation hubs in the future, such as Jizhou, Yuzhou, and northern Jingzhou. Third, we can also consider some seemingly remote but strategically important and easily defensible places as a retreat route. LuBu nodded repeatedly, agreeing that Jasu's considerations were extremely thorough. However, there are a few key points to this plan. Jasu changed the subject. First, the selection of personnel. Those appointed to official positions must be absolutely loyal. Ability is secondary. The key is to be able to keep secrets and strictly carry out the orders of our Lord and me. Their families should ideally be under our control or placed within our sphere of influence. Secondly, money. The funds required to buy an official position are considerable, and must be drawn from our profits, while ensuring that the source of funds cannot be traced. This matter requires careful handling by Unit Jyn. Third, identity concealment. Those who take up official positions must have a reasonable background and experience. They cannot appear out of thin air. They need to have a seemingly innocent background fabricated in advance to prevent the court from investigating. Fourth, communication. Once appointed to an official post, there must be secure, secretive, and efficient communication channels to ensure that instructions are delivered and information is relayed back. This matter is related to the construction of the Shadow Detective Network. Step by step, Jasu meticulously analyzed the pros and cons, key points, and risks of the plan to buy official positions. The strategist's intelligence of 139 and the rigor of his plan were truly astonishing. What you say is absolutely right, sir, LuBu said excitedly. As for the candidates, we can select those whose loyalty has been proven and who have a certain level of education and management skills from within the shadow organization or from the merchants and workshops controlled by Jyn Shua. We should first strengthen their loyalty and abilities before letting them take on this official position. Jasu understood the strengthening LuBu mentioned and nodded, saying, "My lord is wise. This will ensure absolute safety. The money and cover for identity will be handled by Jyn Shua. As for the communication channels, Master Wang's shadow should establish them as quickly as possible." LuBu assigned the tasks. "Sir, where do you think it would be most suitable for our first batch, and what official position should we buy?" Jasu's finger moved across the map, finally stopping at one spot. "My lord, I suggest that our first targets be the Henei or Hudong commanderies in the Sili region. These two commanderies are adjacent to Luoyang, wealthy, and strategically located. We could try to secure one or two county magistrate positions. At the same time, we could try to secure lower-level military positions in the Taiping Dao's active areas, such as Wei Commandery in Ji Province and Nanyang Commandery in Jing Province, such as military officers or military commanders under the Commandery Commandant. The official ranks are not high, but we might be able to gain some military power in advance and plant spies." "Very well. We will proceed according to your plan, sir," LuBu declared. "You will be in charge of the overall planning, working with Jyn Shua and Wong Yu to refine the plan, select candidates, and assess the necessary funds. Let's get started as soon as possible." "I accept the order." Jasu bowed. He felt a long-lost excitement, This feeling of orchestrating the world from behind the scenes was far more interesting than being an idle official in Luoyang. A few days later, Jyn Shua received Jasu's preliminary plan and candidate list. Looking at the estimated gold and silver needed to buy official positions, he was astonished. This would practically wipe out half a year's profits from his soap shop and drunken immortal restaurant, but he didn't hesitate. His Highnesses, he knew in his heart that the true lord was LuBu. Extraordinary abilities and Jiawen's strategic brilliance filled him with confidence for the future. Money was merely an external thing, investing in the future was worthwhile. He began to use his connections in officialdom and the channels of Sihai Trading Company accumulated over the years to carefully inquire about the specific prices and procedures for selling official positions in Shiyuan, and began to break down huge sums of money into smaller amounts through various means. Preparing to invest in this special procurement, Wong Yu then began to secretly collect the files of the relevant candidates based on the list, and conduct more rigorous background checks and loyalty assessments. Although he could not quantify it like LuBu, he could still make a rough judgment through observation and probing. At the same time, he instructed the External Intelligence Department to begin infiltrating Hanoi, Hadong, Weijun, Nanyang and other places to pave the way for future contacts after the officials took office. A secret operation revolving around buying official positions unfolded in the shadows of Luoyang. LuBu's inner circle, like a sophisticated machine, began to operate efficiently under the command of Jasu, a master strategist. LuBu looked at the 1127 enhancement points in the system, calculating in his mind. Once Jasu and the others selected the final candidates, he would have to spend a considerable number of enhancement points to process these future county magistrates and military officers. But this investment was absolutely worthwhile. He seemed to already see his chess pieces, one by one, quietly placed at key points on the empire's map in the not-too-distant future. He only needed to wait for a sudden change in the political landscape, and these pieces would connect, becoming the fulcrum he used to manipulate the world. The rain continued to fall, but LuBu's heart, as if cleansed by the rain, grew ever clearer and more resolute. His path to power was finally about to begin with this seemingly absurd act of buying an official position, marking the first real step in his quest for supremacy. Chapter 27. The foundation is initially forged at the end of July. The weather remains sweltering. But in several secret outposts inside and outside Luoyang, the atmosphere was even more intense than the weather. With the close cooperation of Jasu, Jyn Shua, and Wong Yu, the selection and preparation for the first batch of insiders to be sent out are nearing completion. After layers of assessment and background checks, 30 people were finally selected from the shadow and peripheral industries. These people are either well-educated and quick-witted from poor families, or retired veterans who have served as low-ranking officers in the army and know a thing or two about military affairs. What they have in common is that their backgrounds are relatively clean, they have a weakness, family members, that is easy to control, and their loyalty to their lord has been observed to be above average. Current enhancement points, 1277. On this day, LuBu, once again under the close protection of Wong Yu and Shuret, secretly left the palace and arrived at the manor outside the city used to meet Jasu. The largest hall of the manor had been cleared out, and 30 selected men and women stood solemnly within. They were between 20 and 40 years old, dressed in ordinary cloth, but their eyes all carried a hint of tension, excitement, and confusion. They only knew that they were about to meet their true lord and receive an important mission, but they did not know the specifics of it. LuBu, still clad in his signature black cloak, stood small before the crowd. Jasu, Wong Yu, and Jyn Shua stood on either side. "Greetings, my lord." The 30 men bowed in unison, their voices echoing in the empty hall. LuBu didn't say much, but said in a deliberately low voice, "Come forward and let me see you one by one." Although the crowd was puzzled, they still lined up as instructed and walked past LuBu one by one. When the first person walked up to LuBu reached out his small hand and gently patted his arm. Contact complete. Check. Loyalty, 68% intelligence, 61 politics, 55 enhancement level, +0 strengthen. 3 times in a row. LuBu silently chanted in his mind, first enhancement, +0-+1 consumes 1 point, second enhancement, +1-+2 consumes 2 points, third enhancement, +2-+3 consumes 4 points, consumption per person, 1 + 2 + 4 is equal to 7 points. A powerful surge of warmth instantly flowed into the man's body. He shuddered slightly, a look of shock and confusion flashing in his eyes, before his mind cleared like never before, and his body brimming with strength. He suddenly felt a surge of understanding and confidence regarding the local government or military administration he might face. His gaze towards the small figure beneath the cloak was instantly filled with indescribable awe and gratitude. Loyalty, 68%-85%, respect and gratitude, willing to die for, intelligence, 61-81.1, quick thinking, greatly enhanced comprehension, politics, 55-73.2, proficient in practical matters, improved problem-solving skills. LuBu remained calm and gestured to the next person as second, tap on the shoulder, check, enhancement +3. Costs 7 points. Loyalty jumps from 71% to 88%. Intelligence increases from 58 to 77.1. Thirdly, shake hands, check, enhance +3. Costs 7 points. Loyalty increased from 65% to 82%. Strength increased from 53 to 70.5. This person is a retired veteran aiming for a military rank. The fourth one, the fifth one, LuBu was like a craftsman on an assembly line, precisely processing everyone who passed by him. A pat on the shoulder, a handshake, or even just a touch on the arm, each contact meant the consumption of 7 enhancement points and the birth of an elite talent with significantly improved attributes and loyalty. The hall was utterly silent, save for the heavy breathing and the rustling of clothes against the fabric of people trembling with excitement. Everyone who had been enhanced felt as if they had been reborn, their gazes towards their mysterious lord filled with the reverence of someone looking up to a deity. Any lingering unease and doubt had vanished, replaced by fervent loyalty. Jasu, Wong Yu, and Jyn Shua watched quietly from the sidelines. Although it wasn't the first time they had witnessed such a miracle, seeing 30 people undergo such a dramatic transformation in such a short time still filled them with awe. Jasu, in particular, with his high intelligence score of 139, thought even more deeply and became even more convinced of the incredible lord he was following. When the last person was fully enhanced, LuBu breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was just standing there taking pictures, the 30 consecutive moments of mental concentration had left him feeling a little tired. 30 people, each consuming 7 enhancement points, for a total consumption of 30 times 7 is equal to 210 points. Current remaining enhancement points, 1,277 minus 210 is equal to 1,067 points. Looking at the over 1,000 enhancement points still in the system, LuBu was full of confidence. This investment was worthwhile, he spoke slowly, his voice coming through the cloak. You have all received my blessing, and your abilities have greatly increased. From now on, you will shoulder heavy responsibilities and be appointed as officials in the provinces. Everyone perked up and listened intently, holding their breath. You, Zhangping, are here to become the magistrate of Huai County, Hanoi Prefecture. You, Li Yong, are here to become the assistant magistrate of Jia County, Hadong Prefecture. You, Cai Yong, are to become a military officer under the command of the commandant of Wei Commandery in Ji Province. You, Chen Wen, are here to become the county magistrate of Rang County, Nanyang Commandery, Jingzhou. Jasu stepped forward and began announcing the specific appointments and their disguised identities. Each person was given a new, reasonable background and experience, and Jyn Shua was tasked with using money and connections to secure the corresponding official position in the West Garden. Wong Yu was responsible for properly settling their families and explaining the contact codes and channels. Remember, LuBu said in a deep voice, on the surface, you have no connection with us. Just keep 3 things in mind. First, loyalty. Second, act according to orders, develop people's livelihood, and secretly accumulate strength, especially food and usable troops. Third, protect yourselves and wait for the right opportunity. We swear to serve our Lord to the death. We will not fail your trust. The 30 men knelt down in unison, their voices filled with excitement and determination. They felt that a completely new chapter in their lives was about to begin, and all of this was thanks to the mysterious Lord before them. Looking at his men, whose appearances had been completely transformed, whose eyes were sharp, and whose loyalty was generally above 80%, LuBu felt a surge of pride. These 30 men were like 30 sparks, about to be scattered across the Central Plains, which were about to ignite. If even half of his people can successfully establish themselves and develop their power in secret, then when the Yellow Turban Rebellion breaks out, he will be able to react faster than any other force in history and seize the initiative. Go and prepare. Mr. Wenhe, Jyn Shua, and Wong Yu will explain the specifics to you. LuBu waved his hand, the crowd bowed again, and then, filled with excitement and a sense of mission, orderly withdrew from the hall. Only Lu Bian and the 3 core members remained in the hall.
Mr. Wenhe, I'll leave the rest to you.
Lu Bian took off his cloak, his small face showing a hint of fatigue, but his eyes were bright.
Rest assured, my lord, everything is proceeding according to plan, Jasu bowed and said. The first batch of personnel will be in place within a month at most.
At that time, our eyes and ears will truly extend to the local areas.
Lu Bian nodded and looked out the window.
The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky orange-red. Tomorrow would be another new day. He seemed to already see his power quietly being infused into seemingly insignificant counties and military camps across the vast empire. It was only a matter of time before the east wind blew and it spread like wildfire. The foundation is being built brick by brick. And his era is quietly approaching under this seemingly peaceful twilight.
Chapter 28 Auspicious Omens. At the age of 3 time flies, and it's already August, the golden autumn.
In the fields outside Luoyang, millet hangs low, a sea of gold, a rare bountiful year. But the atmosphere in the palace is somewhat delicate. Reports of famine from various regions continue to arrive, and Emperor Lu Hong's mood fluctuates. Looking at the still enormous reserve of enhancement points in the system, 1067 points remaining since the end of July, and an increase of 200 points per day for the past 20 days. Current enhancement points, 1267 points. Lu Bian knew it was time to proceed with the next step of his plan, to offer auspicious omens and solidify the emperor's heart. He consulted with Jasu. Mr. Wenhe, now that we have a preliminary foundation, it's time to make a greater appearance before the emperor and leave a stronger impression.
I remember you once mentioned that we could offer something under the guise of auspicious omens or filial piety?
Jasu stroked his beard and smiled. My lord is wise. Presenting this auspicious omen at this time is perfectly timed. It can not only relieve His Majesty's worries, but also demonstrate my lord's benevolence and filial piety and good fortune, achieving multiple benefits in one fell swoop.
Then what should we offer?
Lu Bian asked. High-yield grain varieties are the foundation for future generations and are also something the court urgently needs right now, Jasu said. We can offer some of our optimized grain varieties, saying that they were obtained by the Lord in a dream, or that we accidentally discovered a rare plant while strolling in the palace gardens.
Either way is acceptable. Lu Bian's eyes lit up. Great. Let's offer the grain seeds.
He immediately had Wong Yu secretly retrieve a small bag of millet seeds that he had personally enhanced by +3 from the experimental fields near Kaigu village. These seeds were fuller, golden in color, and faintly exuded vitality. The gifts were ready, but how to present them was the problem. He was just a 3-year-old child. He couldn't very well run up to his father and solemnly declare, "Your subject has discovered auspicious omens," could he? That would be too frightening. Jasu had already devised a plan. My lord can use Consort He's help. With Consort He's guidance, my lord only needs to present this item to His Majesty in the innocent and naive manner of a child, as if presenting a treasure.
The more childlike the words, the more genuine it will appear.
Lu Bian understood that this was to fully utilize his childhood status as an advantage. On this day, Lu Hong, unusually, had some free time and summoned Consort He and Lu Bian to dine together.
Consort Wang did not attend due to illness.
After the meal, Lu Hong held and played with the young Lu Xia, while Consort He held Lu Bian's hand and chatted idly. The atmosphere was fairly harmonious. Seeing that the time was ripe, Consort He smiled and said to Lu Hong, "Your Majesty, look at Biener, hasn't he become much stronger these days? He's also stopped getting sick every few days." Lu Hong glanced at Lu Bian, who was sitting properly next to Consort He, and nodded. "Yes, he is indeed much better. My beloved consort has taken good care of him." "Your Majesty, I dare not take credit for this," Consort He chuckled, covering her mouth. "Perhaps it's because Biener is growing older and is being protected by the gods. A few days ago, he was playing in the back garden and insisted that he dreamed of an old man with a white beard who showed him a golden wheat field and gave him a few golden beans, saying that they would grow into an endless supply of food. After waking up, he kept clutching a small cloth bag, talking mysteriously, saying it was a treasure and that he wanted to present it to his father."
Upon hearing this, Lu Hong became interested. "Oh? Is that so?" He looked at Lu Bian. "Biener, is what your mother said true? Do you have any treasures to offer to your father?"
Lu Bian immediately slipped away from Consort He's side, toddled over to Lu Hong, tilted his little face up, blinked his big eyes, and tried his best to appear innocent.
He pulled out the small brocade pouch with simple embroidery that he had prepared beforehand, held it high with both hands, and said in a childish voice, "Father, here. Golden beans. Grandpa with the white beard gave them to me. He said they can grow lots and lots of food, so everyone will have enough to eat, and father won't have to worry anymore." The child's voice was innocent and the words were simple, but they perfectly captured Lu Hong's recent worries about the food problem. Looking at his son's earnest and expectant little face, Lu Hong's heart softened, and he smiled as he took the small brocade pouch. Good, my son is thoughtful, he knows how to share his father's burdens." He originally thought it was just a child's joke and didn't pay much attention to it, and was about to hand it to the eunuch next to him. Just then, Lu Bian seemed eager to show off his treasure, tugging at Lu Hong's hand with his little hand, trying to open the brocade pouch. "Father, look. Golden beans. They're so pretty." Lu Hong was amused by him, so he opened the brocade pouch and poured the millet seeds into his palm. Instantly, a faint, unique fragrance, unlike that of ordinary millet, wafted out. The dozens of millet grains were all round and plump, golden and translucent, seemingly shimmering with a faint golden halo under the light of the hall, truly extraordinary compared to ordinary millet. "Ha!" Lu Hong let out a soft exclamation and moved closer to examine it more closely. Although he knew nothing about farming, as the emperor, he had seen many tributes, and the quality of these millet seeds was indeed far superior to ordinary ones. That vibrant feeling was undeniable. The eunuchs and palace maids nearby couldn't help but steal glances over, their eyes filled with surprise. Consort He spoke at the opportune moment, her tone carrying just the right amount of surprise. "Ah. These millet seeds, their quality is so excellent. Even when I was among the common people, I never saw such plump, golden seeds." "Biener, your dream, could it be real?" Lu Bian nodded vigorously, his little face full of seriousness. "Yes. Grandpa with the white beard said that this is an auspicious omen. It's a gift for Father Emperor." Looking at the handful of golden seeds in his palm, and then at his intelligent, in his view, a blessing, son and his beautiful and charming concubine, Lu Hong was in high spirits. He had had difficulty conceiving, and many of his previous princes had died young. Now, his eldest son had not only recovered from his illness but also brought such an auspicious omen. Didn't this mean that Lu Hong's destiny was still intact, and that even heaven was bestowing a good omen through his youngest son? Excellent! What an auspicious omen! Lu Honglong was overjoyed. He carefully put away the seeds and handed them to the eunuch beside him. "Give these auspicious seeds to the Grand Minister of Agriculture and order him to carefully plant them in fertile fields on the imperial estate and record their growth. I want to see what kind of fine crops the auspicious omen in Biener's dream will grow." "Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations, Your Majesty! This auspicious omen is a blessing for our great Han." The attendants in the hall immediately knelt down and offered their congratulations in unison. Overjoyed, Lu Hong picked up Lu Bian and rubbed his stubble against his little face. "My Biener, you are truly my lucky star. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Lu Bian giggled as he was tickled, then hugged Lu Hong's neck and said in a childish voice, "Biener doesn't want any rewards. Biener hopes that Father Emperor will be happy every day. He hopes that all the people in the world can have enough to eat." If an adult said this, it might seem pretentious, but when spoken by a 3-year-old child, it sounds incredibly sincere and genuine. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong was deeply moved and repeatedly said, Good child. Your filial piety is evident to heaven and earth. Issue my decree to reward the eldest Prince Lu Bian with a bushel of pearls from the East Sea and 10 bolts of shoe brocade. Reward Consort He with a pair of jade rui scepters and increase her fief by 300 households. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty, Father Emperor. Consort He and Lu Bian quickly expressed their gratitude. What seemed like a simple treasure presentation, guided by Consort He and Lu Bian's perfectly executed childlike innocence, achieved results far exceeding expectations. Lu Bian not only solidified his father's favor and left an impression of benevolence, filial piety, and blessing, but more importantly, the successful trial planting of those enhanced seeds on the imperial estate would undoubtedly cause a sensation, paving the way for him to introduce more auspicious omens in the future. It would also win him more popular support and a more righteous reputation in the chaotic future. The news spread quickly. The story of Crown Prince Lu Bian's auspicious dream and his offering of fine seeds to His Majesty began to circulate in small circles in Luoyang.
Some scoffed, believing it to be a trick by Consort He, while others, especially those genuinely concerned with agriculture, remained skeptical.
Auspicious omen? Bah!
Consort Wang's face turned pale with anger, and she slammed the fan in her hand to the ground.
It must be He Lian's doing. She instigated that sickly little brat to deceive His Majesty. How hateful! She felt that Consort He and her son were becoming increasingly difficult to deal with lately. Consort He had become shrewd and cunning, and that sickly little devil seemed to be getting more and more clever, even causing some auspicious omens. If this continued, what chance would Sierra have? The strong sense of crisis spread through Wang Gairen's mind. Meanwhile, LuBu, the instigator, was happily watching the rewards brought in by the palace servants. He didn't care about these things. What he cared about was the smooth progress of his plan. The first step has been a success. LuBu looked at the 1267 enhancement points in the system, his small fist clenching slightly. The next step was to wait for those seeds to create a true miracle in the imperial estate. And his secret plans would quietly spread throughout the entire world as these seeds took root and sprouted. Chapter 29 Auspicious Omens sprout in mid-August. The weather was already a bit chilly in the mornings and evenings. The bag of auspicious millet seeds presented by LuBu was taken away by the Ministry of Agriculture as if it were a treasure. They found several of the most experienced old farmers in the best royal manor in the western suburbs of Luoyang, set aside a piece of the most fertile land, and carefully planted the seeds. The palace seemed to have temporarily returned to calm. Consort He, having won the emperor's favor for her merit in presenting the auspicious omen to LuBu, found herself even more respectful to the palace servants. Consort Wang, though seething with hatred, could find no new pretext to cause trouble in the short term and could only lie low for the time being. LuBu was happy to have some peace and quiet, and continued his regular life of reading, practicing martial arts, and occasionally drawing strange blueprints, such as a more efficient water wheel and an improved draft of the curved plow, which he secretly gave to Jasu to study. Current enhancement points, 1417. On this day, LuBu was reciting the book of poetry with Cai Yong when Wong Yu silently appeared outside the hall and winked at him. LuBu understood and used the excuse of needing to urinate to slip away. Your Highness, news has come from the estate that the seeds you presented have sprouted. Wang Yu's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible excitement. Oh? How are they growing? LuBu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked. Although he was confident in the +3 enhancement of the seeds, the actual effect would have to wait and see. Extraordinary, Wang Yu said succinctly. According to reports from our spies who infiltrated the imperial estate, the seeds sprouted all at once in just 7 or 8 days. The seedlings are lush and robust, nearly twice as tall as the ordinary millet seedlings planted at the same time. The stems are also much thicker. The old hands at the imperial estate are dumbfounded, calling it a miracle. The news has already been reported to the Grand Minister of Agriculture and His Majesty. LuBu was certain that it had succeeded. The results were even better than he had expected. This was only the seedling stage. Once it started heading and filling, the yield increase would likely be even more astonishing. The title of auspicious omen was now fully established. Very good. Have our men keep an eye on things and report any developments immediately, LuBu instructed. Yes. Wang Yu replied, then a hint of difficulty appeared on his face. Your Highness, there is one more thing. The shadow squad sent to Nanyang to find Huang Zhong has sent back a message. Found it? LuBu was overjoyed. We have found him. He is indeed a low-ranking military officer in Wancheng, the capital of Nanyang Prefecture. However, Wang Yu paused. Our people, as your Highness instructed, treated him with courtesy, explaining that the Crown Prince had heard of Huang Zhong's bravery and admired him, wishing to invite him as a guest. But Huang Zhong, he politely declined, citing that his only son, Huang Su, was seriously ill and needed care, making it inconvenient for him to travel far. LuBu was taken aback for a moment, then remembered that Huang Zhong did indeed have a son who died young in history, and it seemed that he was currently seriously ill. No wonder, Huang Zhong was known for his loyalty and affection, and it was only natural that he would refuse a vague appreciation from a prince for the sake of his son. What illness does his son have? Is it serious? LuBu pressed.
According to our inquiries, it seems to be consumption, pulmonary tuberculosis, which has been difficult to cure and has left him in very poor health. Huang Zhong has spent all his wealth seeking medical treatment and medicine, but with little effect. Wong Yu replied, tuberculosis. In this era, it's practically an incurable disease. LuBu frowned slightly. This was troublesome. Even if he produced the enhanced medicine now, the other party might not believe him. Moreover, for a 3-year-old prince to produce medicine to treat tuberculosis was far too shocking. Tell the Shadow and Nanyang not to act rashly, and certainly not to force Huang Zhong. Just keep an eye on him, monitor his son's condition, and if necessary, provide some financial assistance in the name of our merchant guild, but don't reveal our connection, LuBu instructed after a moment's thought. For a man like Huang Zhong, who values loyalty and righteousness, force or simple bribery won't be effective. Winning his heart is the best approach. Perhaps, when his son is terminally ill and has nowhere else to turn, that will be his opportunity to act? Understood, your subordinate. Wong Yu noted it down. What about Wu Yuan in Bingzhou? Is there any news about LuBu? LuBu asked about another target. Wong Yu shook his head. Wu Yuan County is sparsely populated and difficult to communicate with. The spies we sent have not yet sent back any definite information. We only know that LuBu's reputation for bravery has spread in the area, but his whereabouts are uncertain. Sometimes he joins the army and sometimes he returns home. It will take time to find him. LuBu nodded. Finding a fierce general was never a matter of a single step, especially not someone as proud and arrogant as LuBu. He had plenty of patience back in the palace. Cai Yong saw him return but didn't ask any questions, continuing his lesson. But LuBu's heart had already flown outside the palace. The sprouting of auspicious omens is a good thing, as it could further enhance his status and influence. However, Huang Zhong's refusal also served as a wake-up call for him. Recruiting talent, especially renowned historical figures, is no easy task. Everyone has their own concerns and aspirations. They won't simply submit to a display of domineering power. He needs a larger network, more accurate information, and, at crucial moments, bargaining chips to persuade others. It seems that the scope and efficiency of Shadow's infiltration need to be further strengthened. Intelligence from various places, especially detailed information about the families and situations of these targets, is extremely important, LuBu thought to himself. In the Ministry of Agriculture, several elderly officials with white hair and beards were trembling with excitement as they surrounded a few vibrant green millet seedlings that had just been delivered from the imperial estate. How strange! How bizarre! I've been tending crops all my life, and I've never seen millet seedlings grow so rapidly. Look at this root system, so well developed. And the stems so thick. If it can maintain this growth throughout the entire process, doubling the yield per acre is not impossible. What the Crown Prince has presented is truly a divine blessing. His Majesty is blessed. The Han Dynasty is truly blessed. Soon, news of the auspicious and vigorous growth of the auspicious grain spread like wildfire within Luoyang. Even the previously skeptical officials began to waver. Could it be that the 3-year-old prince truly possessed divine protection? Jasu also received news of the auspicious omen sprouting in Huang Zhong's refusal. He wasn't surprised by the omen's success. He had long believed in His Highness's miraculous abilities. His attention was now focused more on Huang Zhong and LuBu. Huang Zhong is loyal and righteous, but he has a weakness. This is the breakthrough point, and we cannot rush it. Jasu gently tapped the 2 characters Nanyang on the bamboo slip in front of him. LuBu is brave but lacks strategy, and he is opportunistic and treacherous. Perhaps we can find another way. He circled the words Wu Yuan. He spread out new silk and began writing his second analytical report for LuBu. In the report, in addition to reporting on the movements of various parties and the progress of industries, he focused on analyzing the personality traits of Huang Zhong and LuBu and possible recruitment strategies, and once again emphasized the importance of accelerating the construction of the intelligence network. The refreshing autumn breeze brought auspicious news of sprouting buds, but also the frustration of encountering obstacles in recruiting talent. On LuBu's chessboard, there were pieces that had been successfully placed, and obstacles that were temporarily unable to move. But he knew that as long as he held the system in his hands, developed steadily, and accumulated strength, one day, all these obstacles would be swept away. All he has to do now is wait patiently and let the tentacles of the shadows reach further and become more hidden. Chapter 30 The Trail of the Divine Healer. In late September, the autumn wind brought a chill, and also a lot of mixed news. The auspicious millet in the imperial estate had grown to waist height, with the first ears of grain appearing. The grains were much fuller than usual, prompting the Grand Minister of Agriculture to send people to check on it almost every day. The news had already spread among the powerful and wealthy circles in Luoyang, and Liu Bian's reputation for deep good fortune was now firmly established, but Liu Bian's thoughts were more focused on distant Nanyang. Huang Zhou's refusal to recruit him because his son Huang Su was seriously ill was like a thorn in his side. Was a future top general going to slip through his fingers because of this predicament? He was unwilling to accept it. Current enhancement points, 1817. Seeing the enhancement points in the system approaching 2000, Liu Bian felt much more confident. He summoned Wong Yu and Jasu again to discuss the matter. We cannot give up on Huang Zhou's matter. Liu Bian tapped the table with his little finger, his tone resolute. His son, Huang Su, suffers from tuberculosis, which is almost incurable at present. But if we can find a great doctor of our time, there may still be a glimmer of hope. A knowing glint flashed in Jasu's eyes. Does our Lord intend to seek out a renowned physician and use this opportunity to bestow favor upon Huang Zhou? Exactly. Liu Bian nodded. Master Wang, has Shadow managed to find out which doctors with superb medical skills are in this era? For example, Hua Tua Yuanhua from Pei State? Or Zhang Ji Zhang Zhongjing from Nanyang County? Liu Bian tried hard to recall the time and scope of these two great doctors' activities. Wang Yu pondered for a moment and said, I have indeed heard of Hua Tua in the martial arts world. It is said that he is a wandering physician who travels around the country. Recently, there have been rumors that he is active in the Shuzhou and Yuzhou areas. Zhang Zhongjing. This man is from Nyeyang County, Nanyang Prefecture. He comes from an official family and was recommended as a filial and incorruptible official. He also seems to be studying medicine, but his reputation is not as well known as Hua Tuo's. Liu Bian's spirits lifted. At least there was a clue. Immediately send more men. Liu Bian ordered. Focus on searching for Hua Tua in the Su and Yu provinces. At the same time, the shadows in Nanyang County must find a way to contact Zhang Zhongjing and learn about his medical skills and current situation. Remember, once you find him, do not disturb him, and certainly do not use force. Invite him with courtesy, explaining that you are seeking his medical expertise and that the consultation fee is generous. If they ask who invited him, Liu Bian paused, say that it is a nobleman from Luoyang who wishes to remain anonymous, and that a family member is suffering from a rare and difficult-to-treat illness. He didn't want to reveal his princely identity directly for the time being, as that would make him too conspicuous and attract unnecessary attention. Your subject understands. Wang Yu accepted the order and immediately went to make arrangements. Now, after Jiasu's reorganization and expansion, the shadow network is more efficient and has a wider coverage. Although finding two people with names and surnames is still like finding a needle in a haystack, it is not hopeless. In a village near Shuzhou, the efforts of the shadows finally paid off. A small team dispatched to Shuzhou found Hua Tua, who was providing free medical treatment to the villagers in a village near Chao County. Hua Tua was about 50 years old at the time, with a thin face and bright, piercing eyes. He was wearing a faded linen robe and was intently administering acupuncture to an old farmer. Two young disciples were with him, helping to grind the medicine and distribute some simple medicinal soup. Several members of the Shadow Clan disguised themselves as traveling merchants, mingling among the villagers waiting for medical treatment, and carefully observing them. They saw that Hua Tuo's techniques were skillful, curing ailments with acupuncture. For common abdominal pain and colds, a few needles or a dose of herbal medicine were often enough to relieve most of the symptoms. The villagers respected him greatly, calling him Master Hua. After confirming the target, the leader of the Shadow Squad, a capable man named Chenji, whose intelligence and politics were both around 80 after being enhanced by +3, waited until Hua Tua finished a certain part of his work before stepping forward to respectfully bow. Mr. Hua, I am very polite.
Hua Tuo raised his head, looked at the man before him whose demeanor was unlike that of an ordinary villager or merchant, and nodded slightly. This brave warrior, are you feeling unwell? Chen Ji quickly replied, it is not me. It is my master, a nobleman residing in Luoyang.
A close relative of his family is suffering from a serious illness, coughing up blood incessantly and growing increasingly thin, and all the doctors are helpless. My master heard that you, sir, possess miraculous skills to bring the dead back to life, and specially sent us here to earnestly request that you come to Luoyang to offer your assistance. My master is willing to offer 1,000 taels of gold as treatment fees and guarantees that you are free to come and go as you please, and will not be neglected. His attitude was sincere, and his manners were impeccable. Hua Tuo frowned slightly upon hearing this. He had traveled the world practicing medicine, and what bothered him most were these powerful and wealthy families. They were full of rules, suspicious, and their illnesses were often difficult to diagnose. He preferred to treat the common people who lacked medical care and medicine. My medical skills are too shallow to undertake such an important task, Hua Tuo politely declined. Besides, there are many patients waiting to be treated here, and I cannot leave for the time being. Chen Ji seemed to have anticipated this and didn't press the matter. Instead, he took out an exquisite wooden box from his robes and presented it with both hands. The master knows your kind heart, sir, and dares not force you. This box contains a century-old ginseng, a small token of respect. If you ever travel to the vicinity of Luoyang in the future, I hope you will remember this matter and come to visit. At that time, regardless of whether I can cure you, the master will offer a generous reward. This is the contact information and the address of my master's villa in Luoyang. He handed over a piece of silk cloth with a coded message and address written on it. Hua Tuo initially wanted to refuse, but seeing that the wooden box contained a wild ginseng of excellent quality, which would be of great benefit to treating impoverished patients suffering from qi and blood deficiency, he hesitated for a moment before accepting it. As for the address, he didn't pay it any mind and casually stuffed it into his bag. On my behalf, I thank your esteemed host for your kindness, Hua Tuo said calmly. Chen Ji didn't say much. After bowing again, he and his men took their leave. Their mission wasn't to forcibly take Hua Tuo away, but to establish contact and leave a good impression. Once the seed is planted, it will eventually sprout. A few days later, LuBu received a secret report forwarded by Wong Yu. You found Hua Tuo? Great. That's wonderful. LuBu was very happy. Although we couldn't invite him immediately, he left his contact information and a gift, which is excellent. He knew that he couldn't force a renowned doctor like Hua Tuo, who was known for his integrity. He could only appeal to his emotions and entice him with benefits, of course, benefits that could save more patients. Tell Chen Ji that they did a good job and each will be rewarded. Let their squad stay in Shuzhou for the time being. They don't need to follow Hua Tuo closely, but they should keep track of his general direction of travel. If he intends to go north to Luoyang, be sure to find out in advance and ensure that his journey is smooth, LuBu instructed. Yes. Wang Yu replied, then added, news has also come from Nanyang that it has been confirmed that Zhang Zhongjing is in his hometown of Nianyang, seemingly organizing medical books and writing a medical classic called Treatise on Febrile and Miscellaneous Diseases. This man is devoted to medicine and is not enthusiastic about officialdom. Our people contacted him under the guise of discussing medical techniques, which he welcomed, but he seems to have little interest in traveling to Luoyang. LuBu nodded. Zhang Zhongjing and Hua Tuo were different types of divine doctors. One focused on theoretical summarization and epidemic prevention, while the other focused on surgery and clinical practice. Each had its own strengths. It's all right. We can maintain contact with Zhang Zhongjing and, in the name of our business, provide him with some money or rare medicinal herbs to support his writing of medical books. Establishing this good relationship will surely be useful in the future. LuBu had a long-term vision. How many people could a book like Treatise on Febrile and Miscellaneous Diseases save in a chaotic world? The merit and connections gained from this act were invaluable. Understood. Watching Wang Yu leave, LuBu walked to the window and looked at the high autumn sky. Finding traces of Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing gave him more confidence in curing Huang Su and subsequently recruiting Huang Zhong. He even wondered what kind of medical miracles he could create if he could gather these two divine doctors under his command, even just temporarily, and combine them with his enhancement system.
Perhaps, not only could he cure Huang Su,
but he could also train more doctors and develop prescriptions to combat plagues.
In the chaotic world of the future, that would be a force more popular than 1,000 troops.
Medicine, people's livelihood, this is also an important path, LuBu murmured to himself. His plan, beyond force and strategy, was quietly extending into another crucial area. Chaos is imminent, and he must seize control of everything: food, military force, intelligence, and medicine. All of this is to ensure he has enough power to not only protect himself but also to hold up the sky in the face of the impending cataclysmic flood. Chapter 31. Letter from Nanyang. The October wind carried the chill of late autumn, swirling fallen leaves across the palace walls. LuBu sat in the warm pavilion, the homework assigned by Cai Yong spread out before him, but his mind had already wandered to Nanyang County. The search for Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing has been arranged, but the legendary doctors are elusive, and when they will be found, and even if they can be summoned, are all unknown.
Huang Su's condition, however, will likely worsen quickly.
Something must be done to stabilize Huang Zhong and give Huang Su a glimmer of hope. Current enhancement points, 2017. Seeing that he had surpassed 2,000 enhancement points, LuBu made up his mind. He summoned Wong Yu and Jasu again. Mr. Wenha, Master Wang, we can't just wait for news from the Divine Doctor. I'd like to send a message to Huang Zhong in the name of the Merchant Guild in Nanyang first, LuBu said. Jasu nodded slightly. Does my lord intend to appease them first and then take a more measured approach?
That's good. LuBu nodded.
Send someone to contact Huang Zhong in the name of the owner of Sihai Trading Company.
Tell him that the owner is in Luoyang and heard that Huang Zhong's son is seriously ill and he is heartbroken.
It just so happens that the owner has some connections in the palace and knows that His Highness the Crown Prince is kind and also knows about this matter. His Highness has expressed his willingness to help and has used his connections to search for famous doctors throughout the country, such as Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing. He paused, then continued. The letter should state that His Highness possesses a secret method or precious medicinal herbs that may temporarily stabilize the young master's condition and slow its deterioration, thus buying time to find a divine physician. If Mr. Huang is willing, he may bring the young master to Luoyang. All travel arrangements, accommodations, and expenses will be arranged by the Merchant Guild, and His Highness will also send people to meet him and ensure his safety. Once in Luoyang, His Highness will personally take care of him and find ways to find medical treatment for the young master.
Jasu's eyes revealed approval. This plan is excellent.
It neither exposes the Lord's true identity nor his bottom line of ability, nor does it increase credibility by using the name of the eldest prince, thus showing sincerity. By bestowing favors without expecting immediate returns, Huang Zhong would find it difficult to refuse such timely help if he had even the slightest hope. Wong Yu also said, this arrangement is indeed thorough. Even if Huang Zhong still has doubts, he will most likely give it a try for his son's sake. I will now arrange for a reliable person to go to Nanyang to see Huang Zhong with a personal letter and tokens.
Good.
The letter should be written sincerely, highlighting the benevolence of the Crown Prince and the business owner admires the name of Huang Zhuangshi and wishes to establish a good relationship. LuBu instructed, in addition, prepare some of our enhanced common qi tonifying and vital energy nourishing medicinal herbs.
Don't make them too conspicuous.
Just say that they are the finest collected by the business. They may have a slight effect on stabilizing the condition.
Send them along with the letter.
Yes. Wang Yu accepted the order and left. In Wanshan, Nanyang Prefecture, Huang Zhong's residence was a slightly dilapidated courtyard with peeling paint on the walls and a faint smell of medicine permeating the air. Inside, Huang Zhong, a burly man with a resolute yet weary face, carefully fed medicine to a young boy lying on the bed. The boy, about 10 years old, had a sallow complexion and was thin and bony, occasionally letting out suppressed coughs. He was Huang Zhong's son, Huang Su. After feeding his son the medicine, Huang Zhong looked at his son's still frowning brow as he lay unconscious, and felt as if a huge stone was pressing on his heart. He had already exhausted his meager salary to treat his son's illness, and had sold almost everything in the house that could be sold, yet the condition showed no improvement, instead growing increasingly severe. That feeling of utter helplessness and despair almost broke this tough man. Just then, a soft knock came from outside the courtyard gate. Huang Zhong frowned.
Who could it be at this time?
He composed himself, walked over, and opened the door. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged man dressed in ordinary cloth, but with sharp eyes and a calm demeanor, followed by an inconspicuous carriage.
Are you perhaps the valiant warrior Huang Zhong?
The man bowed respectfully, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant.
It is indeed me, Huang. And who are you? Huang Zhong looked at the other party warily. My name is Chunin, and I am the manager of the Sihai Trading Company in Luoyang.
The man introduced himself, took out a letter sealed with wax and an inconspicuous small wooden box from his pocket, and presented them with both hands. I have come to pay my respects to Mr. Huang on the orders of my master, and to present this letter and some small gifts.
Sihai Trading Company?
Huang Zhong had never heard of this name before, nor did he know any owner of such a company. He took the letter with a puzzled look, opened it, and began to read. The letter was written in neat and strong handwriting, and the words were extremely earnest. It began by expressing the merchant lord's admiration for Huang Zhong's bravery, then abruptly shifted to mention hearing that Huang's son was seriously ill, a fact the lord deeply regretted. The letter then mentioned that the lord had connections in Luoyang and had even managed to contact the crown prince. It stated that although the crown prince was young, he was kind and intelligent, and upon learning of the situation, was willing to lend a helping hand. The lord had already ordered a secret search for renowned physicians such as Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing. The letter further mentioned that the crown prince possessed a secret method that might temporarily slow the worsening of Huang's condition, and if Huang was willing, he could take his son to Luoyang. All arrangements would be handled by the merchant guild. Hoping only to find a glimmer of hope for Huang's son. After reading the letter, Huang Zhong's hands trembled slightly.
The eldest prince? The 3-year-old prince who was said to have presented auspicious omens a few days ago and was considered blessed? He was actually willing to help an unknown nobody like him. He found it hard to believe, yet he had no choice but to accept it. The letter was well organized, even listing the names of the renowned physicians the crown prince had sought, unlike something fabricated out of thin air. Moreover, the letter made no demands, simply expressing a willingness to help.
How can I accept this?
Huang Zhong's voice was a little hoarse.
The overwhelming joy and long-term despair made him momentarily at a loss for words. Chunin opened the small wooden box at the opportune moment, revealing several carefully packaged packets of medicinal herbs. Sir Huang, these are some excellent tonics that our master managed to find. They may have some effect on stabilizing your young master's condition.
Please accept them.
Our master said that regardless of whether you decide to go to Luoyang, please keep these herbs as a token of our appreciation.
If you decide to set off, you can always find me at the Yulian in the city. The merchant guild will arrange everything.
After saying this, Chunin cupped his hands in greeting again, then turned and left without any hesitation, leaving Huang Zhong standing alone at the door, holding the letter and the box of medicine in his hands, his heart surging with emotion. He returned to the room, looked at his son lying weakly on the sickbed, and then at the letter in his hand.
Go to Luoyang? Seek help from that prince he had never met? It sounded like a fantasy.
But it seemed to be the only hope to save Su'er. Staying in Nanyang would only mean watching his son die. The letter mentioned that Your Highness has a secret method that may temporarily alleviate the illness, and that a divine physician is being sought. What if it's true? Struggle, hesitation, fear of the unknown, and longing for his son's life were fiercely battling within Huang Zhong. Finally, he looked at his son's gaunt face, a resolute glint in his eyes. He walked to the bedside, gently took his son's cold hand, and whispered, Su'er, Dad will take you to Luoyang.
No matter what, Dad will try.
A dozen days later, LuBu received good news from Wong Yu. Your Highness, a message from the Shadow Guard in Nanyang indicates that Huang Zhong has accepted the letter and medicine. After struggling for several days, he has decided to take his son, Huang Su, and travel with our people to Luoyang.
They are expected to arrive in half a month.
Good.
LuBu stood up abruptly from his seat, his face full of excitement.
Immediately have Jyn Shua arrange a quiet, secluded courtyard in the city, and prepare all necessary supplies. Also, have Shura select a few clever and reliable guards to take over the protection of
Huang Zhong and his son after their arrival.
Tell everyone below that they must treat Huang Zhong with the utmost respect and not show him the slightest negligence.
Yes.
Wong Yu also felt a surge of excitement. If they could successfully save Huang Su and recruit Huang Zhong, this future fierce general, it would be a tremendous help to their lord's great cause. LuBu walked to the window, looking at the bleak autumn scenery outside, but his heart was burning with excitement. Huang Zhong was about to fall into his trap. This was the first top-tier historical general he had recruited. Although the process had been arduous, hope was within reach. Of the next step is to figure out how to just right out demonstrate his ability and benevolence after Huang Zhong arrives in Luoyang, so as to both cure Huang Su and win Huang Zhong's complete loyalty. His 2017 enhancement points and the possibility of finding a divine healer are his greatest sources of confidence. Luoyang, the first gift I prepared for you is about to arrive. Lu Bian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a deep smile that seemed out of place for his age.
Chapter 32 Treatment of Huang Su. In mid-November, Luoyang City welcomed its first snowfall of the winter.
Fine snowflakes fluttered down, soon covering the glazed tiles of the palace and the bare branches of the courtyard with a layer of pure white. Lu Bian stood at the palace gate, reaching out his small hand to catch a few cold snowflakes, watching them melt quickly in his palm. His mood, like the first snow, carried a cool anticipation and a subtle heaviness. Counting the days, Huang Zhong and his son should be arriving in Luoyang soon. Current enhancement points, 2317. This huge reserve fund is his greatest asset, but he still feels a bit of pressure when he thinks about the situation he is about to face.
Your Highness, the person has arrived.
Wang Yu's deep voice sounded from behind. Lu Bian turned around abruptly. Where are we arranged to be?
What's Huang Su's condition?
As your Highness instructed, we have arranged for them to stay in a quiet courtyard in Yonghe Lane in the south of the city. Shure has already led men to guard them closely, Wong Yu replied.
Huang Zhuanzhi and his son Huang Su quietly entered the city yesterday evening. Young Master Huang's condition is very bad. He has been traveling a long way and is coughing up blood incessantly. He is barely breathing and I fear he does not have much time left.
Lu Bian's face turned serious, and he took a deep breath. Get ready, I need to go to Yonghe Lane immediately. Wang Yu knew the matter was of great importance, so he stopped trying to dissuade him and immediately went to make arrangements. In Yonghe Lane, the small courtyard was quiet and covered with a thin layer of snow, giving it a somewhat desolate feel. Inside the main house, the charcoal brazier burned brightly, but it couldn't dispel the pervasive smell of medicine and the heavy atmosphere of death. Huang Zhong sat by the bed like a frozen statue, tightly holding his son's withered, cold hand. This tough man's eyes were now filled with only despairing red and unyielding grief. Huang Su lay unconscious on the bed, his face a horrifying bluish gray, each breath extremely difficult, accompanied by a hoarse, bellows-like sound, as if he would fall into complete silence at any moment. Just then, a few birds chirped outside the courtyard. A moment later, the door was gently pushed open, a cold wind swept in, and Wang Yu and Shure escorted a child who had taken off his fur coat, revealing his true face. As he entered, Huang Zhong stared blankly at the exquisitely beautiful, yet unusually calm, 3-year-old child, his heart filled with mixed emotions.
This was the eldest prince? Could he truly create a miracle? Lu Bian paid no attention to Huang Zhong's gaze, his entire focus was on the dying boy on the bed. He quickly walked to the bedside, stood on tiptoe, and firmly placed his small hand on Huang Su's cold wrist. Contact complete.
Check Huang Su. A screen of light instantly appeared in Lu Bian's mind. Viewed by Huang Su. Status: late stage of severe pulmonary tuberculosis, complicated by multiple organ failure, life-threatening vitality, 5 out of 100. A fading candle in the wind, strength, 35 out of 89, amazing potential, severely suppressed by illness, intelligence, 72, quick thinking when awake, stamina, August 95, huge potential, nearly exhausted, commander, 68, possesses the qualities of a general, politics, 45 charm, 50, sickly and haggard. Appearance, enhancement level, +0 combat strength, 3.5, current, /8.9, potential, note, exceptionally gifted, like father, like son. If he recovers fully, given time, he will surely become a top-tier warrior no less than his father. Completely eradicating the lesions and unleashing his potential requires strengthening to +9. Hiss, Lu Bian gasped inwardly. Not because of his illness, but because of Huang Su's terrifying potential. Strength potential 89. Stamina potential 95. Command potential 68. This was absolutely a rising star whose potential had been completely buried by his illness. His talent might even surpass that of many known famous generals, but, upgraded to +9, Lu Bian's quick mental arithmetic, upgrading to +1 requires 1 point, +2 requires 2 points, +3 requires 4 points, +4 requires 8 points, +5 requires 16 points, +6 requires 32 points, +7 requires 64 points, plus 8 requires 128 points, and plus 9 requires 256 points. The total points needed are 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 plus 16 plus 32 plus 64 plus 128 plus 256 equals 511 points.
That's almost a quarter of his total enhancement points.
It's a huge investment, to save or not to save. A sudden wave of inner conflict washed over him.
500 points. How many loyal subordinates could he strengthen? How many divine weapons could he forge?
How many strategic resources could he stockpile? But his gaze swept over Huang Su's young yet lifeless face, over Huang Zhong's desperate yet hopeful eyes, and he thought of Huang Zhong's loyalty and bravery in history, as well as the immense value that this soon-to-fallen general could bring. In a flash, LuBu made a decision to invest.
He had to invest.
This wasn't just about winning over Huang Zhong, but also about saving a future pillar of the nation. In the long run, this investment was worthwhile.
Strengthen Huang Su.
Strengthen him twice in a row, he commanded urgently in his mind, prioritizing saving his life first. First enhancement, plus 0 plus 1 consumes 1 enhancement point. Second enhancement, plus 1 plus 2 consumes 2 enhancement points. Total cost, 3 points. Current remaining enhancement points, 2,317 minus 3 is equal to 2,314 points. Two gentle yet resilient streams of warmth, like thawing spring water, slowly flowed into Huang Su's nearly depleted body. This time, the effect was even more pronounced than expected. A glimmer of color appeared on Huang Su's ashen face at a visible speed.
Although he was still pale, the deathly aura surrounding him had clearly faded considerably.
The rise and fall of his chest became more pronounced, and his heavy, painful breathing became much calmer. He even let out a very faint moan from his throat, unlike the pain he had felt before.
Sewer.
Huang Zhong rushed to the bedside, hardly believing his eyes. He stared intently at his son's face, feeling the faint but real return of life. His body trembled violently, and hot tears finally streamed down his face. He turned sharply to LuBu, this 3-year-old child now appearing like a god to him.
Your Highness.
Your Highness has saved my life.
Huang Zhong.
Huang Zhong is willing to serve you like an ox or a horse to repay your highness. He cowed out heavily, his voice choked with emotion but unwavering. LuBu withdrew his small hand and breathed a slight sigh of relief, but deliberately showed a hint of weariness befitting his age on his face. He looked at Huang Zhong and said in a serious tone, "Brave warrior Huang, please rise. Your son is exceptionally talented and is truly a pillar of our Han dynasty's future. I cannot stand by and watch him be taken away by illness. Just now, I only used the secret method of preserving vitality bestowed by my father to temporarily protect his heart meridian and dispel some of his serious illness, allowing him to temporarily escape the danger to his life." He then changed the subject, his tone revealing a childlike candor mixed with seriousness. However, his illness is deeply rooted, with evil toxins lurking in his body. To completely eliminate them and unleash the potential suppressed by his illness, we will need a long time and many precious medicinal herbs. We may even need to find a legendary doctor like Hua Tua or Zhang Zhongjing to assist in the treatment.
I will do my best, but it will take time.
These words not only explained why the cure couldn't be immediate, providing an excuse for subsequent strengthening, but also highlighted Huang Su's potential, making Huang Zhong even more grateful and appreciative, placed some hope on finding a divine healer, which was reasonable, and hinted at the need for a huge investment, making Huang Zhong understand the weight of the favor. Huang Zhong now revered LuBu as a god, and upon hearing this, he was overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly kowtowing, "Your Highness's kindness is like giving me a second life. No matter how long it takes, no matter what is needed, Huang Zhong is willing to wait.
Willing to go and find it.
In this life, the lives of Huang Zhong and my son are bestowed by your highness.
If there is any command, I will die 10,000 times without hesitation."
LuBu nodded, a gratified smile befitting his age appearing on his youthful face. "Sir Huang, you flatter me. Please settle in here and I will arrange the subsequent treatment and recuperation.
Master Wang, please make sure the medicines and supplies are provided."
"Your Majesty understands," Wang Yu replied with a bow, his gaze towards LuBu filled with even deeper reverence. "Not only is your highness capable, but your skill in manipulating people's hearts has also become increasingly refined." After leaving the courtyard, LuBu returned to the carriage. Looking out the window at the still falling snowflakes, he let out a soft breath. Rescuing Huang Su and initially subduing Huang Zhong was undoubtedly a huge success. However, the remaining 508 enhancement points were like a stone weighing on his mind. I need to speed up the process of making money and accumulating enhancement points. LuBu muttered to himself, Huang Hansheng, you absolutely mustn't let my investment of over 500 points go down the drain. The carriage rolled through the snow towards the palace. An investment that would determine the fate of a future top general was quietly initiated amidst the first snowfall of Luoyang.
LuBu knew this was only the beginning. Chapter 33 LuBu comes to join us. The snow fell intermittently for several days in November, transforming Luoyang into a silver-clad city.
LuBu had just finished dealing with Huang Zhong and his son, and hadn't even had time to carefully plan the huge expenditure of over 500 enhancement points, when Wong Yu brought him another piece of news that made his heart skip a beat. Your Highness, the Shadow Army of Woyuan County has sent back an urgent message.
Wang Yu's voice carried an unusual urgency.
They found LuBu and, as Your Highness instructed, treated him with courtesy, explaining that His Highness the First Prince admired his strength and sincerely invited him.
LuBu initially didn't take it seriously, but upon hearing that it was the First Prince personally recruiting him, his attitude immediately changed, indicating his willingness to come to Luoyang and join Your Highness's ranks. LuBu was initially overjoyed. LuBu. He was the pinnacle of individual martial prowess during the Three Kingdoms period. Subduing him would be a tremendous asset. But immediately, a strong sense of unease crept into his heart. Historically, LuBu's reputation wasn't good. He was firmly labeled a slave of three surnames. Why did he agree so readily? Could there be a trap? He agreed so readily? Did he mention any conditions? Who else is with him?
LuBu asked repeatedly, his young face full of caution beyond his years. Wang Yu replied, according to Shadow's report, LuBu did not make any demands, only saying that he wanted to personally thank His Highness for his kindness. He was accompanied by only a few former subordinates from Bingzhou, one of whom was named Gao Shun, who seemed to be highly regarded by LuBu. They have already set off with Shadow and are expected to arrive in Luoyang in half a month.
Gao Shun.
That loyal general who trained the elite trapped camp under LuBu. LuBu's eyes lit up slightly. This was an unexpected delight. But LuBu's straightforwardness still made him uneasy. He voiced his concerns. Jasu, who had been standing quietly to the side, spoke slowly. He had been secretly enhanced by LuBu to +4, with an intelligence of 139. His eyes were deep and unfathomable. My lord's concerns are very valid. LuBu is a fierce tiger, brave indeed, but his nature is like that of a jackal, fickle and unfaithful, always seeking profit and forgetting righteousness. His easy surrender this time is likely due to a few reasons. First, my lord's status as the eldest prince is a shortcut to advancement for him, far more tempting than wasting his time in the border region. Second, he may have heard of my lord's auspicious reputation and believes that my lord has great fortune and is worth relying on. Third, this man is arrogant and may not even take my young lord seriously, thinking that he can be easily controlled. Jasu's analysis was incisive, making LuBu even more clear-headed.
Indeed, the current LuBu was young, impetuous, and ambitious.
In LuBu's eyes, LuBu's status as a 3-year-old prince was probably more like a delicious piece of meat than a lord to whom he needed to serve.
What does Mr. Wenhe think we should do?
LuBu humbly asked for advice. Jasu stroked his beard and pondered, this is an open strategy.
Since LuBu has already agreed to come, we cannot turn him away, otherwise it would damage our lord's reputation and discourage the heroes of the world.
However, taming a tiger requires shackles and bait. Our lord can follow the example we used with Huang Zhong, first showing him kindness and displaying his extraordinary abilities to stabilize his heart. At the same time, we must make him understand that loyalty to our lord will bring him the fame, fortune, and divine weapons he desires. If he harbors any disloyalty, he will be struck down by lightning and never recover.
LuBu understood.
It was a scheme to make grand promises while simultaneously flexing their muscles.
I get it. He wants fame, power, and treasures. I can give them all, but only in exchange for absolute loyalty.
And the muscle that will make him understand the cost of betrayal. LuBu glanced at Wang Yu, then thought of his 2,000+ enhancement points and the promising future of Huang Zhong. We have those too. On the official road, the north wind was biting. A small group was struggling through the wind and snow. Leading them was a man of about 20, over 9 feet tall, approximately 1.9 meters or more in modern terms, with an extremely robust physique. His handsome face carried an untamed wildness, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. He looked around with an air of self-importance, like a tiger surveying its territory. This was none other than LuBu, Lu Fengxian. He rode a fairly fine Bingzhou horse, followed by 7 or 8 valiant knights. Among them, a man with a resolute face and taciturn demeanor stood out. This was Gao Shun. Behind them were several members of the Shadow Clan who were leading the way.
How much longer until we reach Luoyang? LuBu asked impatiently, his voice booming and metallic. Traveling in this awful weather was really getting to him.
Reporting to Warrior Lu, at this pace, we should arrive in about 10 more days, a shadow leader replied respectfully. LuBu snorted and fell silent.
He had his own plans. That so-called eldest prince, he'd heard, was only 3 years old? What a joke! A mere toddler dared to recruit him, LuBu? However, the title of eldest prince was quite useful. He'd heard the little prince was currently quite favored by the emperor, causing some auspicious omens. He'd go to Luoyang first to see how things went. If the boy was sensible enough to give him troops and provisions, allowing LuBu to realize his ambitions, then temporarily submitting to him wouldn't be out of the question. If he wasn't sensible, Luoyang was prosperous, with LuBu's abilities, was he afraid he couldn't find a better way out? Perhaps he could even use this opportunity to make contact with higher-ranking officials, like that powerful eunuch Jyn Shua. Thinking of Jyn Shua, a gleam of eagerness flashed in LuBu's eyes. Little did he know that the powerful eunuch he so desperately wanted to curry favor with was already a loyal subordinate of the infant in his eyes. Gao Shun followed silently to the side, his brows furrowed slightly. He felt that something was amiss. The eldest prince was still young, so why would he suddenly summon these border warriors? But seeing that LuBu was in high spirits, he didn't say anything, but secretly became more vigilant. As Lubian listened to Wong Yu's report on LuBu's group's movements and their possible mindset, partly based on Jasu's deductions, a cold glint appeared on his face. As expected, they had ulterior motives and were using this place as a springboard. Lubian snorted. However, once you're on my turf, even a dragon has to coil up and a tiger has to lie low. He looked at Wong Yu. Master Wang, after LuBu arrives, don't bring him directly to see me. Arrange for him to stay in the villa in the west of the city and treat him with the courtesy due to a distinguished guest. However, the guard work must be taken over by our people, and Shure should be in charge personally. Those people he brought, including Gao Shun, should be settled separately and provided with good food and drink, but keep a close eye on them. Yes. Wang Yu replied.
Furthermore, Lubian thought for a moment, prepare my +3 enhanced ordinary ring pommel sword, and also choose a +2 enhanced fine horse from Hushi. When he arrives, I will bestow it upon him in my name. He wanted to give LuBu a taste of the allure of divine weapons and precious horses first. Your Highness, LuBu is exceptionally brave and strong. What if he harbors ill intentions? Wang Yu said with some concern. Lubian smiled, a hint of cunning beyond his years in his smile. So, before he formally pledges his allegiance and lets me test him, I won't give him any substantial military power or important positions.
Besides, aren't you and Mr. Wenhai here?
We can prepare a unique welcoming ceremony for him then. Seeing Lubian's confident and composed demeanor, Wang Yu felt somewhat relieved and bowed as he withdrew to make the arrangements. Lubian walked to the window, looking sharply at the frozen courtyard outside.
LuBu, Lu Fengxian. I hope you can make a wise choice. Otherwise, it will be easy to enter my Luoyang city, but difficult to leave.
He could almost see that fierce tiger from Bingzhou walking step by step into the carefully woven net he had created.
Should he tame it into a sharp blade, or eliminate it completely before it could turn on him?
The initiative must be in his own hands. An invisible tension began to permeate the small circle centered around Lubian. Everyone knew that what was about to happen was not just a brave general, but a test of leadership and submission. Chapter 30 For the Duel of Heroes. As the 12th lunar month approached, the weather grew increasingly cold. In a spacious but relatively secluded courtyard west of Luoyang, a young guest of exceptionally imposing stature and commanding presence moved in, none other than LuBu.
He was treated as a VIP, enjoying fine wine and meat daily, yet he still hadn't seen the eldest prince who had recruited him, which inevitably fueled his anxiety and discontent. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard of Yonghua Lane in the south of the city, Huang Zhong stayed by his son's bedside day and night. He watched as Huang Su's condition, though not completely cured, gradually stabilized under Lu Bian's intermittent strengthening and precious medicinal herbs, which had been enhanced, and his complexion gained some of the rosy glow that a living person should have. His gratitude and awe for the young prince grew day by day. On this day, Lu Bian felt the time was right. He decided to summon both LuBu and Huang Zhong simultaneously. On the one hand, it was time to give LuBu a baptism of fire and test his character. On the other hand, it was also to let Huang Zhong witness some things firsthand, further solidifying his loyalty. The villa in the west of the city, the training ground. For this meeting, Lu Bian specifically chose the small training ground that came with the villa as the location. The snow on the open ground had been cleared away, revealing the bluestone ground, and weapon racks were placed around the perimeter, creating a tense atmosphere. Lu Bian, still wrapped in a thick fur coat, sat in the main seat, with Wang Yu standing behind him like a shadow, his aura restrained, as if blending into the surrounding cold. Jasu sat slightly to the side and behind, observing calmly. LuBu was led in first. He was dressed in a clean samurai outfit today, which made him appear even more slender and imposing. He strode in with an air of arrogance that he could not hide. When his gaze swept over Lu Bian in the main seat, he bowed respectfully, but the disdain in his eyes was almost undisguised. LuBu greets His Highness the Crown Prince. His voice was loud and clear, carrying a wild power. Almost simultaneously with LuBu's entry, Huang Zhong was led into the training ground from the other side by Sheree. He wore a simple cotton robe, his face calm, but his eyes were sharp as an eagle, and his steps were steady as a mountain. Unlike LuBu's outward arrogance, Huang Zhong's aura was restrained, yet more profound. Upon seeing Lu Bian, he immediately tried to perform a grand salute, but Lu Bian stopped him with a look. No need for such formalities, Mr. Huang. Please take a seat, Lu Bian said gently. LuBu glanced at Huang Zhong and saw that he was much older than himself. Although Huang Zhong was composed, LuBu did not pay him much attention and regarded him as just an ordinary guard by the prince's side. Lu Bian took in the reactions of the two men and chuckled inwardly. He first looked at LuBu and said in a childish voice, "Brave warrior Lu, you have come from afar. You must be tired. I have heard that you are brave enough to fight 10,000 men. Seeing you today, I can confirm that your reputation is well deserved." Upon hearing this, LuBu puffed out his chest slightly, his arrogance growing even stronger. "Your Highness flatters me. I have practiced martial arts since childhood, and I am confident in my skill in archery and horsemanship. I have never encountered an opponent with my halberd." These words were extremely arrogant, as if he did not regard any of the heroes in the world as worthy of his attention. Lu Bian smiled, neither confirming nor denying, but silently thought to himself, "Check on LuBu." View, LuBu identity, a wandering knight-errant from Woyuan, Bingzhou loyalty, 15%, disregarded, using this as an opportunity to climb the ranks. Strength, 100, strong physique, exceptionally gifted, stamina, 98, full of energy, intelligence, 62, brave but reckless, opportunistic and treacherous, command, 85, skilled in riding and archery, capable of commanding cavalry, politics, 38, inept at political maneuvering, easily swayed, charm, 90, handsome appearance, imposing presence. Enhancement level, +0 combat power, 100.0 sure enough. Strength 100, peak value. But this loyalty. 15%. It's pitifully low. He came with a completely opportunistic mentality. Lu Bian remained calm and looked at Huang Zhong again. Inspect Huang Zhong. Viewed by Huang Zhong identity, military officer from Nanyang, currently on leave, loyalty, 75%, extremely grateful, willing to serve to the death, still slightly hesitant, strength, 99, deep foundation, in the prime of life, stamina, 95, still has the foundation, intelligence, 70, experienced and composed, commander, 88, mature and prudent, capable of leading independently, politics, 60, practical expertise, charm, 80, upright and awe-inspiring, enhancement level, +0. Note, his son Huang Su has been enhanced to +2, combat power, 99.0. Huang Zhong's martial prowess is also as high as 99. Only 1 point lower than LuBu. Moreover, his loyalty is already 75%, which is a very high base. Lu Bian calculated in his mind that as long as these two people's initial loyalty wasn't negative, he had a way to turn them into die-hard loyalists. It was just a matter of how many enhancement points would be consumed.
The higher the loyalty, the less enhancement points would be required to turn them into die-hard loyalists, a good deal indeed. At this moment, LuBu saw that Lu Bian was only looking at him and Huang Zhong without mentioning any substantial rewards or troops, so he became somewhat impatient and couldn't help but speak up. Your Highness summoned me here. I wonder what purpose you have. I am willing to demonstrate my martial arts skills to your Highness to prove my strength. He thought he would show off his skills to impress this kid and then get more benefits. Just as Lu Bian was about to speak, Wang Yu behind him suddenly took a small step forward. His previously restrained aura suddenly erupted like a peerless sword drawn from its sheath. An invisible yet heavy pressure instantly enveloped the entire training ground. This pressure wasn't directed at everyone, but rather it was precisely aimed at LuBu and Huang Zhong. LuBu's expression changed drastically. He felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him, the surrounding air thickening, making it hard to breathe. His pride and power seemed so insignificant and laughable in the face of this pressure. He looked incredulously at Wang Yu, who had stood silently behind the prince like an ordinary old guard, his eyes filled with horror. Who is this person? How could he possess such a terrifying aura? Huang Zhong was also startled, but his composure remained unshaken. Though shocked, he straightened his back even more, like an old pine tree braving the wind and snow, his gaze fixed solemnly on Wang Yu, his heart churning with turmoil. He had always known that this Master Wang was a confidant of His Highness, possessing extremely high martial arts skills, but he had never imagined they were to this extent. His own martial prowess seemed utterly inadequate in the face of him. Wang Yu released his aura and immediately withdrew it, reverting to his harmless demeanor as he retreated behind Lu Bian. As if nothing had happened, the training ground was completely silent. The arrogance on LuBu's face vanished without a trace, replaced by deep apprehension and a lingering fear. He finally understood what a terrifying figure was lurking beside this young prince. His own arrogance just now was utterly pathetic. Huang Zhong felt even greater awe for Lu Bian. Even a peerless master like Wang Yu was willing to serve His Highness. His Highness's abilities were truly unfathomable. Lu Bian observed their reactions and was satisfied. Wang Yu's muscle flexing had been very effective this time. He then spoke slowly, his voice youthful yet carrying an undeniable authority. I have faith in the bravery of Warrior Lu. Warrior Huang is also a rare talent. I need the assistance of heroes like you two to accomplish great things. His gaze swept over LuBu and Huang Zhong. Fame, fortune, and powerful weapons are not difficult for me. But what I want is absolute loyalty. Someone I can entrust with my life and death and share wealth with. Not a fickle, opportunistic person. These words were pointed, and LuBu's face turned red and then pale, but he dared not refute them. You two may go back and think it over carefully, Lu Bian said finally. If you are truly willing to pledge your loyalty to me, I will certainly not fail you. If you have other ideas, I will not force you, but will give you travel expenses and send you out of the country with courtesy. Having said this, Lu Bian said no more, rose, and left under the protection of Wang Yu and Strategist Jasu silently followed inside the training ground. Only LuBu and Huang Zhong, their hearts pounding with emotion, remained. LuBu watched Lu Bian's departing figure, then recalled Wang Yu's terrifying aura from moments before, and for the first time, he began to seriously consider the situation. This eldest prince seemed to be more complex than he had imagined. Huang Zhong clenched his fists, his eyes resolute. For Su'er, and for His Highness's kindness in recognizing his talent and for the potential and strength he had shown, Huang Hanchang would follow His Highness forever. The two heroes met for the first time, each harboring their own thoughts. But Lu Bian knew that after Wang Yu's intimidation and his final words, both the proud LuBu and the composed Huang Zhong had to re-evaluate their relationship with this 3-year-old lord. What he had to do was wait, and at the right moment, place his pawn to completely subdue them. Chapter 35 Gao Shun's submission. The cold wind of December swept through Luoyang, stirring up the remaining snow on the ground. Lu Bian stood in the warm pavilion of the palace, looking at the desolate scene outside the window, but his heart was burning with anticipation for his next move. LuBu's situation can wait, his arrogance needs to be tempered. There are two more important matters that need immediate attention. First, to build an elite personal guard completely loyal to him, and second, to continue treating Huang Su and formally bring Huang Zhong into the inner circle. He first summoned Wang Yu. Master Wang, how are you doing with Gao Shun, the one LuBu brought? Lu Bian asked. Wang Yu bowed and replied, Your Highness, this man is taciturn, resolute, and extremely self-disciplined.
He has a close relationship with several veteran soldiers from Bingzhou under his command and is quite popular.
Judging from his words and actions, he is a rare talent for practical work, especially skilled in training troops. His loyalty seems to be more directed towards LuBu personally, but he has no ill will towards your highness and is quite courteous.
Lu Bian nodded. This was similar to what he knew of Gao Shun. Bring him to see me, but don't alert LuBu. Gao Shun was secretly led into a side hall in the palace.
He still maintained his stern expression and bowed meticulously to Lu Bian, who sat in the main seat. This humble subject, Gao Shun, pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Looking down at the man with a resolute face and pine-like posture, Lu Bian silently thought, check Gao Shun. Viewed by Yi Gao Shun identity, LuBu's subordinate loyalty to the host 45%, dutiful, came because of LuBu, loyalty to LuBu 85%, trusts and is willing to follow, strength 78, solid, intelligence 70, calm, skilled at training troops, stamina 82, high endurance, commander 89, proficient in formations, strict military discipline, politics 55. Pragmatic, charm, 65, upright and incorruptible, enhancement level, +0 combat power, 78.0 special talent, training troops, skilled at training ordinary soldiers into elite troops, as expected. His leadership stat is as high as 89, and he has a talent for training troops. His loyalty to himself is only 45%, but to LuBu it is 85%, which is a very good foundation. He is someone worth trying to win over. Lu Bian had made up his mind. He stood up, walked to Gao Shun, and said with a serious expression on his small face, brave warrior Gao, there's no need for formalities. I've heard that you are extremely skilled at training troops, is that true? Gao Shun was slightly taken aback, not expecting the prince to ask this. He honestly replied, Your Highness, I do have a rudimentary understanding of this subject, but I dare not claim to be an expert. Lu Bian smiled, reached out and patted Gao Shun's calloused hand, contact complete, and said, You are too modest. I wish to form a personal guard of 1,000 men, and I need a commander who can strictly train them and ensure their orders are obeyed. I wonder if you, brave Gao, are willing to take on this important task? The instant they made contact, Lu Bian mentally chanted, Strengthen Gao Shun 3 times in a row. First enhancement, +0-+1 consumes 1 enhancement point, second enhancement, +1-+2 consumes 2 enhancement points, third enhancement, +2-+3 consumes 4 enhancement points, total cost, 7 points, current remaining enhancement points, 2,784-7 is equal to 2,777 points. 3 warm currents surged into Gao Shun's body. He felt his strength and stamina instantly increase to a new level. More importantly, the training methods in his mind, how to select soldiers, how to deploy troops, how to temper the soldiers' will, how to achieve perfect coordination, seemed to have been opened up to a new world. Countless ingenious ideas and rigorous and effective training methods emerged. He felt that his understanding of the training soldiers had reached an unprecedented height. At the same time, he developed a deep awe for the mysterious and unpredictable methods of the young prince before him. And the loyalty he initially had for LuBu began to rapidly shift towards Lu Bian, loyalty to the host 45%-100%, die-hard loyal. Shocked, awe-inspiring, willing to die for. Loyalty to LuBu 85%-30%, due to the Lord's extraordinary abilities, LuBu seems insignificant in comparison, Commander 89-118.6, Master of Military Training. Strength, 78-103.7 Intelligence, 70-93.1 Gao Shun suddenly knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with excitement, yet unusually firm, I am deeply grateful for your highness's trust. I will certainly train the strongest army in the world for my lord. If even one person slacks off, I will offer my head to you. He automatically changed his address to Lord, signifying his complete loyalty. Good. Lu Bian helped him up. You are in full charge of this matter. Master Wang will provide you with all the manpower, venue, equipment, and provisions you need. Select personnel from the outskirts of the Shadowlands and from among the refugees, those with clean families and strong physiques. What I need is an iron army that is absolutely loyal, obeys orders without question, and can fight tough battles. Can you do it? I will certainly live up to your trust, my lord.
Gao Shun declared resolutely. After making arrangements for Gao Shun, Lu Bian immediately set off again for the small courtyard in Yanghe. Huang Su looked better than before and was able to lean back on the couch to drink some thin porridge. Although he was still thin, there was a light in his eyes. Huang Zhong was even more grateful to Lu Bian. As usual, Lu Bian first performed the third, intensive, treatment on Huang Su. Third enhancement, +2-+3 consumes 4 enhancement points. Current remaining enhancement points, 2,777-4 is equal to 2,773 points. This time, the effect was even more remarkable. Huang Su's cough almost stopped, his face regained its color, and he was even able to whisper, "Thank you, Your Highness." Huang Zhong, watching from the side, was moved to tears. Then, Lu Bian looked at Huang Zhong with a solemn expression. "Brave warrior Huang, your son's condition has stabilized and his recovery is just around the corner. Now, I have a matter that I need your help with." Huang Zhong immediately clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Your Highness, whatever your orders, Huang Zhong will gladly die for you." "I wish to invite Huang Zhuangshi to lead this newly trained personal guard for me," Lu Bian said. Gao Shun is skilled in training troops, while Huang Zhuangshi is experienced and exceptionally brave. He is perfectly suited to be the commander-in-chief, overseeing the overall situation and charging into battle in times of war. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhong was deeply moved. This was His Highness's absolute trust in him. Just as he was about to express his opinion, Lu Bian stepped forward and placed his small hand on Huang Zhong's strong and powerful arm. Check on Huang Zhong. Actually, he had already checked, but this was to prepare for the enhanced contact. Strengthen Huang Zhong. Once. First enhancement, +0-+1 consumes 1 enhancement point. Current remaining enhancement points, 2,773-1 is equal to 2,772 points. A warm current, far more powerful than anything Huang Su had felt, surged into Huang Zhong's body. He felt his long-dormant power awaken and surge like a volcano. The hidden injuries and pains left by years of battle vanished instantly. His energy became incredibly abundant. Even his eyesight and hearing seemed much sharper. His already formidable strength of 99 seemed to have touched an invisible barrier, showing signs of a breakthrough. His understanding of battle formations and the application of military tactics became clearer and more profound. Loyalty, 75%-95%, completely devoted, senses personal breakthrough, reveres as a god. Strength, 99-108.9, breaking the limit. Stamina, 95-104.5 Commander, 88-96.8 Huang Zhong felt the earth-shaking changes within his body. Looking at Lu Bian, who was smiling at him, this man of iron will was so excited that he became somewhat incoherent. "Your Highness. Your Highness. Zhong. Zhong." He knelt down with a thud, banging his head on the ground. "In this life, Huang Zhong is willing to be Your Highness's sharp sword, sweeping away all obstacles. I will not regret it even if I die 9 times. Lu Bian helped him up with satisfaction. 95% loyalty, that's practically die-hard loyalty. And Huang Zhong's strength had even broken through the 100 mark, reaching 108.9. This was definitely an unexpected delight. "General Hansheng, please rise." Lu Bian changed his form of address, appearing more respectful. "From now on, the Imperial Guard will be entrusted to you and Gao Shun. You will be the commander-in-chief, and he will be the deputy, responsible for daily training. The two of you must cooperate closely. Your subordinate obeys." Huang Zhong's voice was loud and clear, full of energy, completely different from the haggard man who had been suffering from his son's serious illness. Looking at the rejuvenated Huang Zhong, and then at Huang Su, who was gradually recovering on the bed, Lu Bian felt a great sense of accomplishment. Gao Shun trained his troops, with Huang Zhong as their general, and a core military force entirely of his own was about to take shape. Huang Zhong, this top-tier warrior, was finally firmly bound to his cause. As chaos loomed, the cards he held in his hand grew stronger. Lu Bian clenched his small fist slightly, his gaze fixed on the distance, where it seemed as if storms were gathering. Chapter 36. The Empress Dowager. Time flies, and it is now early spring of the 3rd year of Guanghe, 180 AD. The snow in Luoyang is gradually melting, and new green shoots are emerging from the branches, bringing a touch of life. Since the end of last winter,
the biggest topic in Luoyang has not been the occasional disturbances by the Chang and Hu tribes in the border regions, nor the frequent disasters in various places, but rather Consort He, who is becoming increasingly favored in the palace. Since being secretly enhanced by LuBu +3 last year, Consort He's intelligence, insight, and increasingly astonishing charm have shone like a pearl whose dust has been wiped away, its brilliance impossible to conceal. She no longer relies solely on her beauty and a bit of shrewishness to secure favor, but has truly shown her virtuous side by discussing politics with Lu Hong, with her own limited insights, of course, guided by LuBu and Jasu, showing compassion for palace servants, and even offering frugal suggestions on royal expenses. Lu Hong already doted on his beloved concubine, whose beauty had surpassed her former glory and whose charm had only grown more captivating. Now, he discovered even more of her inner beauty. Every time he spoke with her, he felt relaxed and at ease. Even troublesome political matters could be made clear by her gentle words and seemingly unintentional guidance. In contrast, Consort Wang, who only knew how to be jealous and throw tantrums, seemed rather unworthy of respect. On this day, Lu Hong was in the Jiada Palace, looking at the cup of clear tea that Consort He had personally brewed for him, invented by LuBu, secretly presented by Zuixinlu, and enhanced by +1, with an excellent taste. He listened as she subtly mentioned that the auspicious grain presented by the eldest prince last year was growing very well, and the yield was expected to be amazing after the spring, all thanks to His Majesty's great fortune. She also mentioned that Prince Bian had made great progress in his studies in martial arts recently, and her words were full of a mother's joy and respect for the emperor. Lu Hong grew increasingly satisfied as he listened. Looking at Consort He, he saw a beauty under the lamplight, her features exquisite, her demeanor dignified yet alluring. Her speech and mannerisms perfectly matched his ideal of a virtuous empress. In contrast, the Empress, Song? Dull-tempered, unloved, and childless for many years, a thought that had been swirling in his mind for a long time finally became clear and firm. Several days later, an imperial edict that shook the court and the public was issued. I have inherited this great legacy for 14 years. Empress Song is lacking in virtue and conduct, unworthy of her position, and has been childless for a long time, making it difficult for her to be the mother of the nation. Noble lady, He has given birth to the eldest son, Bian, who is gentle and kind, dignified and composed, adept at domestic duties, and respectful and cautious in his conduct. She is hereby established as empress, to occupy the central palace and serve as the mother of the nation. This is my decree. The imperial edict caused an uproar throughout the court, but upon closer examination, it made perfect sense. Consort He had a son, and the eldest son at that, which gave her an advantage. Recently, rumors of her virtuous character had spread, and His Majesty's favor towards her had grown daily, making her appointment as empress seem like a natural progression. Although a few upright officials slightly criticized Consort He's background, a butcher's family, these voices were quickly drowned out by imperial power and the prevailing trend. Lady He, now Empress He, sat regally on the throne of the palace, adorned in elaborate and magnificent imperial robes and a phoenix crown, a position she had once only been able to look up to. Palace eunuchs and maids knelt before her, proclaiming, "Long live the Empress." She looked at everything before her, as if in a dream. Just over a year ago, she was merely a timid noblewoman, vying for favor with that vile woman Wang Rong, her son Bian frail and critically ill. And now, she was the Empress, the mother of the nation. Bian had not only recovered from his illness but also displayed intelligence and filial piety, in her eyes, bringing unimaginable changes to her. She vaguely felt her body and mind were different, but attributed it only to her improved mood. She knew that all of this seemed to have turned around after Bian recovered from her illness. That child seemed to be her lucky star. It's all thanks to Bian. Empress He murmured to herself, her love for her son and her inexplicable dependence on him growing even stronger. In stark contrast to the festive atmosphere of Changqiu Palace, the palace of Consort Wang was deathly silent. Bang! Another exquisite porcelain vase was smashed to pieces. Consort Wang, now Wang Rong, was ashen-faced, her chest heaving violently, her eyes filled with resentment and disbelief. He Lian. That butcher's daughter. What right does she have? What right does she have? She screamed shrilly, as if she were insane. Her son, Lu Xia, seemed frightened and cried loudly in his wet nurse's arms, which only added to her agitation. All her scheming and efforts seemed so laughable the moment he sure was made empress. She lost, utterly and completely. Not only was her chance of becoming empress gone, but Sierra's future would also likely be overshadowed by He Shi and LuBu.
I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled.
Wang Rong's fingernails dug deeply into his palms, drawing blood. When Lu Bian learned the news, he was listening to Wang Yu report on the progress of Gao Shun's training of troops and Huang Zhong's integration of the army.
Oh? Mother consort has been made empress? Lu Bian's face showed just the right amount of childlike joy. That's wonderful. No one will dare to bully mother consort anymore. He remained calm and even somewhat taken it for granted.
With +3 enhancements to intelligence, politics, and charisma, it would be strange if he couldn't stand out in Lu Hong's harem. This was simply a logical step in his plan. With the Empress Dowager's position secure, his foundation in the palace becomes even more unshakable. In the future, many things will be much easier if he uses the Empress's name.
Congratulations, Your Highness. Wong Yu and Jasu, who were also present, bowed and offered their congratulations at the same time. Lu Bian waved his hand, his small face returning to seriousness. Let's leave the matter of the Empress Dowager for now. How are things progressing with Gao Shun and Huang Zhong? Wang Yu replied, Gao Shun's training of troops is extremely strict.
The 1,000-strong force has already taken initial shape, and they are disciplined and orderly. General Huang's integration has been successful, and he works well with Gao Shun. The combat strength of the personal guard has improved rapidly.
Jasu added, My lord, Empress He's current position as Empress is far more beneficial than harmful to us. Many matters that were previously inconvenient to directly intervene in can now be addressed gradually in the Empress's name.
However, Wang Rong may not let this go easily, so we must remind the Empress to be careful.
Lu Bian nodded, Mr. Wenhe is absolutely right. Master Wang, send more capable men to secretly protect the Empress Dowager's safety.
At the same time, have Shadow keep a close eye on Wang.
Rong and his family's movements. Report any unusual activity to me immediately, yes.
Lu Bian walked to the window and looked at the palace servants busy changing the Empress's ceremonial regalia in the palace garden outside the window, his eyes deep. His mother's ascension to the position of Empress was a crucial part of his plan. This not only greatly increased his own safety but also meant that he could leverage his mother's influence to extend his reach deeper into every corner of the palace. The next step is to continue accumulating strength and wait for the storm that is about to sweep across the world. He could almost hear the wheels of history thundering forward, accompanied by the resounding drums of imperial empresses. And he had to prepare enough strength to steer and conquer that torrent before it fully erupted. Chapter 37. LuBu forced to return. The spring chill lingered, but the atmosphere inside the western courtyard was even colder than the weather. LuBu had been left out here for nearly a month, spending his days either eating and drinking well or staring blankly at the empty training ground. His initial anxiety and impatience were gradually replaced by a strange pressure. That day at the martial arts arena, Wang Yu's awe-inspiring presence was deeply etched into his heart. He, LuBu, who had roamed Bingzhou and considered himself unparalleled in martial prowess, felt as insignificant as an ant before that seemingly ordinary old man. And that young prince, facing such a fierce general, could remain so composed, seemingly in complete control with a few words. This was something no ordinary child could achieve. That he recalled the rumors about auspicious omens, the complex expression on Gao Shun's face when he was transferred, a mixture of hesitation and determination in his eyes, a sense of rebirth, and the ring pommel sword that could cut through iron like mud, far surpassing any weapon he had ever seen before, as well as the exceptionally fine Hushi horse, renowned for its endurance and speed. All of these things seemed to vaguely point to that mysterious eldest prince. Perhaps, this prince truly possesses extraordinary qualities? Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Even the proud LuBu had to admit that relying solely on himself, it would be virtually impossible to rise above the powerful and wealthy in Luoyang. Yet this eldest prince seemed capable of giving him everything he desired: status, power, divine weapons, fine horses, and even power beyond the mortal realm. The balance in his heart began to shift from initial exploitation and contempt towards dependence, and on this day, Lu Bian felt that the time was right. He once again visited the villa in the west of the city, his small figure still sitting in the main seat, with Wang Yu standing silently behind him. When LuBu was let in, the arrogance on his face had softened considerably. He bowed respectfully and said, "Fengxian greets Your Highness." His voice was still loud, but it had lost some of its wildness and gained more caution. Lu Bian looked at him and silently thought, check LuBu. View, LuBu identity, a wandering knight-errant from Woyuan, angel loyalty, 55%, careful consideration, inclined to defect, strength, 100 stamina, 98 intelligence, 62 commander, 85 politics, 38 charm, 90 enhancement level, plus 0 combat power, 100.0 loyalty has indeed risen to 55%. It's entered a period of uncertainty, but is already leaning towards siding with us. It's time to place a heavy bet and tame this tiger in one fell swoop. With a reassurance in his heart, LuBu smiled faintly on his small face. How have you been considering things these past few days, warrior Lu? LuBu took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, clasped his hands and said, I am willing to serve your highness. I only ask that your highness give me a chance to show my talents. This was a decision he made after careful consideration. Although he still had reservations, it was a great step forward. Opportunities will come, of course. Divine weapons, fine horses, fame, and fortune will be yours too. LuBu slowly stood up, walked to LuBu, looked up at the fierce general who was much taller than him, his eyes clear and deep. But what I want is unwavering loyalty, a shoulder to lean on. Lu Fengxian, can you do that? LuBu met that gaze, which was completely unlike that of a child, and felt a chill run down his spine, as if all his thoughts had been seen through. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, since I have decided to pledge my loyalty, I will do my utmost. All right. LuBu said no more, and stretched out his small hand, placing it on LuBu's muscular arm, which contained explosive power, contact complete. Shak LuBu. Confirm current status, strengthen LuBu. 5 times in a row. First enhancement, plus 0-+1 consumes 1 enhancement point, second enhancement, plus 1-+2 consumes 2 enhancement points, third enhancement, plus 2-+3 consumes 4 enhancement points, fourth enhancement, plus 3-+4 consumes 8 enhancement points, fifth enhancement, plus 4-+5 consumes 16 enhancement points, total points consumed, 1 + 2 + 4 + 8 + 16 equals 31, current remaining enhancement points, 3,472 minus 31 is equal to 3,441 points. 5 unprecedentedly violent warm currents, like rivers bursting their banks, surged into LuBu's body. This feeling was far more intense and profound than any previous enhancement. Ha! LuBu couldn't help but let out a low roar, his bones crackling and popping, his muscles visibly bulging and solidifying, and a shimmering light seemed to emanate from beneath his skin. He felt his strength soaring wildly, his martial prowess, already at 100, now seemed to have broken through an invisible barrier, entering a completely new realm. His stamina flowed like a mighty river, endless and inexhaustible. Even more terrifying was that his previously unremarkable mind had become much clearer, many things he couldn't understand before suddenly became clear. Although he still disliked strategy, his intuition and battlefield insight had improved several levels. This feeling of transformation, of power overflowing to the point of bursting, captivated and awed him. His gaze towards LuBu was filled with boundless awe and fervor. This was absolutely a miracle. Only a god could bestow such immense power upon him. Loyalty, 55%-100%, die-hard loyal. Soul-stirring, worshipped as a god, willing to tear everything apart for their lord. Strength, 100-161.1, transcendent. Stamina, 98-157.8, infinite energy. Intelligence, 62-99.9, quick thinking, exceptional intuition. Commander, 85-136.9, sharp battlefield instincts. Combat power, 100.0-161.1 my lord. LuBu suddenly knelt down on both knees, no longer on one knee, but in a full prostration. His voice trembled slightly with excitement and the surge of power, yet it carried an unwavering determination. In this life, LuBu is willing to use the halberd in your hand to sweep away all demons. If anyone harbors any disloyal thoughts, may they be punished by heaven and earth. At this moment, fame, fortune, divine weapons, and precious horses all seemed insignificant in the face of this tangible, life-affirming power boost. He fully understood that by following this lord, he would reach the pinnacle of personal martial prowess, even surpassing any legend he knew. This gratitude and power were enough to make LuBu utterly devoted to him. LuBu looked at LuBu, who was kneeling on the ground, his aura as terrifying as a prehistoric beast, and nodded in satisfaction. 31 enhancement points for a warrior with a martial prowess of 161, absolutely loyal and the strongest warrior in the world, this deal was incredibly worthwhile.
Fengxian, please rise. Lu Bian helped him up. I am well aware of your bravery.
Gao Shan is currently training my personal guards, with Huang Zhong as the commander-in-chief. You will be the deputy commander of the personal guards, assisting Huang Zhong in leading this force.
Let me see your abilities.
Your humble servant obeys. LuBu stood tall and proud, his voice booming like thunder, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit.
He had finally found a lord worthy of his loyalty and a stage where he could fully display his talents. Seeing LuBu's imposing aura, like a divine weapon unsheathed, Lu Bian knew that the sharpest blade in his hand had been forged. Huang Zhong was as steady as a mountain, Gao Shan as disciplined as iron, and LuBu as swift as thunder.
With these three combined, just how terrifying would the fighting power of his 1,000-strong personal guard be? Finally, a childlike smile, yet one tinged with profound meaning, appeared on Lu Bian's small face. Chaos is imminent, and the power he wields is beginning to take shape.
It's time to let some people witness the fangs of this 4-year-old prince.
Chapter 38, Sending the General Out of the City. February 28, the third year of Guanghe.
After a light spring rain, the soil outside Luoyang City exuded a fresh scent.
Inside the palace, a simple yet warm small banquet had just ended, celebrating the 4th birthday of the eldest prince. Lu Bian, sitting in the carriage returning to his palace, Lu Bian looked out the window at the palace walls, washed exceptionally clean by the rain, and sighed with emotion. Unbeknownst to him, a whole year had passed since he arrived in this turbulent era.
From a 3-year-old child on the verge of death to a 4-year-old prince secretly wielding considerable power, each step he took seemed steady, but in reality, it was like walking on thin ice. Back in the palace, Lu Bian dismissed his attendants, leaving only Wong Yu and Jasu. Mr. Wen, Master Wang, I'm a year older, and there are some things I should speed up.
Lu Bian got straight to the point, his young face showing a composure beyond his years. Jasu bowed slightly. Is my lord considering the arrangements for General Huang and General Lu, as well as young Master Huang Su's illness?
That's right. Lu Bian nodded.
After several treatments, Huang Su's foundation is solid, and it's time to completely eradicate the root of the problem.
As for Han Shang, Huang Zhong, and Fengxian, LuBu, they are both capable of defeating 10,000 men.
It's a waste of their talents to keep them in my small personal guard in Luoyang, and it would also attract attention.
I'm thinking, could we find a way to send them out to command a force?
This would not only give them experience, but also allow us to plant seeds of future influence in the provinces.
A hint of approval flashed in Jasu's eyes.
Although his lord was young, his plans were already quite sophisticated. He pondered for a moment and said, "What my lord has in mind is indeed a long-term strategy. Since my lord is confident in treating young Master Huang's illness, a complete cure would be best, allowing General Huang to have no more worries and be deeply grateful. As for sending the general to a post outside the capital," he paused, then continued his analysis. The court is currently facing financial difficulties, and the practice of selling official positions in the Western Garden is even more rampant. With the bravery of the two generals, if they have enough money to bribe officials, it is not impossible for them to obtain the positions of cavalry commandant or even miscellaneous generals in border or inland prefectures. In particular, General Lu's reputation for bravery has already begun to spread, so it may be feasible. However, a suitable pretext and opportunity are needed, and the location must be carefully considered. Lu Bian understood, money is not a problem.
Do you have any suggestions on the project name and location, sir?
Jasu walked to the increasingly detailed map and pointed to several places. Bingzhou and Liangzhou are close to the Chang and Hu tribes, and there are often battles, making it easy to gain merit. Moreover, they are far from the central government of Luoyang, so they are less likely to attract too much attention. Yuzhou is close to the Wuhuan and Xianbei tribes, which is also acceptable. Even in the hinterland of Yuzhou and Jingzhou, if there are vacancies for commandery and state commandants, we can try to win them over to facilitate future responses to unrest in the interior. Lu Bian looked at the map, pondering his options. Placing LuBu in the border regions of Bing or Liang provinces would be like a tiger returning to the mountains, allowing him to unleash his full potential. Huang Zhong, on the other hand, was a more prudent choice. He could be sent to Yu province or any of the inland counties.
All right.
We'll follow your advice, sir.
Lu Bian made up his mind. Let's go and cure Huang Su first.
When Huang Su returned to Yonghe courtyard, he was able to walk slowly in the courtyard. Although he was still thin, his appearance was completely different from the dying boy he had been. Huang Zhong was extremely respectful when he saw Lu Bian. Lu Bian didn't say much, but directly said to Huang Zhong, "General Hansheng, today I will completely cure your son's stubborn illness." Upon hearing this, Huang Zhong trembled with excitement and was so moved that he tried to kneel down with his son, but Lu Bian stopped him. Lu Bian placed his small hand on Huang Su's head. Contact complete.
It's time to complete this investment. Check Huang Su.
Viewed by Huang Su status, late stage of severe pulmonary tuberculosis, significant remission, potential being unlocked, vitality, 65 out of 100, stable recovery, strength, 67, potential 89, suppressed by disease, intelligence, 72, stamina, 58, potential 95, severely damaged, commander, 68, politics, 45, charm, 60, improved sickly appearance, enhancement level, +3 combat strength, 58.6, current, /77.7, potential. Note, his chronic illness is gradually subsiding, and his talent is beginning
to emerge.
If the lesions can be completely eradicated, he will surely become a valiant and formidable warrior.
Seeing Huang Su's current attributes, +3 status, Lu Bian no longer hesitated. Enhance Huang Su. From +3 to +9.
Fourth enhancement, +3-+4 consumes 8 enhancement points, attribute increase of 10% strength, 67-73.7 physical strength, 58-63.8 vitality, 65-71.5. Other attributes are also increased by 10%. Fifth enhancement, +4-+5 consumes 16 enhancement points. Attribute increase of 10% strength, 73.7-81.1 physical strength, 63.8-70.2 vitality, 71.5-78.7 sixth enhancement, +5-+6 consumes 32 enhancement points, attribute increase of 10% strength, 81.1-89.2 physical strength, 70.2-77.2 vitality, 78.7-86.6 seventh enhancement, +6-+7 consumes 64 enhancement points, attribute increase of 10% strength, 89.2-98.1 physical strength, 77.2-84.9 vitality, 86.6-95.3 eighth enhancement, +7-+8 consumes 128 enhancement points, attribute increase of 10% strength, 98.1-107.9 physical strength, 84.9-93.4 vitality, 95.3-104.8 ninth enhancement, +8-+9 consumes 256 enhancement points, attribute increase of 10% strength, 107.91-18.7 physical strength, 93.4-102.7 vitality, 104.8-115.3. The total points required to go from +3 to +9 are 8+16 +32 +64 +128 +256 equals 504. Current remaining enhancement points, 3,471 minus 504 is equal to 2,967 points. After 6 consecutive enhancements,
Huang Su underwent a dramatic transformation.
The lesions in his lungs were completely eliminated, his pale complexion became rosy and healthy, his thin body visibly became well-proportioned and strong, his muscle lines gradually became more defined, and he even seemed to have grown taller. His eyes shone brightly, and a sharp aura emanated from them as he looked around. Viewed by Huang Su status, healthy, lesions completely cleared, potential unleashed beyond expectations. Vital energy 115.3/115.3 strength, 118.7, beyond potential limits. Intelligence 79.2 stamina, 102.7, beyond potential limits. Commander 74.8 politics, 49.5 charm, 82.5, full of vigor, enhancement level, +9 combat strength, 118.7. Note, his chronic illness has been completely cured, and his talent is now being unleashed beyond his normal limits.
He has become a top-tier warrior in this era. Dad. I feel full of strength.
Huang Su excitedly swung his fist, creating a sharp whooshing sound. He tried to jump, easily leaping nearly as high as a person, looking at his son, who seemed reborn, exuding heroic spirit and even more powerful than himself at his peak. Huang Zhong, this iron-willed man, could no longer hold back his tears.
He knelt down before Lu Bian like a mountain collapsing and a jade pillar crumbling, kowtowing heavily, his voice choked yet incredibly loud. "Your Highness, no, my lord. You saved my son and my lives. Your kindness is like giving me a second life." Huang Zhong is willing to serve my lord to the death. Heaven and earth bear witness to this.
Behind him, Huang Su also quickly knelt down with his father, too moved to speak, only kowtowing forcefully. General Hansheng, sir, please rise quickly. Lu Bian helped the two up, looking at Huang Su's martial prowess of 118.7, feeling both shocked and gratified. This investment had yielded returns far exceeding expectations. A young and formidable general with immense potential had already taken shape. Now that Su'er has recovered, I wonder if General Hansheng would be willing to take on even greater responsibilities for me? Huang Zhong replied without hesitation, I will obey your command, my lord. Lu Bian explained his plan, hoping that Huang Zhong could be appointed as a general in command of force. After a moment's thought, Huang Zhong readily agreed, I am willing to go. I will definitely train an elite army for my lord and defend this land. All right. Mr. Wenha and Jyn Shua will discuss the specifics with you in detail, Lu Bian instructed. After leaving Huang Zhong, Lu Bian summoned LuBu. Upon hearing that he might be promoted to general and lead an army, LuBu's eyes lit up with excitement. He was now completely devoted to Lu Bian and felt that whatever his lord said was right. He immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, rest assured, my lord. I will definitely wipe out all those who dare to disobey. Wherever you point, I will fight. Looking at the spirited LuBu and Huang Zhong, Lu Bian felt a surge of pride. He summoned Jasu and Jyn Shua to his side and solemnly instructed them, Wenha, Jyn Shua, I entrust the matter of sending Hansheng and Fengxian to other posts to you. Spare no expense and make sure to secure suitable positions and territories for them. Hansheng is steady in nature, so he can go to Yuzhou or an important inland prefecture. Fengxian is brave, so let him go to Bingzhou or a border prefecture in Liangzhou, where he will be more suitable. Your subordinates, this old servant, understand. Jasu and Jyn Shua replied in unison. After arranging all this, Lu Bian stood alone at the palace gate, looking at the sky after the rain had cleared. He's 4 years old now. Huang Su has not only recovered, but has also become a young and fierce general who has surpassed his limits. Huang Zhong and LuBu, these two top generals, are about to be sent out to serve as generals, becoming two important pieces he has planted outside. His business network, intelligence network, and personal guard are also developing steadily. In 1 year, he built his own network from scratch. Chaos, come on sooner, Lu Bian murmured to himself, a slight smile playing on his lips. I'm almost ready. Chapter 39 Core Gathering. In the third year of the Guanghe era, on the third day of the third month, the Shangxi festival was celebrated. Men and women in Luoyang went out for excursions, purification rituals, and banquets, presenting a scene of peace and prosperity. However, in a large mansion in the south of the city, secretly purchased by the Sihai Merchant Guild and guarded by skilled personnel disguised as guards, the atmosphere was completely different from the joyous atmosphere in the city, solemn and heavy. This is the first time since Lu Bian's forces were established that all core members have been gathered together deep within the courtyard, in a spacious yet tightly closed secret room. The lights shone brightly. Lu Bian sat upright in the main seat, though still small in stature, his gaze swept over everyone present, naturally exuding an undeniable air of authority. On the left are, in order, Wong Yu, +5, whose aura is deep and majestic, like a silent mountain, Shure, +2, whose posture is like a pine tree, with sharp eyes. After a year of training, he has shed much of his naivety and gained more composure and competence. Huang Zhong, +1, whose face is resolute and whose back is straight. Although he has only been strengthened once, his foundation is solid and his aura is calm and composed. Huang Su, +9, standing behind his father, is full of heroic spirit and has bright eyes. It seems that he contains surging power, which makes everyone present turn their heads. On the right are Jasu, +4, with a calm expression and deep eyes, as if he has everything under control. Jyn Shua, +6, with a white face and no beard, and a lively eye. Although he lives in the palace, he controls a huge amount of funds and official connections. Gao Shan, +3, with a resolute face, stands straight like a rock, silent but reliable, and LuBu, +5, whose strong body gives people a strong sense of oppression even when he is sitting. He looks at Lu Bian with a fanatical gaze, as if he is worshipping a god. This is Lu Bian's core team now. They are skilled in both civil and military affairs, and proficient in both internal and external matters. Looking at the small group of people who had gathered around him for various reasons and were now considered among the best in the world, Lu Bian felt a surge of pride. He cleared his throat and spoke in a youthful yet clear voice, I have summoned you all here today for two reasons. First, to allow us to get to know each other so that we can work together in the future, and second, to discuss important matters concerning our future plans.
Everyone listened intently.
First, Shui, Gao Shan, and Han Shang, Huang Zhong, LuBu called out, "Your humble servant is here." The three men immediately stood up. "You have served me for quite some time, your loyalty is evident, and your abilities are outstanding. Today, I will lend you another helping hand." LuBu stood up and walked to the three men. He first approached Shui. This young swordsman, who had been one of Wang Yu's earliest followers, was now one of his most reliable personal guards. LuBu reached out and patted him on the shoulder.
Check on Xia. Loyalty 100% strength, 85 enhancement level, +2 the enhancement history. From +2 to +5.
Third enhancement, +2-+3 consumes 4 enhancement points. Fourth enhancement, +3-+4 consumes 8 enhancement points. Fifth enhancement, +4-+5 consumes 16 enhancement points. The total points required to go from +2 to +5 are 4 + 8 + 16 equals 28. Current remaining enhancement points, 3017 minus 28 is equal to 2989 points. 3 powerful warm currents surged in, and Shura felt his strength, speed, reaction, and understanding of swordsmanship instantly rise to a whole new level. His already sharp eyes now shone even brighter, as if they could pierce through illusion. He knelt on one knee, his voice firm. "Thank you, my lord. Shure swears to protect you with his life." After enhancement, Shurei's attributes are Strength 113.4, with simultaneous increases in stamina, agility, etc., officially placing him among the top-tier masters, a true swordsmanship master.
Next, LuBu approached Gao Shan. This master of military training would be the cornerstone of his future army.
LuBu grasped his calloused hand.
Check on Gao Shan. Loyalty 100% strength, 103.7 commander, 118.6 enhancement level, +3 enhanced Gao Shan. Upgrade from +3 to +5.
Fourth enhancement, +3-+4 consumes 8 enhancement points. Fifth enhancement, +4-+5 consumes 16 enhancement points. The total points required to go from +3 to +5 are 8 + 16 equals 24. Current remaining enhancement points, 2989 minus 24 is equal to 2965 points. After the initial surge of warmth, Gao Shan felt that his understanding of military strategy, his control over military formations, and his grasp of the soldier's psychology had reached an unprecedented level. He even had a feeling that if he were to train a new army now, it could form a terrifying fighting force in a very short time. He also knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Shun will definitely train the strongest army in the world for my lord." Gao Shan's enhanced attributes, estimated strength, 125.5, command, 144.0. His ability to train troops has reached a state of perfection.
Finally, LuBu walked up to Huang Zhong.
This top-tier general, in the prime of his life, would be a sharp blade for future expansion.
LuBu placed his hand on Huang Zhong's thick arm. Check on Huang Zhong. Loyalty, 95% strength, 108.9 enhancement level, +1 enhance Huang Zhong. Upgrade him from +1 to +5.
Second enhancement, +1-+2 consumes 2 enhancement points. Third enhancement, +2-+3 consumes 4 enhancement points. Fourth enhancement, +3-+4 consumes 8 enhancement points. Fifth enhancement, +4-+5 consumes 16 enhancement points. The total points required to go from +1 to +5 are 2 + 4 + 8 + 16 equals 30. Current remaining enhancement points, 2965 minus 30 is equal to 2935 points. An even more immense power surged into Huang Zhong's body. He felt as if he had returned to his peak age. No, he had surpassed all his previous peaks. Power coursed through his veins, the mysteries of archery and horsemanship flooded his mind, and even his strategic thinking in leading troops into battle broadened considerably. His original 95% loyalty instantly broke through its limits in the face of this tangible and unimaginable improvement. Loyalty, 95%-100%, deadly loyal.
Huang Zhong's enhanced attributes, strength, 160.
Stamina, leadership, and other stats are also greatly improved, making him a peerless warrior comparable to LuBu. Huang Zhong trembled slightly with excitement, clasped his hands tightly, and said in a booming voice, "Huang Zhong is willing to die for his lord."
He will not flinch even if it means facing mountains of knives or seas of fire.
The sudden increase in the 3 core members' energy expenditure, a total of 28 plus 24 plus 30 is equal to 82 points, and the resulting leap in strength made the atmosphere in the secret room even more intense. Looking at Shui, Gao Shun, and Huang Zhong, whose auras were noticeably stronger, LuBu felt no jealousy, only a deeper admiration and awe for Lubian. Wong Yu and Jasu nodded slightly, even more impressed by Lubian's skill and decisiveness. Lubian returned to his seat, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on Jasu. Mr. Wonha, now it's your turn to tell us what our next step should be.
All eyes were focused on the strategist who had remained silent. They knew that this seemingly frail gentleman was the most outstanding advisor under their lord. Jasu slowly rose and walked to the huge hanging map, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Chapter 40, text and layout. Inside the sealed room, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes followed Jasu's finger as it moved across the map. Gentlemen, Jasu's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The world today appears peaceful on the surface, but in reality, undercurrents are surging. Famines are occurring in various places, the number of refugees is increasing daily, and the way of peace is bewitching people's hearts. Its momentum has already been established. The great building is about to collapse, and it cannot be supported by a single pillar. If we want to accomplish great things, we cannot be confined to a corner of Luoyang. His finger pointed heavily at Luoyang. Luoyang is the central hub of the realm, and also the eye of the storm. Although our lord is protected by the empress and his princes are of noble status, he is like a dragon trapped in shallow waters, facing many constraints. We must focus our efforts elsewhere. His finger swept outwards. Our lord intends to send a general to command troops in a remote region. This is a far-sighted plan. First, it allows us to accumulate military strength. Second, it allows us to establish a foothold. And third, it allows us to observe the changes in the world and act when the opportunity arises. Next, we need to figure out the strategy. Jasu looked at Huang Zhong and LuBu. General Huang, General Lu, you two are the key to the strategy. Huang Zhong and LuBu perked up and listened intently. General Huang. Jasu pointed to Yuzhou. Yuzhou borders the Wuhuan and Xian Bay to the north and the Bohai Sea to the east. It is a vital border town and a source of fine men and elite cavalry for the Han dynasty. Wars frequently break out here, making it easy to accumulate military merit, and it is far from the turmoil of Luoyang. I suggest that General Huang go to Yuzhou, with the target being a cavalry commandant in a certain prefecture of Yuzhou, or a border prefecture commandant in places like Yuyang or Yubiping. The people here are fierce and need a steady and courageous general like General Huang to guard and manage them. When the time is right, we may be able to plot against Liaodong as a retreat route or a surprise attack. A glint flashed in Huang Zhong's eyes as he carefully examined the terrain of Yuzhou. He said in a deep voice, "Rest assured, Mr. Wonha, I will definitely lead an elite border army for our lord in Yuzhou." Jasu nodded, his gaze shifting to the eager LuBu. His finger suddenly pointed westward, landing on Bingzhou. "General Lu." "Here." LuBu replied in a loud voice. "Bingzhou is your homeland, General. The people are fierce and skilled in horsemanship and archery. It borders the Chang, Hu, and Xiongnu tribes, and wars are frequent. This place is most suited to your temperament. I suggest that General Lu return to Bingzhou, aiming for the cavalry commandant positions in the border counties of Yanmen, Yunzhong, and Wuyuan, or even higher miscellaneous general titles. You can roam freely here. With your bravery, you will surely be able to awe the frontier, recruit fierce soldiers, and train an iron cavalry that moves like the wind. This place will be the sharpest dagger in your lord's hand, thrusting straight into the north." "Ha ha! Excellent!" LuBu was so excited he almost slammed his fist on the table. Bingzhou was his hometown, where he thrived. "Sir, your words resonate deeply with me. I will certainly train the strongest cavalry in the land for you in Bingzhou, so that those barbarians will flee at the mere mention of my name." After arranging the whereabouts of the two main generals, Jasu looked at Gao Shun and Shui. General Gao Shun still needs to stay in Luoyang to continue training the lord's personal guards. This is the foundation and cannot be moved lightly. Shui is in charge of protecting the lord, which is a great responsibility, and he also needs to stay in Luoyang. Gao Shun and Shiraki bowed in unison, "Yes, sir." Finally, Jasu looked at Jyn Shua, "Eunuch Jyn, the success or failure of this plan depends on you." Jyn Shua immediately replied in a shrill voice, "Sir, please give your orders. This old servant will do his utmost." The positions that the two generals are seeking are far beyond those of ordinary county magistrates.
The money and connections required are enormous and must be kept secret, Jasu said slowly. "I implore you, my lord, to use all your official connections and relationships in the West Garden, sparing no expense, to ensure this matter is accomplished. At the same time, please forge a respectable resume and background for the two generals to avoid arousing suspicion."
This old servant understands. Jyn Shua nodded solemnly.
As for finances, Zuixinlu and Sihai Trading Company have been making good profits recently, and soap and paper have also begun to bring in a stable income.
Supporting this operation should not be a problem.
This old servant also has some influence in the palace and the West Garden, and will certainly handle things properly for my lord. In addition, Jasu added, after the two generals take up their posts, Shadow must immediately follow up and establish an intelligence network in Yuzhou and Bingzhou to ensure smooth communication with Luoyang and to keep abreast of the two generals' situation and surrounding movements.
Mr. Wang Yu will need to put in a lot of effort on this matter. Wang Yu said in a deep voice, "It is my duty." Jasu surveyed the crowd, then bowed to LuBu, "My lord, this is my initial plan for sending troops out to the provinces. With General Huang's steadiness, he will guard the strategic passes of Yuzhou. With General Lu's sharpness, he will roam the borders of Bingzhou.
Furthermore, with Luoyang as the core, Gao Shun will train troops, Shure will protect the lord, Jyn Shua will raise funds and facilitate communication, and Wang Yu will take charge of the Shadow Army.
With internal and external coordination, we await the opportune moment."
After listening to Jiasu's meticulously planned and interconnected strategy, LuBu was filled with admiration. He stood up, his small face full of determination. "Very well.
We shall follow Mr. Wen's plan.
Gentlemen, from today onwards, we shall be one body, sharing both glory and disgrace. Hanqing and Fengxian are my arms on the outside, you are my foundation on the inside." He looked intently at Huang Zhong and LuBu. "Generals, the journey ahead is long and arduous, so please be careful.
I will be here awaiting your good news."
Feeling the trust and expectation in LuBu's words, and coupled with the immense power they had just gained, Huang Zhong and LuBu were filled with boundless pride and roared in unison, "We will certainly live up to our Lord's trust." A grand scheme concerning the future of the world was quietly laid out within the secluded chambers of an unassuming mansion in Luoyang.
The tiger is about to be unleashed.
The hidden dragon is about to rise from the abyss, the secret meeting concluded, and everyone, filled with excitement and a sense of mission, quietly dispersed to prepare for their respective tasks. LuBu looked at the empty chamber, then at the 2,935 enhancement points remaining in his system, knowing this was just the beginning. The road ahead was long, but he believed that with the system in hand and these loyal and powerful companions, he would surely carve out his own niche in this chaotic world. Chapter 41 Strengthening 1,000 Armies on the 15th day of the 3rd month of the 3rd year of the Guanghe era, a night of full moon, in a tightly sealed valley north of Luoyang City at the foot of Mongshan Mountain, firelight blazed brightly, and a chilling atmosphere permeated the air. This was Gao Shun's secret camp where he trained 1,000 personal guards. LuBu, escorted by Wang Yu, Shure, and Jasu, arrived quietly. He stood atop a giant rock high in the valley, looking down below. On the flat ground of the valley, 1,000 soldiers, dressed in uniform black outfits and simple leather armor, stood in neat rows. Each was robust and sharp-eyed, though silent, an aura of fierce elite warrior was already present. At the front of the column, on the left, stood Gao Shun, his face resolute as a rock. On the right, Huang Zhong and LuBu, their presence powerful and imposing like tigers. Gao Shun jogged forward, knelt on one knee, and said in a loud voice, "Reporting to my lord. The personal guard of 1,000 men has completed training. Please inspect them, my lord." LuBu nodded, silently thinking, "Check the overall condition of the Imperial Guard." A rough light screen returned as feedback. The system cannot precisely view each individual, but can assess the whole unit. Unnamed Royal Guard number of participants, 1,000 average combat strength, 55 to 75. After rigorous training and ample nutrition, it surpasses most county soldiers and is comparable to elite border troops. Morale, 85, high morale, initial admiration for the Lord, and trust in Gao Shun. Equipment, standard ring pommel sword, unenhanced, leather armor, unenhanced, spear. Crossbow, few, enhancement level, +0 can be enhanced average combat strength 55 to 75. Morale 85. Lu Bian was satisfied, Gao Shun had indeed not disappointed him. Although this army was small in number, it was already a rare elite force. However, this was not enough. He wanted a truly ferocious army. Lu Bian took a few steps forward, reaching the edge of the cliff so that all the soldiers below could see his small yet upright figure. He didn't speak loudly, but his words carried clearly throughout the silent valley's soldiers. In an instant, 1,000 gazes focused on him, filled with curiosity, awe, and a hint of fanaticism. They all knew that this young lord was their true object of loyalty, the person behind the scenes who gave them unprecedented treatment and rigorous training. You've all worked hard. Lu Bian's voice carried a maturity beyond his years. After months of rigorous training, you have become elite soldiers and have lived up to my expectations. The simple affirmation made many soldiers below straighten their backs slightly and their eyes shine even brighter. But Lu Bian's tone shifted abruptly, his voice rising sharply, carrying a hint of fierceness. This is not enough. Chaos is approaching, and we need even greater power, power that will make any enemy tremble at the mere mention of our name. Today, I will bestow upon you this power. He spread his arms wide and silently chanted, strengthen the entire royal guard. +1 is a comprehensive reinforcement of the target unnamed royal guard, 1,000 men, confirmed? Upgrading to +1 requires a total of 1,000 upgrade points. Should we enhance it? Yes. Lu Bian answered without hesitation, 1,000 enhancement points consumed. Enhancement begins. Current remaining enhancement points, 3,055 minus 1,000 is equal to 2055 points. In an instant, an invisible yet immense power, centered on Lu Bian, enveloped the 1,000 soldiers below the valley like mercury spilling across the ground. It's so warm. Almost simultaneously, 1,000 soldiers let out suppressed gasps of surprise. They felt a gentle yet powerful warm current surge into their limbs and bones, washing over their muscles, bones, and meridians. The fatigue and hidden injuries left by the long run and high-intensity training vanished instantly. Their strength increased, their speed improved, their reactions became more agile, and even their five senses became much clearer. They could clearly feel that their physical fitness had taken a huge leap forward in just a few breaths. The average combat power was originally 55 to 75, but it instantly increased by 10%, reaching 60.5 to 82.5. This is a terrifying level that is enough to make most so-called elite troops look bad. Moreover, this is an overall improvement, which means that even the weakest ones have exceeded 60, and the strongest ones are even close to the threshold of second-rate generals. More importantly, the surge of power originating from the very source of life, and the unseen connection with the young figure on the rock wall, brought their loyalty and fervor to an instant peak. It's unclear who was the first to react, but they suddenly knelt on one knee and roared with all their might, "Long live our Lord!" Immediately afterwards, 10 people, 100 people, and eventually 1,000 people throughout the valley, their voices erupting in unison like a mountain roar in a tsunami, echoing endlessly through the valley, "Long live our Lord! I swear to serve my Lord to the death." The roar was deafening, and morale soared to new heights. Standing at the very front of the column, Gao Shun, Huang Zhong, and LuBu clearly felt the significant increase in the soldiers' strength, and were utterly awestruck by the miracle of 1,000 people being enhanced simultaneously. They looked at Lu Bian as if gazing up at a deity walking among mortals. Jasu paused slightly, stroking his beard, a glint of intense light flashing in his eyes. Wong Yu and Shure, though long accustomed to such miracles, were still deeply moved whenever they witnessed them on such a grand scale. Lu Bian felt the fervent faith below, which seemed almost tangible, and slowly raised his hand. The roar subsided instantly, leaving only heavy breathing and the crackling of torches. 1,000 pairs of fanatical eyes were fixed on him. "Power, I have bestowed upon you." Lu Bian's voice rang out once more. "Now, it is time to use this power to achieve great deeds and create a prosperous era." He turned his gaze to Huang Zhong and LuBu. "Huang Zhong. LuBu. Your subordinate is here." The two stepped forward, their voices like thunder. "I hereby appoint you two, each leading 500 personal guards, to prepare immediately and proceed to your posts." Huang Zhong to Yuzhou.
LuBu to Bingzhou. I want your names to resound throughout the borderlands. I want your armies to become the enemy's eternal nightmare. Your subordinate obeys. Huang Su and LuBu trembled with excitement. With such a fierce and powerful army, strengthened by divine grace, what did they have to fear? It was as if a tiger had wings. Gao Shun. Your subordinate is here. Stay in Luoyang and continue training troops for me. I need more elite soldiers, promise. LuBu looked at the 1,000 soldiers one last time, his voice echoing through the valley. Remember this, wherever you are, you will always be my personal guard. Your glory is with me. Long live. Long live. Long live. Amidst the deafening cheers, LuBu knew that two true tigers, with his meticulously crafted fangs, were about to pounce on the vast land. And he would wait in Luoyang for news of their upheaval. Under the cover of night, the flames in the Mongshan Valley seemed to foreshadow a wildfire about to ignite. Chapter 42 Demons and Monsters. In the third year of Guanghe, in April, spring was as deep as the sea. Inside Changqiu Palace, peonies were in full bloom, elegant and luxurious, just like their new master, Empress He sat regally before the mirror, while palace maids carefully combed her cloud-like black hair. The woman in the mirror possessed unparalleled beauty. Her brows held both the dignified bearing of an empress and a wisdom and serenity born of experience. A glint of intelligence flickered in her eyes. After being enhanced by LuBu with a +3 buff, her intelligence and political acumen reached 95, and her charm surpassed 116, allowing her to navigate the treacherous harem with true ease. LuBu's enhancement points, he had 2,055 points remaining last time. From March 15 to early April, about 15 days have passed. He gained 10 points every day, for a total increase of 150 points. His current enhancement points are 2205. His Majesty has been overworked with state affairs lately, and his stomach is feeling a little unwell. He has instructed the kitchen to prepare some light and easily digestible soups for dinner. Empress He's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. She no longer needed to deliberately vie for favor as she had in the past. She only needed to show just the right amount of care and consideration to firmly occupy the most important place in Lu Hong's heart. Yes, Your Majesty, the palace maid replied respectfully, her eyes filled with awe. This new empress not only enjoys the emperor's favor but also possesses increasingly sophisticated methods. No one in the palace dares to be negligent towards her. In stark contrast to the thriving Changqiu Palace was the remote and desolate palace in the West Garden, commonly known as the Cold Palace. Once a radiant and favored concubine, now Wang Rong, curled up on a cold bed, her once beautiful face now haggard, her eyes vacant and filled with deep-seated resentment. Emperor Lu Hong, citing moral failings and repeated troublemaking, had formally banished her to the Cold Palace, and even her son, Lu Xia, had been taken away and entrusted to other lower-ranking concubines for upbringing. Having lost the emperor's favor and her son, she was like a caged beast stripped of its claws, left only to howl in despair. He Lian. LuBu. You will both die a horrible death. The mournful curse echoed in the empty hall, but no one paid any attention. Inside and outside the palace walls, it was already two different worlds. Wang Rong's downfall was like the first domino to fall, plunging his family into turmoil. His grandfather, Wang Bao, the general of the 5 offices, sat in his study, his face ashen, his former charisma completely gone. Impeachments against him rained down on Lu Hong's desk. Some accused him of lax household management and allowing his granddaughter to cause trouble in the palace. Others dug up his past minor transgressions and magnified them. Still others subtly implicated him in long-forgotten matters. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. When a drum is broken, everyone beats it. Wang Bao knew all too well that, having lost his greatest support in the palace, the Wang family, like a great tree, was on the verge of collapse. He tried to contact officials he had once been on good terms with, but found that most of them avoided him like the plague. A tremendous chill spread from the soles of his feet throughout his entire body. Unbeknownst to him, behind all of this, a pair of eyes, hidden in the shadows and gleaming with cold, intelligent light, were manipulating things. Jyn Shua leisurely sipped a cup of tea, its aroma now even more mellow after being enhanced by +1, while listening to his junior eunuch report on Wang Bao's recent situation. With his intelligence boosted to 132.9, manipulating a disgraced and panicked Wang Bao was as easy as reading the lines on the palm of his hand. Old Wang Bao went to Yuan Wei's residence yesterday, but was turned away. Today he tried to see Zhang Rang, the attendant in ordinary, but was turned away by his followers.
He has several nephews and nieces working under the magistrate of Luoyang, and they seem to be getting restless. As messages converged on Jyn Shua, a chilling smile crept onto his lips.
Revenge?
No, that was too low level.
What he wanted was to utterly bury the Wang family in the mire,
ensuring they could never rise again, clearing away this obstruction for his lord and the empress, and also venting his own anger at being subtly looked down upon by the Wang family back then. Go, Jyn Shua's high-pitched voice carried a hint of amusement. And accidentally let the people at the silly commandant know a little bit of the evidence we've collected about Wang Bao's nephew, who serves as the thieves' supervisor. Under the Luoyang gate, accepting bribes from merchants and allowing his servants to bully and dominate the market.
Remember, it has to be accidentally.
Yes, Your Excellency.
The young eunuch understood and bowed as he withdrew.
This was just an appetizer. A series of powerful moves awaited the Wang family. Jyn Shua picked up another secret report, this one about several upright censors in the court.
These people, aren't they always self-proclaimed to be honest and upright and like to impeach powerful people?
Find a clever one and have him accidentally reveal to them that Wang Bao used his power to seize dozens of acres of permanent land for his clan in his hometown in the past. Remember, make them think that they discovered it by chance.
This servant understands. Jyn Shua's methods were insidious yet efficient.
He didn't need to intervene directly, he only needed to skillfully guide and exploit existing officialdom rules and factional conflicts to use others as pawns, leading Wang Bao step by step into the abyss under the tacit siege of various forces.
Money to pave the way? Personal connections?
Faced with absolute intellectual superiority and intelligence advantage, the Wang family's resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Through Wong Yu and Jasu, LuBu had a clear grasp of all the movements inside and outside the palace. The Empress's position in the palace is now secure, and no one can shake it, Wong Yu reported.
Jyn Shua is dealing with the Wang family, he's ruthless and experienced.
The Wang family has no hope of turning things around, Jasu added, his tone tinged with admiration. LuBu nodded, his small face expressionless.
All of this was expected.
His enhanced mother was more than capable of handling palace intrigues, and his enhanced Jyn Shua could easily deal with a disgraced maternal relative. The Wang family is nothing more than a minor ailment, there's no need to pay them too much attention, LuBu said calmly.
Any news from Huang Su and LuBu? Reporting to my lord, Jasu said, Jyn Shua's operations are progressing smoothly, and the funds have been allocated.
General Huang Su has been appointed as the commandant of Liaoshi Commandery in Yuzhou, and General LuBu has been appointed as the cavalry commandant of Woyuan Commandery in Bingzhou. The two have already left the capital with 500 personal guards to take up their posts. The shadow men have also followed and have begun to establish an intelligence network in the area.
Good. LuBu's spirits lifted, this was the key point he was concerned about.
The tiger had been released from its cage, all that remained was for the winds of change to rise. He walked to the window and looked at the azure sky above the palace walls. Inside the palace, his mother, like a phoenix soaring through the heavens, sat firmly in the central palace. Outside the palace, demons and monsters were being swept away. Further on the frontier, the two chess pieces he had planted had already been placed. Everything was developing in a direction favorable to him. Mr. Wen, LuBu said without turning around, from now on, we should turn our attention more to the outside of the palace, to those places where the flames of war are about to be
lit. Jasu bowed, I understand.
The way of peace, its momentum is growing stronger, and it may not be long before it is established. A sharp glint flashed in LuBu's eyes.
He knew the real test was about to begin.
And he had already made his initial preparations. With the dust settled within the palace, it was time to lay the groundwork for conquering the world. Chapter 43. Seeking craftsmen. In May of the third year of the Guanghe era, a gentle early summer breeze, carrying a hint of warmth, swept across the lotus pond in the Luoyang Palace gardens, creating shimmering ripples. LuBu sat in the pavilion, seemingly admiring the fish swimming in the pond, but his thoughts had already wandered to every corner of the empire. Watching the steadily increasing enhancement points within the system, LuBu knew that every bit of accumulation was crucial before the impending storm. He summoned Wong Yu and Jasu. Mr. Wen, Master Wang, we sent 30 grassroots officials out to other places last year.
It's been almost half a year now. How are they doing? LuBu was most concerned about whether these seeds had taken root and sprouted. Jasu was clearly prepared and calmly reported, "My lord, all 30 men have successfully taken up their posts and are spread across important places such as Sili, Yuzhou, Jizhou, and Jingzhou. Thanks to your previous blessing, Enhancement +3, and the ample financial support provided by eunuch Jyn, most of them have already established themselves in their respective places." He elaborated, after taking office, Magistrate Truong Bin of Hoi District, Hanoi Province, cleared up backlogged cases and promoted agriculture and sericulture. With his enhanced intelligence, about 81 points, and handling ability, he managed the county affairs in an orderly manner and achieved remarkable results. He has already gained the appreciation of the prefect. Li Yon, the assistant magistrate of Jie County in Hadong Prefecture, assisted the county magistrate in charge of criminal cases and granaries. With his shrewdness and competence, he clarified some muddled accounts from previous years and exposed 2 clerks who had embezzled public funds. His prestige gradually increased. Cai Yong, a military officer in Wei Commandery, Ji Province, has performed outstandingly in several small-scale bandit suppression operations thanks to his enhanced bravery, approximately 70 points, and composure. He has caught the attention of the commandant and is expected to be promoted. Wen, the county magistrate of Rang County in Nanyang Commandery, Jingzhou, reorganized the county troops and strengthened patrols after taking office, and the local security was greatly improved. His ability to command troops, command points of about 80, far exceeded that of an ordinary county magistrate. Jasu listed them one by one. Of the 30, although a few had made slower progress due to the deeply entrenched local forces or their personalities, the vast majority had achieved results in their respective positions thanks to their enhanced abilities, gradually gaining real power or at least becoming a force to be reckoned with in their regions. They were like 30 nails, firmly driven into the fabric of the Han Dynasty's territory, and through secret channels established by the shadows, they regularly gathered information on local conditions, official dynamics, and even the slightest clues about the way of peace and sent them to Luoyang. Very good. LuBu nodded in satisfaction. Tell them to proceed steadily and surely, continue to cultivate the land, accumulate strength, and pay special attention to gathering refugees and stockpiling grain and fodder, but remember not to be too ostentatious. In the future, they will have their time to show their true colors. After arranging matters for the officials, LuBu changed the subject. Our current industries, such as soap, paper, and Zuixinlu, are highly profitable, but ultimately they are too focused on trade. In chaotic times, weapons and armor are essential for survival. We need our own craftsmen, and we need a stable source of iron ore and fuel. He looked at Jasu and Wong Yu. I have heard that there is a famous scholar in Nanyang named Han Ji, courtesy named Gongji, who is proficient in water conservancy and machinery, especially in improving the blower, water pump, which can greatly improve the efficiency of iron smelting. There is also a man named Ma Jun, courtesy named Dihang, who, although from a poor background and probably still young, is very skillful and has an amazing talent for mechanical devices. We must find these 2 men and invite them to Luoyang. A glint flashed in Jiasu's eyes, and he immediately understood LuBu's deeper meaning. Improving iron smelting and forging superior weaponry was laying a solid foundation for future military strength. He bowed and said, "My lord is truly insightful. I will immediately arrange for my shadow agents to search for these 2 men, focusing on Nanyang and Fufeng, and we will definitely recruit them for my lord." LuBu continued, "Furthermore, to do a good job, one must first have the right tools. We need to find iron ore that is easy to mine and of high quality, as well as a black or cold coal. This substance burns longer and its heat output far exceeds that of charcoal. Using it for iron smelting will make the work twice as effective." Although coal was already in use at this time, it was far from widespread, especially in the iron smelting industry. LuBu's words surprised Jasu and Wong Yu, but they were already used to their lord's endless stream of ingenious ideas and knew that they often contained great value. Wang Yu said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, rest assured, I will immediately dispatch reliable shadow agents to various places, especially Bingzhou, Yuzhou, and other known iron-producing areas, as well as the mountains and rivers, to secretly explore and search for the high-quality iron ore and coal that you mentioned. Once discovered, we will try to secretly control the mine or cooperate with local powerful families to mine it. This matter must be carried out in secrecy," LuBu instructed. "Initially, we should not cause too much of a commotion, especially not to alarm the imperial iron officials.
We can start by purchasing ore on a small scale under the guise of a trading company, or by setting up small, hidden workshops in some remote places to conduct experiments.
Understood.
Wang Yu replied solemnly. Jasu added, once we find skilled craftsmen like Han Ji and Ma Jun, and also locate mineral resources, we can bring their families to Luoyang and settle them properly. This will not only show our sincerity but also make them easier to control and allow them to serve our lord with peace of mind.
LuBu gave Jasu an approving look.
This was the role of a highly intelligent strategist. He could always consider things more thoroughly. Watching Wong Yu and Jasu depart to carry out their orders, LuBu took a deep breath. Positioning himself among local officials was to gain control over the regions. Seeking out top craftsmen and strategic resources was to build the strongest military-industrial base. These were all deep-seated strategies that might not show significant results in the short term, but were crucial to the long-term foundation. He knew that the world-shaking chaos was drawing ever closer. He had to seize every second to solidify his foundation and hone his power before the storm arrived.
Han Ji, Ma Jun. An iron ore and coal.
LuBu murmured to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation, I hope you can bring me a surprise. He could almost see it. In the future, in ironworks powered by efficient water pumps and fueled by coal, high-quality molten iron would flow out and be forged by skilled craftsmen into sharp ring-pommel swords and sturdy suits of armor, arming his loyal army. All of this was happening in a flurry of activity, yet quietly and without anyone noticing. Like spring rain nourishing all things, a force powerful enough to change the times was being quietly nurtured in the hands of a 4-year-old prince in Luoyang, unnoticed by the world. Chapter 44 The God of Craftsmen returns. In June of the third year of the Guangha era, Luoyang was unbearably hot and humid in the height of summer, but even hotter than the weather was LuBu's yearning for technology. He knew that warfare in the era of cold weapons was not only a contest of the bravery of soldiers and the strategies of strategists, but also, at a deeper level, a contest of national strength and technology. Shadow was extremely efficient, and soon after LuBu gave the order, it brought a series of good news. The first person to be invited to Luoyang was Han Ji. He was about 40 years old, with a refined and scholarly appearance, yet also possessing the competence of a pragmatist. He had originally been researching water conservancy equipment in Nanyang and was somewhat puzzled about being invited to Luoyang, but the people who received him were very courteous, and the food, lodging, and research environment they provided were excellent, which put him at ease for the time being. Soon after, Ma Jun was also found. He was much younger, just over 20, dressed simply, and even somewhat taciturn, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, full of curiosity about the unknown. He came from a humble background and was back home figuring out how to improve the silk weaving machine. He was actually more excited than apprehensive about coming to the capital and experiencing the wonders of more mechanical devices. LuBu did not meet them immediately. Instead, he had Jasu and Wong Yu observe them secretly to confirm their character and abilities. Only then did he summon these two future technical directors one evening at the familiar secret manor outside the city. Inside the secret room, Han Ji and Ma Jun stood somewhat awkwardly, looking at the lord in the main seat, who was excessively young but whose eyes were as deep as a pool, their hearts filled with disbelief. Without much small talk, LuBu walked directly to Han Ji, looked up at the water conservancy machinery expert, and said, Mr. Han, I wish to develop water conservancy, improve agricultural tools, and strengthen smelting. I need your great talent. As he spoke, his small hand was already on Han Ji's wrist, contact complete. Check Han Ji. Viewed by Han Ji Identity, a renowned scholar from Nanyang, skilled in weaponry. Loyalty, 40%, doubtful, curious, slightly expecting, intelligence, 81, good at research, rich in practical experience, politics, 65, proficient in practical matters, technology, 85, hydraulic engineering, machinery improvement, enhancement level, +0. Note, highly promising technical talent. Strengthen Han Ji. Up to +9. LuBu didn't hesitate. Technological talent is a key area for investment. First enhancement, +0-+1 consumes 1 point. Second enhancement, +1-+2 consumes 2 points. Third enhancement, +2-+3 consumes 4 points. Fourth enhancement, +3-+4 consumes 8 points. Fifth enhancement, +4-+5 consumes 16 points. Sixth enhancement, +5-+6 consumes 32 points. Seventh enhancement, +6-+7 consumes 64 points. Eighth enhancement, +7-+8 consumes 128 points. Ninth enhancement, +8-+9 consumes 256 points. Total points consumed, 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 plus 16 plus 32 plus 64 plus 128 plus 256 is equal to 511 points. Current remaining enhancement points, 2,755 minus 511 is equal to 2,244 points, just like Huang Su before him. The immense power from the 9 enhancements instantly transformed Hanji's body and mind. He felt his thinking become clearer and sharper than ever before. Many of the problems and bottlenecks he had encountered in his previous research on hydraulic machinery and blower equipment were now easily solved. Countless ingenious ideas about gear transmission, water power utilization, bellows structure, and even basic principles of mechanics flooded his mind. It was as if he had pushed open a brand new door and seen a vast world composed of mechanics and power. At the same time, his control over his body reached its peak, allowing him to perform delicate tasks with absolute precision. Loyalty, 40%-100%, die-hard fan. Shocked, ecstatic, worship like a god. Intelligence, 81-171.4, thinking like lightning, bursts of inspiration. Technology, 85-179.7, god of technology. Other attributes were also significantly improved. Hanji trembled with excitement, his gaze towards LuBu filled with boundless fervor and awe. He bowed deeply, his voice hoarse with emotion. Hanji, thanks my lord. I am willing to dedicate the rest of my life to forging the most powerful and effective weapon in the world for you. LuBu nodded in satisfaction and then walked toward Ma Jun, who was still somewhat bewildered. Mr. Ma, I have heard that you are ingenious and have a unique talent for mechanical arts. I wish to create a marvelous device that benefits the country and the people, and I need your skillful hands. LuBu also reached out and touched Ma Jun. Check on Ma Jun. Viewed by Ma Jun Identity, Foofing Craftsman, Mechanical Genius Loyalty, 43%, Nervous, Curious, Slightly Fearful, Intelligence, 78, Exceptionally Gifted, Quick Thinking, Politics, 30, Naive and Inexperienced, Technology, 88, Ingenious Mechanisms, Inventions and Creations, Enhancement Level, +0 Note, a gifted inventor with unlimited potential. Strengthen Ma Jun. Up to +9. Another huge investment, it also consumes 511 enhancement points. Current remaining enhancement points, 2,244 minus 511 is equal to 1,733 points. Ma Jun's feelings were even more direct and intense. His already active mind seemed to have sprouted wings, and many of his previously vague, intuitive ideas instantly became clear, concrete, and feasible. Knowledge about mechanical transmission, structural design, and material application surged through his mind like a mighty river. He even felt that he could see the internal workings of machinery and could construct and optimize various complex design drawings in his mind out of thin air. His hands also became more stable and dexterous, as if he could embroider and carve iron. Loyalty, 35%-100%, deadly loyal. Soul-stirring, finding a home. Intelligence, 78-164.9, inspiration flows like a spring. Technical, 88-185.4, ingenious. Other attributes were also significantly improved. Ma Jun's previously wooden face now shone with astonishing brilliance. He knelt down with a thud, so excited he was incoherent. My lord. Jun understands. So many things. So many ideas. Give Jun the materials, and Jun can build a wooden ox that can walk on its own. He can build a crossbow that can fire 10 arrows in succession. He can. Seeing the two technical masters caught up in ecstasy and creative fervor, LuBu smiled. He knew that this investment of over 1,000 enhancement points would bring immeasurable returns. Mr. Han, Mr. Ma, please get up. LuBu helped the two up. From now on, I'll leave it to you two. He said to Jasu and Wong Yu, Mr. Wenha, Master Wang, we will fully cooperate with you. We will provide manpower, funds, and materials as needed. Mr. Han, you are mainly responsible for improving the existing water pumps, blowers, designing more efficient hydraulic forging equipment, and researching how to increase the temperature and efficiency of the iron smelting furnace. Mr. Ma, you can unleash your imagination and research new types of looms, improve agricultural implements, and even try to design some, for example, machinery that is easy to transport in mountainous areas, or more efficient siege and defense machinery. LuBu pointed out one by one the directions he could think of that were in line with the times and could greatly improve productivity. The enhanced Han Ji and Ma Jun listened with great interest, feeling that every direction their lord pointed out was full of challenges and opportunities, and they had already begun to formulate their own ideas. Technology is the primary productive force. LuBu looked at the two men who were eager to get to work, his heart filled with anticipation. While others are still using rudimentary equipment, my army is already equipped with steel swords, my farmers are using efficient curved plows, and my craftsmen can produce goods on assembly lines.
This is the real dimensional reduction attack.
After settling the two master craftsmen in place, and watching them being escorted by shadows to the new, more heavily guarded research and development base, LuBu breathed a sigh of relief. Military generals, strategists, intelligence, funds, grassroots officials, and now top-notch technical talent, his puzzle for domination is being pieced together piece by piece.
And the most crucial, often overlooked piece is technology. He seemed to have already foreseen how, in the near future, the technological revolution led by Han Ji and Ma Jun would profoundly change his power and even the entire world order. Chaotic times are not only a stage for heroes, but also a catalyst for technological explosion. And he has already grasped the key to open this door. Chapter 45 Benevolence and Skill. In the early July of the third year of the Guanghe era, the sweltering heat of midsummer was intense, and the cicadas sang their hearts out. LuBu waved a small round fan made by a palace maid, but his mind was not on relieving the heat. Although Huang Su had recovered, the search for Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing remained on his mind. Chaos was approaching, and plague and disease would be more terrifying enemies than swords. He needed to master the most advanced medical expertise of the era. He summoned Wong Yu and inquired about the progress. Master Wang, is there any new news from Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing? Do they intend to come to Luoyang?
Wang Yu's face showed a hint of helplessness as he replied, Your Highness, Shadow has been trying its best to find and contact him. Master Hua Tuo's whereabouts are elusive.
Last month, he seemed to have appeared in the Pei Kingdom area of Yuzhou, providing free medical treatment to the people. Our people, as Your Highness instructed, treated him with courtesy, presented him with medicine and travel expenses, and conveyed Your Highness's invitation. However, Master Hua Tuo said, I am a man of the mountains and fields, accustomed to traveling around to treat the villagers. I fear it is difficult for me to stay in the capital for long. He accepted the medicine, to treat the poor patients, but seemed to have little interest in coming to Luoyang. And what about Mr. Zhang Zhongjing? LuBu pressed.
Mr. Zhang is still in Nanyang, studying medicine behind closed doors and writing his treatise on febrile and miscellaneous diseases. Our people have visited him many times under the guise of discussing medical principles, bringing some rare, enhanced, medicinal materials. He was quite pleased, and during the exchanges, he also acknowledged some of the rudimentary ideas His Highness sent regarding isolation and epidemic prevention and hot water disinfection.
However,
Wang Yu paused. Mr. Zhang comes from an official family and seems to still have ambitions for a career in government, or at least feels more at ease staying in his hometown to write books and treat his fellow villagers.
He has also politely declined the offer to go to Luoyang. LuBu frowned.
These two renowned physicians, one aspiring to travel the world and the other devoted to writing in his hometown, were not easily swayed by power or money. It seemed he needed to change his approach, catering to their interests, and it had to be something that truly resonated with their ideals and pursuits. He pondered for a moment, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and said to Wong Yu, Next time our people see Mr. Hua Tu or Mr. Zhang Zhongjing, don't say that I personally invited them to see a doctor or to enjoy wealth and luxury. He organized his thoughts and tried to speak in a way that was understandable in this era. You can say that the eldest Prince LuBu, though young, knows the suffering of the people and is particularly distressed by the epidemic, which has caused many to die in vain due to the lack of medical care and medicine. Your Highness feels that the power of one person to save lives is limited, and even the best doctor can only save a limited number of people in his lifetime. He paused, then emphasized, Your Highness said, if we could spread your superb medical skills throughout the world and cultivate hundreds or thousands of skilled physicians, spreading them throughout the prefectures and counties, countless lives would be saved, and your merit would be immeasurable. Your Highness wishes to gather the best medical talents in the world in Luoyang to establish a medicine academy, not only to study medical techniques but also to compile verified and effective medical techniques and prescriptions into books, widely publish them, and pass them on to others. This will make good doctors no longer rare, and bring the warmth of medicine to the world. He looked at Wang Yu and said earnestly, "Tell the two gentlemen that Bien's concern is not for one person's illness, but for the sake of ensuring the continuation of medical practice for all people. I invited them to Luoyang not to serve the prince, but for this great cause of passing on medical skills and helping all living beings. If you gentlemen are willing to come, Bien will treat you with the respect due to a teacher and do his best to support your research in medical skills, writing books, and teaching disciples. Let their medical skills save 1,000 times, 10,000 times more patients than today." These words were the result of Lu Bian's careful consideration. Hua Tuo practiced medicine to save lives, and Zhang Zhongjing aspired to heal the illnesses of rulers and parents, relieve the suffering of the poor and lowly, and preserve one's own health. Their greatest ideal was to save as many people as possible. Individual strength is limited, but if a platform could be established to systematize and theorize their medical skills, and to train a large number of successors, this would undoubtedly be the ultimate realization of their lifelong pursuit.
This is far more attractive than any gold, silver, or high-ranking official position. Although Wang Yu did not have a deep understanding of medicine, he could still sense the grand vision and sincerity contained in Lu Bian's words.
He solemnly said, "Your Highness is benevolent and your blessings extend to all living beings.
I will certainly convey your Highness's words to the two gentlemen in their entirety. I believe they will be moved upon hearing such a grand aspiration." "Go ahead," Lu Bian nodded.
"Also, have our men continue to keep an eye on the movements of the two gentlemen, especially the difficulties they encounter.
For example, is Hua Tuo traveling around and lacking certain precious medicinal materials? Does Zhang Zhongjing need to consult certain lost medical classics while writing his book?
We can provide assistance secretly. It's always better to offer help in times of need than to add to someone's already good fortune."
"Yes. Your Majesty understands." Wang Yu accepted the order and hurriedly left to make arrangements.
He felt that the reason His Highness gave this time might actually move those two proud and arrogant physicians. Lu Bian watched Wang Yu's departing figure and let out a soft breath. He knew that for people like Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing, force was ineffective, and bribery was futile. Only ideals and sentiments could truly open their hearts. Establish a medical school, standardize doctor training, promote proprietary medicines, and popularize health concepts. Lu Bian sketched out a future medical blueprint in his mind. This would not only quickly restore people's livelihoods and stabilize public sentiment after the chaos, but also greatly enhance the soft power and cohesion of his forces. A healthy army and a base less affected by plagues would be of immeasurable value. Moreover, if these legendary doctors could be enhanced. Lu Bian glanced at his 2,033 points of reserves in the system, a slight smile playing on his lips.
The resulting medical advancements would likely be exponential.
What he needs to do now is to wait patiently and continuously convey his sincerity in the invitation concerning the grand plan of medicine to the two renowned doctors from afar. That he believes that any doctor who truly cares about the world will ultimately be unable to resist the temptation to maximize the value of their medical skills and benefit all people. Luoyang has prepared the stage for them,
awaiting only the arrival of the two protagonists.
And this grand scheme, which concerns the lives of countless people in the future, will quietly begin.